I did not make this fanfic. Support the author in the link below. Having long been told that his desire to become a hero was not but a fanciful dream, Izuku Midoriya suffers a terrible accident that makes it seem more like an outright fantasy. However, he is soon shown by a certain sorcerer supreme that sometimes diving straight into fantasy is the best way to achieve one's dreams. Make way for Izuku Midoriya, future master of the mystic arts. Chapter 31. Battle Trials. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might proclaimed with the loud, dramatic flair one would expect from the symbol of peace. He sported a bright red costume that people mainly affiliated with his Silver Age of heroics, something he wore commonly over 15 years ago. Naturally, after a day of tedious normal class subjects, every face in the room brightened up at the prospect of being taught heroics by the #1 hero himself. All Might's really a teacher here at UA. Kaminari exclaimed as All Might marched to the class podium. I am pumped and rearing to go. Kirishima yelled, exuding an air of excitement that dwarfed most of the other students. It's almost surreal, Jiro muttered, twirling her earphone jacks with her fingers. Isn't that his Silver Age costume? Sayu wondered aloud, looking over the amalgamation of red, blue, and gold adorning All Might. I don't think he's worn that outfit since he helped found the Avengers and defeated the villain Ultron all those years ago. An air of agreeable nostalgia has swept into the room, Tokoyami added with a small grin. All Might's Silver Age costume. Izuku was practically shaking with adoration. I actually get to see it in person. Greetings, fledglings. All Might boisterously addressed 1A. And welcome to your first class of Hero Basic Training. Throughout your stay in the Hero course, you'll train in various ways to learn the basics of becoming a hero. So let's jump right into it. All Might continued, adopting a dramatic pose. Our first lesson. Combat training. There were different reactions to All Might's declaration. Some students tried to remain stoic and serious, others seemed excited, and others still appeared nervous and unsure. Midoriya was one such student. Combat training right at the beginning of the school year. Izuku thought. I guess I'm going to learn real quick whether my magic can stand up to my classmates' quirks. And what better to go with combat training than these? All Might aimed a dial at the wall and pressed a button. 4 vertical compartments slowly emerged from the wall, each labeled numerically. Costumes based on your quirk registrations and the requests you sent in when you applied for the hero course. Let's grab our costumes one row at a time, shall we? All Might continued, prompting each row of students to rise and grab the costumes, starting with Aoyama. The class was abuzz with mystique and discussion as the students, one by one, took hold of their costumes. They'd only sent in rudimentary designs and drawings along with their requests, so who knew what the costume designers had actually created for them? The final row of students, spanning from Hagakure to Yaoi Rozu, all stood up to claim their costumes. All except for Midoriya, who'd simply reached under his desk and retrieved his unusually large backpack, plopping it down on his desk. Midoriya, there's no costume in your slot. Hagakure said, her UA uniform turning with her invisible head as she looked back and forth between Izuku and his empty number 18 slot. Did you not include a costume request when you applied to UA? Well, actually, Midoriya. Such forgetfulness should be unacceptable for someone who is part of the hero course. Ida chastised the boy, who suddenly felt acutely aware of every eye in the room falling on him. How could you neglect to send in a costume request? And no, you've got it all wrong. Izuku waved his hands defensively. I do have a costume, it's just in my backpack. I didn't send in a costume request because I already had mine custom made before classes began. The excuse, while hastily concocted, seemed reasonable enough to calm Ida down. It also wasn't technically a lie, his sorcerer outfit had been magically custom made before he began attending UA, they just didn't need to know the full truth. I see, Ida fixed his glasses and corrected his stance. I apologize for jumping to conclusions like that. Custom made costume. Bakugo thought derisively. That reeks of bullshit. What, is that Dr. Strange fellow also sponsoring your weak nerdy ass, too? Izuku unzipped his backpack and let out a startled yell as a blur of green shot out of its dark confines. His green cloak of levitation zipped around the classroom haphazardly, bumping against the ceiling and multiple desks, and causing more than a few students to scramble out of its way. Duck, watch out, what is that thing? The seemingly sentient green fabric came to a halt before Midoriya, unfurling completely and stretching itself in, as if it were stretching human limbs. It then suddenly and briefly turned aggressive, curling one of its bottom tips into a makeshift fist, and thumping Izuku over the head. It clearly did not enjoy being kept folded and crammed in his backpack all day. Oh ouch. Izuku rubbed his head where the cloak had hit him. What the heck? Sato asked aloud. Is it a flying cloak? I've never seen a cloak that could levitate before, Sayu added. That's so cool. Uraraka said. It's so interesting and unique. But will it be as glamorous as the cloak I requested? Aoyama piped up. You said your costume was custom made. Kirishima asked as he stepped forward. Where the heck did you get something like that? Oh, Izuku was really straining his mind now for another feasible excuse. This part of my costume is something brand new from an old teacher of mine. It's highly experimental tech that he allowed me to use. A sponsor of sorts. Experimental tech. Iida pondered aloud as he rubbed his chin, studying the cloak as it floated simply before Midoriya. You continue to surprise me, Midoriya. Izuku's on-the-fly excuse seemed to satisfy most of the class as they ceased asking questions, but a few continued to fawn over the green cloak. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Bakugo was practically exploding mentally. Experimental tech, no way, that flinky hero I'd never even heard of could afford to make something so ridiculous. Jetpacks are one thing, but flying capes? Ahem. All Might coughed loudly to draw all attention in the classroom back to himself. He looked as if he were struggling to decide whether to pinch the bridge of his nose or outright fasp him. Without questions for young Midoriya aside, once you have changed into your costumes, we'll gather over in ground beta. Yes, sir. Well, they do say the clothes make the hero, ladies and gentlemen. All Might proclaimed proudly as the heroes in training of one emerged from the exit tunnel leading into the ground beta cityscape, sporting their respective costumes. Nice studs, dude. Kirishima lightly punched Midoriya on the shoulder as they walked out of the tunnel. Kirishima's outfit was a bit more exposed like yaoi Rose's, forgoing a shirt and sticking with black pants and boots, a wired guard on his face, and gear-shaped shoulder pads. Izuku stammered out a quick thank you before being flanked by Uraraka from the other side, startling him with her close proximity. I agree, your costume is so unique and cool. She complimented him. I think it goes well with your quirk, really gives you a mystic vibe, you know. Well, that much was given. Midoriya definitely had the idea to give off a mystic flair with his costume. It comprised of the standard blue tunic and leggings he'd been gifted with the Knight of Brigand's defeat, held together with a thick brown belt around his waist. He switched his normal red shoes for top green-colored boots. He wore dark fingerless gloves that extended up his forearms and beneath the arms of his tunic. The gloves would cover his noticeable scars without impeding on the intricate finger movements that were sometimes necessary when conjuring and shaping his magic. Additionally, Izuku had bright vermilion cloth strands wrapped around both his forearms, creating what appeared to be cloth vambraces, extending from his wrists to just below his elbows. In his hands was his green cloak of levitation, which had calmed down from its hissy fit earlier. As he exited the tunnel to join his classmates, Izuku threw the cloak over his shoulders with an elegant swoosh, allowing it to clasp onto his backside naturally. You all look like cool proper heroes in training now. All Might excitedly exclaimed. Now let us commence with your first combat training exercise. Excuse me, sir. Iida stepped forward and raised his hand to grab All Might's attention. Will we be simulating outdoor urban battles like the entrance exam? On the contrary. All Might replied. We'll be jumping ahead 2 steps and focus on indoor urban confrontations instead. On the whole, battles with villains occur more frequently outside. However, statistically speaking, you're going to encounter the truly atrocious villains during indoor clashes more often. Hostage situations, house arrests, backroom deals, the truly intelligent villains that all heroes must watch out for, will always be hiding in the shadows. All Might continued. For this assignment, you'll be split into hero and villain groups, and engage in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Indoor battles without basic training first. Saya questioned. Only in a real battle can one truly understand the basics. All Might responded. However, the trick with these bouts is that you're going up against other real people, and not the simple robots that were used during the entrance exam. The class erupted into questions. How will you determine who wins and who loses? Can we still go all out? You won't threaten us with expulsion, will you? How do you intend on splitting up the class? This cloak looks prettier. Minor Midoriya's. As so many questions. All Might nearly wilted under the bombardment of questions, his lack in teaching skills becoming readily apparent. He pulled out a teaching script as discreetly as he could, and addressed all the relevant questions thrown his way. Here's our scenario. The villain groups have to protect a nuclear weapon hidden in their designated lairs, while the heroes are trying to relinquish the weapon from their grasps. All Might explained. For the heroes to win, they must either capture both villains or touch the nuclear weapon in the allotted time. The villains must either defend the weapon the whole time or capture both heroes. And the teams will be decided by this. All Might continued, holding up a box for all of one to see. Drawing lots. Drawing lots? Iida questioned. Is it wise to determine team composition so haphazardly? Pro heroes don't always have the luxury of determining who they team up with before a battle, Midoriya explained to him. Makeshift teams are often created on the spot between heroes of different agencies. So we must be prepared to look ahead that far when we become pros. Huh? Iida mused. I see. Truly, there's much for me to learn here. Well said, young Midoriya. All Might praised the boy as he dug his hands into the box. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Team A. Kasuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Team B. Ijiro Kirishima and Fumikichi Tokoyami. Team C. Denki Kaminari and Ichako Uraraka. Team D. Minoru Mineta and Tori Hagakure. Team E. Kyoka Jiro and Momo Yaoi Rosu. Team F. Izuku Midoriya and Yuga Aoyama. Team G. Rikio Sato and Hanta Siro. Team H. Mizo Shoji and Sayu Ase. Team I. Mina Shido and Koji Koda. Team J. Masahiro Jiro and Tanya Iida. All the girls in the class, and I get paired with the invisible one, Mineta quietly lamented, although a swift boot to the head proved Hagakure was still close enough to hear him. You're not even gonna be subtle about it, ha, Mineta, she chided. And the first teams to fight will be All Might rummage through boxes labeled heroes and villains. These guys. All Might raised 2 balls for all of wanted to see. Team A and Team C. Team C will be the dastardly villains, and Team A will be the intrepid heroes. All Might proclaimed. Us? The villains? Kaminari asked himself worriedly. I guess it doesn't matter if I was assigned to be one of the heroes or one of the villains, since I'd still be fighting the 2 strongest students in the class. Woohoo. Let's give it our all, partner. Uraraka cheerfully slapped Kaminari on the shoulder, though it did little to assuage his fear of facing Bakugo and Todoroki in battle. Those 2 were downright scary to him. Todoroki maintained his typical dark, stoic face, as All Might announced he would be up first. He gave no notable reaction to his teammate or opponents, and he merely stood at attention, awaiting further orders from his teacher. Bakugo was far more expressive and upset. He gnashed his teeth together, frustrated that he wouldn't get to pound Deku into the ground and make him remember his place. To make matters worse, he was paired with Todoroki, the guy who screamed condescending to him. And Katsuki Bakugo loathed condescension. He couldn't stand to be looked down upon by anyone. Whatever, Bakugo mentally scoffed. I'll just fly in, beat those 2 buffoons, and be done with it as quickly as possible. Everyone else should head toward the monitor room while I lead our first 2 teams to their designated battle areas. All Might declared. Izuku hurriedly joined his other classmates in walking toward the monitor room, leaving behind an irate Bakugo, an emotionless Todoroki, an eager Uraraka, and a disquieted Kaminari. Villain teams will go in first and set up. All Might informed the 4 students gathered outside their designated building. After 5 minutes, the hero team will enter and the battle trial will commence. All Might handed Bakugo and Todoroki basic schematics of the building for them to peruse, while he led Uraraka and Kaminari to a door leading inside. Young Uraraka, young Kaminari, I encourage you to try and view this assignment from the perspective of villains. All Might advised. This will be pretty close to a real battle, after all, so don't feel like you can't or shouldn't go all out either. Should anything go too far, I'll stop the battle immediately. Understood, sir. Both Uraraka and Kaminari exclaimed, although the latter did so with much less pep in his voice. Oh man, what are we supposed to do? Kaminari addressed Uraraka as they ascended the building to the floor. All Might informed them the weapon was located. You saw Bakugo and Todoroki's quirks during Mr. Izawa's test, didn't you? Their powerhouses. And scary ones at that. I wouldn't lie, I'm intimidated, too, Uraraka confided. Of Bakugo especially. He helped me during the entrance exam, but when I approached him to thank him yesterday, he snapped at me instead and told me he didn't know what I was talking about. Yeah, that guy doesn't seem very sociable in the slightest, Kaminari muttered, rubbing a hand through his hair. But even with the odds stacked against us, we shouldn't just roll over for them. Uraraka said determinedly. I'm sure if we use our 5 minutes wisely, we can come up with a strategy of some kind to eke out a victory. What do you suggest? Kaminari asked, his worry slightly elevated by Uraraka's determination. Well, for starters, we should definitely avoid a direct confrontation with them as much as possible, Uraraka explained. Let's forget about trying to capture them and focus entirely on keeping the bomb out of their hands. I can help create and gather debris. Kaminari added. And you can use your quirk on it all to obstruct them, as well floating the bomb up to keep it out of their hands. Now you're talking. Let's show those heavy hitters that we're not to be messed with. Bakugo grit his teeth and audibly grumbled to himself as he studied the floor plans, taking in as much information as he could, before their 5 minutes of prep was up. Even though he was angry hell, when could he find a reason to be upset? Bakugo wasn't about to hold back on his first assignment for basic hero training. He was the first one up essentially, and this was the perfect moment to show off his skill to the rest of the class. He would show them just how far above the mark he was compared to them, and how they were just extras compared to him. Especially Deku. You gonna sit there looking all emo and shit, or are you actually going to look over these plans with me, you damn half and half bastard? Bakugo angrily snapped at Todoroki, who was sitting quietly off to the side. Aside from the fact that he hadn't said a single word, he also hadn't taken a look at the floor plans All Might had given them. Bakugo was more than okay with Todoroki staying the hell out of his way, but he'd be damned if he lost the trial, because his battle partner wouldn't prepare because he didn't care. I don't need to look them over, Todoroki replied coolly without even bothering to cast even a simple glance toward Bakugo. Though, I get it, Bakugo seethed, crumpling up the plans in his hands, and igniting them with an impulsive explosion. You think you're too good to even bother planning ahead? Are you looking down on this assignment? Are you looking down on me? Bakugo was really steamed now. Hell, he'd even take Deku as his battle partner over half and half. At least Deku was responsive, and he could derogate the loser all the while, too. This guy, on the other hand, was just infuriating. Todoroki didn't reply this time, merely crossing his arms and keeping his eyes firmly fixated on the front door into their designated building. Bakugo swore he could hear the guy muttering quietly under his breath, which was uncomfortably reminiscent of Deku. He unclenched his fists and let the smoldering embers that were once the floor plans drift to the ground. Half and half better not be muttering about him. The 5 minutes are up. All Might's voice reverberated throughout the area and their communication pieces. Heroes, begin your assault. Villains, prepare your defenses. Finally, Bakugo punched his fists together, raring to go all out right at the start and demonstrate his superiority for all his classmates to see. I'll end it before those losers even know what hit them. Bakugo blasted the door right off its hinges, pausing with satisfaction as its metallic report echoed through the whole building. It was as if it signaled the villain's inevitable defeat. Bakugo roared and prepared to propel himself forward with his explosions, only to find the chilly hand of Shoto Todoroki stop him dead in his tracks. Stay back, Todoroki spoke almost dismissively. I'll end this. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Bakugo roared, moving to slap Todoroki's hand away, but it had already been lowered. Stop looking down on me. I don't care what you do, just stay out of my way, damn it. But Todoroki had already put his own plan for a swift victory into action. His eyes crept over his right side from his already covered left side as he slammed his foot down on the ground. Glacial sheets erupted from where his foot impacted, encasing the entire building in an instant, coating concrete and steel alike under frigid bluish-white. A sudden rumbling noise emanated from upstairs. A moment of crackling static later, and All Might's voice echoed loud and clearly. The villains are incapacitated and have surrendered. The weapon remains undamaged. Victory goes to Team A, the heroes. Bakugo looked on, his visage twisted by horror, shock, and outrage as the quick triumphant win he played out in his head was snatched away by Todoroki. This wasn't a team victory. This wasn't Bakugo's victory. This was Todoroki's victory. Keisuke Bakugo couldn't do a damn thing. And all the other students of Class 1 had witnessed it plain as day. Author notes, and the battle trials kick off. I told you all to expect some pretty significant differences from canon, didn't I? I planned on putting Bakugo and Todoroki on the same team for this arc for a long while now. It just seemed like a perfect way to deal a hefty blow to Bakugo's ego and superiority complex, without playing out the same scenario of Midoriya versus Bakugo that we've all seen 100 times already. Speaking of Midoriya, he got teamed up with an unusual partner for next chapter. Aoyama. I can already tell that'll be a fun one to write out. Anyone willing to wager who he'll be fighting against? Wink wink. Feels nice to just relax with some relatively normal high school teen antics, instead of demons and darkness, and wetnut, isn't it? Oh, don't worry, shit's gonna hit the fan when USJ comes around. But for now, let's just enjoy the relative levity of some kids training to become heroes, shall we? As always, feel free to follow favorite if you haven't already and you like what you see. And leave a comment, too. Actually, scratch that, because I have to address something. If you're a guest and you're leaving a comment review on my story, that's all well and good, but please don't leave multiple comments under different names or aliases. I have review moderation activated, and I can tell when this is happening. It's pretty apparent and obvious, at least to me. One single comment cogent, cohesive, comprehensible will suffice, trust me. Multiple comments by a single guest gives the impression that more people are interacting with the story than they actually are, which I don't particularly like. I don't say this as a slight, just more of a personal preference. Thank you. Next chapter. Izuku's Battle Trial. Until next time. Plus Alter. Chapter 32. Team Fabulous. AN. If any of my readers are French or speak French, please don't crucify me if I mistakenly butcher the language in this chapter. The 5 minutes are up. All Might's voice reverberated throughout the building speakers and their communication pieces. Heroes, begin your assault. Villains, prepare your defenses. Kaminari locked eyes with Uraraka, just as he'd finished bringing the latest bit of rubble and spare junk, broken off pipes, busted pieces of concrete, etc. for her to make weightless. He glanced up at the papier match bomb they were tasked to protect, floating off the ground and resting against the ceiling, out of reach by conventional means. So long as they themselves didn't compromise its outer shell, anything pretty much went in terms of preparation, and All Might allowed it. A loud boom rippled through the whole floor, the vibrations violent enough to nearly make Kaminari and Uraraka sway where they stood. They didn't need to ask to know what it was. One of the Team A members, probably Bakugo, had just blown the first floor door right off its reinforced hinges. We've got to make this quick, Kaminari began saying, turning toward the only door leading onto the third floor. Todoroki, however, hadn't even given him enough time to finish. A flash of blue and white suddenly filled Kaminari, and Uraraka's view as sheets of ice burst into the room, crawling along the floor and creeping up the walls and ceiling like frigid vines in a wintry garden. The ice had ensnared them in its glacial grasp in an instant, rooting their feet firmly where they stood, but that wasn't the worst of it. Kaminari! Uraraka yelled, slapping her hands on the boy's shoulders, in an apparent effort to make him weightless and float above Todoroki's onslaught. But the sudden attack and subsequent entrapment had caught Kaminari completely off guard, startling him horribly. He hadn't done it on purpose. He hadn't done it while registering Uraraka's hands on his shoulders. Nevertheless, Kaminari activated his electrification out of a pure defensive reflex. Sparks and shards flew into the room's walls before the surge died down within a couple seconds. It hadn't done much, their feet were still firmly trapped in the ice. The faintest of a whimper reached Kaminari's ears, and he felt the sensation of soft, petite hands slipping down his body. Uraraka, still frozen where she stood, had slumped against Kaminari's backside, utterly unconscious from the power of his quirk. Uraraka. Kaminari trembled. No response beyond a pained whimper. Uraraka. All Might, we surrender. Kaminari all but screamed into his earpiece. We surrender. A moment of crackling static later, and All Might's voice echoed loud and clearly. The villains are incapacitated and have surrendered. The weapon remains undamaged. Victory goes to Team A, the heroes. Uraraka's hurt. Kaminari exclaimed to All Might. Please. Send some medical help or something. Worry not, young Kaminari, we have robotic medical personnel on standby to cart any wounded students to Recovery Girl if needed. All Might replied. We'll have her out of there in a jiffy, don't you worry. No, shit. The angry voice of Bakugo reached Kaminari's ears, along with the trudging stomps of his heavy footsteps through the ice. Bakugo burst into the room, a maddened gleam in his eyes as he glanced around the room. He glared daggers at the incapacitated Kaminari, and down Uraraka for but a moment before looking up toward the ceiling. There, cocooned in a thin layer of ice, was the fake bomb, completely undamaged even by Todoroki's merciless ice. It must have required an immense amount of control to wield such power so masterfully. It was a kind of control Kaminari was sorely wishing he had a few moments ago. Todoroki soon entered in behind Bakugo, casually and nonchalantly observing the quick carnage he'd wrought on the room and its occupants. Lazy eyes fell upon the still frozen figures of Team C. Hold still, he instructed Kaminari as he approached him. Todoroki placed his left hand near Kaminari and Uraraka's bodies, and began emitting a heat intense enough to instantly begin melting the icy confinement off their bodies. As Todoroki freed Team C, Bakugo swore under his breath and stomped right back out of the room, not even casting another glance toward Kaminari or Todoroki. Kaminari thought he looked angry enough to collapse from a coronary. How dare that half-and-half bastard get in my way? Bakugo thought bitterly as he stormed out of the building and toward the monitor room. How dare he steal my win from me? He made me look like a weak, worthless fool on camera, in front of all those extras in our class. In his petulant rage, Bakugo made sure to kick every stray pebble and rock that dared lay in his path. The thought of being seen as weak in the eyes of the rest of his class was made all the more worse when he remembered Deku was sure to have watched it all go down as well. Deku, Bakugo mentally hissed. As if he needed that loser to have another reason to continue looking down on him. Damn him. And that Todoroki. He would grind them both up and remind them of their place eventually. And so Bakugo kept marching on, plans for one-upping Todoroki already forming in his head. He didn't even pay any heed to the procession of diminutive-wheeled robots rolling toward the building he was stomping away from. Back inside the building used by Teams A and C, Kaminari wriggled uncomfortably and impatiently, as Todoroki's heat ate through the ice, gluing him and Uraraka to the floor. He was becoming increasingly worried now. Uraraka had still not regained consciousness and remained slumped against his back. Todoroki's eerie silence did nothing to relieve the tension, either. Finally, Kaminari felt Uraraka's body weight begin to slip. Forcing himself through what little ice remained, he twisted his body and caught Uraraka before she could fall limply onto the still frosty floor. Uraraka. Kaminari pressed a hand against her neck. A pulse could be felt, not weakened in the slightest. She was also inhaling and exhaling just fine, another great sign. Oh, thank goodness. Oh? I guess I should thank you too, huh? Kaminari looked up at the coldly passive face of Todoroki before standing up. Thanks for freeing us, now we can get Uraraka the help she needs. Kaminari landed a friendly pat on Todoroki's shoulder, only to be beset upon by a string of oppressive thoughts and whispers. They were thick on his ears, flowing like honey yet dripping like acid as they prickled at his very psyche. The help she needs is distance from you, the voiceless words intruded in his mind. You caused this, you hurt her, some hero you are. You hurt her. The words repeated without end, bombarding Kaminari's mind relentlessly. You hurt her. Todoroki slapped Kaminari's hand away from his shoulder, giving the blonde boy a look of marked disinterest. He turned away and withdrew from the room just as the robotic personnel entered, beeping amongst each other, and drawing out a stretcher to carry Uraraka out on. Right as Todoroki exited the room, Kaminari collapsed onto his knees. The malicious, taunting voices had ceased jabbing into his brain and ears, but there was no respite in sight for him. In lieu of the wraith-like voices, an indomitable maelstrom of fear, despair, and guilt descended on him, weighing his thoughts down with ceaseless amounts of self-blame. My fault, Kaminari muttered, forcing himself onto his feet as he shambled after the robots carrying Uraraka out. This was my fault. The monitor room where All Might and the rest of Wano would be watching the battle trials unfold from was abuzz with various chatter here and there during the 5 minutes of prep for teams A and C, with Iida vainly attempting to rein everyone else in. However, a heavy silence quickly filled the room as they witnessed Todoroki launch his ruthless wave of ice, ending the match pretty much right as it began. The cameras remained mostly intact until Kaminari's surprise surge. The monitoring Wano's students caught a brief glimpse of Kaminari and Uraraka, being immediately overwhelmed by the tenacious frost, before the third-floor camera gave way to static. All Might pressed a hand to the communication device lodged in his ear before announcing Team A's victory. He then pressed a button, ostensibly signaling for the robot personnel he'd assured Kaminari were on the way. While we await the remaining members of Teams A and C to return to the monitoring room, let's review the battle trial we just witnessed, shall we? All Might addressed the other students. Sir? Ejiro raised his hand to speak. Does that really count as a battle trial? I mean, it was pretty much over in an instant. Such confrontations are not uncommon in the real world of pro heroes. All Might responded. Forget the flashy videos and juicy sound bites that the media likes to eat up and plaster everywhere. The best heroes must always anticipate and strive for battles that will be resolved quickly. The quicker a battle, the less likely damage will be inflicted on your surroundings, nearby innocents, and even yourselves. Anticipating the unpredictability of makeshift teams, making quick judgment calls, and using our foresight as properly as possible, Iida pondered grimly as he caught sight of Uraraka being wheeled out of the building and down the road to Recovery Girl's care. Truly, the hero course will push us to our absolute limits, starting from day one. Let's start with our unsuccessful villains, Team C, shall we? All Might continued on with the lesson. Who among you spotted the pros and cons behind their preparations and execution? Well, Izuku raised his hand. They made good use of their quirks during prep time. They avoided damaging the bomb, which would have resulted in an instant forfeit. Astute observations, young Midoriya. All Might praised the boy. And what about cons? They failed to properly plan for Todoroki's ranged attacks. Yoi Rose spoke up next. Their preparations for rubble obstruction may have fended off Bakugo for a little bit, but they failed to factor in any way to effectively keep Todoroki at bay. Excellent. My thoughts exactly. All Might said. When facing off against two opponents with differing quirks and combat styles, it's better to factor in both opponents at least a little bit, instead of focusing on just one, which may allow you to get completely blindsided by the other. And what about our intrepid victors of Team A? All Might asked. What pros and cons did any of you notice about them, aside from winning instantly? Asui asked, tilting her head. Well, Bakugo went out of his way to study the floor plans meticulously, while Todoroki went out of his way to not injure Team C too badly, while also securing the bomb without destroying it. But they definitely lacked teamwork and cohesiveness, Iida added. Bakugo was unreasonably hostile while Todoroki was unreasonably reticent. Given all these observations, who would you say was the MVP of the first battle trial? All Might asked. I'd have to say Uraraka, Izuku spoke up again. She remained the most productive during the prep time out of all 4 combatants, making the most out of her quirk before and during the trial. It seemed she even tried to use her quirk on Kaminari right as Todoroki attacked, but she just wasn't quick enough. As she had managed to pull it off and float Kaminari above the ice, they may have still had a chance to fend off the heroes. You make a strong case, young Midoriya, and I'm inclined to agree. All Might said with a nod. Keep in mind that the MVP of a match does not necessarily have to belong to the winning team. The door into the monitoring room swung open at that moment, the 2 members of Team A and the sole, remaining member of Team C entering. Well, Bakugo stormed in, muttering furiously to himself and keeping his eyes locked squarely on the ground. Todoroki merely strolled in with an air of his usual indifference, and Kaminari appeared downright distraught, fidgeting with his fingers nervously. Izuku was watching Bakugo sympathetically. He knew that a swift victory like that would never go over well for someone like him, especially when delivered at the hands of another. Kaken would just never accept a victory that he himself did not earn through merit and skill alone. Putting the hostility aside, Izuku could understand Bakugo's base frustration. The battle trials were combat-oriented, and he didn't get a chance to show off what he was made of to the rest of the class, and All Might, no less. The hell you looking at? Nerd Bakugo caught sight of Midoriya staring at him, forcing the boy to stammer out an awkward apology. Bakugo huffed and put a fair bit of distance between himself and the rest of the class, brooding in a corner with his arms crossed. Young Kaminari. All Might addressed the blonde boy. While not brought up in the review of your battle trial, I must commend the care you exhibited for your fellow teammate. Even though you were put into the perspective of a villain for this assignment, that did not stop you from taking your partner's injuries into account both before and after I ended the trial. Well done. Thanks, Kaminari weakly replied. And if you're worried about young Uraraka's condition, don't be. All Might continued. I just received word from Recovery Girl. Your teammate is conscious, and her injuries were not nearly as severe as you may have initially thought. Kaminari responded with a barely visible grin and nod of his head, before retreating toward the back of the class, standing off mostly by himself, and avoiding all inquiries from his peers. As he walked around the crowd of classmates, he moved right by Midoriya, who was staring intently at him as he passed by. Something's not right, Izuku thought, eyes darting from Bakugo to Kaminari to Todoroki. Each were standing some distance away from the rest of the class. Each were wrapped in their own world, their own thoughts. Each seemed off in their own way. The aggressive aura surrounding Kakin was by far the easiest to explain, though would likely be the hardest to resolve given his nature. The aura surrounding Todoroki and Kaminari, however, was far more enigmatic, despite the parallels he'd drawn yesterday when he almost bumped into the former. It's difficult to put into words, Izuku mused to himself as All Might continued on with the lesson, fetching the villain and hero boxes to draw the next teams out of. It seems almost phantasmal. But not just on Todoroki anymore. Kaminari has a similar ambience to him, too. Was he like that yesterday? Was he like that earlier today? Let us determine which teams will clash next. All Might announced, forcibly drawing Izuku's attention back to the lesson at hand. Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts. Maybe he really was just reading too much into it. Still, he would at least check up on Kaminari after class ended. And the next teams are. All Might raised the lettered balls for all to see. Team B versus Team F. Team B will be our villains, and Team F will be our heroes. Team F. Izuku's eyes widened. That's me and, bonjour, Sir Midoriya. The gallantly dressed Aoyama suddenly appeared at Izuku's side, causing him to jump slightly. Izuku took note of his partner's costume. His chestplate, boots, and bracelets were adorned with violet and gold details, with a glittering cape and a red winged visor covering his eyes. With your cloak and my far superior cape, we truly make an avant-garde pair. Let us win the day in the name of our newly christened Team Fabulous. Team Fabulous. Izuku blinked. Really? Does it not sound appropriate? Aoyama said, directing his vain, closed smile at Izuku. He brushed a fringe of blonde hair curving down near his eye. By what other name would the heroes of Team F be called? What a stroke of luck it is for you, Midoriya, to be paired with the sparkling hero that puts the Fabulous in Team Fabulous. Wait, if you're the Fabulous, then what about me? Izuku asked. Why, you put the team in Team Fabulous, bien entendu. Aoyama gave another brush of his hair and let his cape billow slightly. It'd be no team if I were sparkling all by my lonesome. Alright, Izuku said. He didn't really know how to respond. This may have been his first ever interaction with Aoyama, but Izuku simply couldn't get a good read on the guy. He wouldn't complain, though he certainly could have had a worse partner. Izuku stole a quick glance over at Kakin. Vanity aside, Aoyama also seemed peppy and friendly enough for Izuku to feel confident about their potential teamwork and coordination. They would need it if they wished to stand a chance against their opponents. Speaking of our opponents, Izuku mused as his eyes wandered around the room, searching for the familiar spiky red hair from the entrance exam. When he found Kirishima's face, Izuku saw that the members of Team B were silently staring right back at him. Kirishima sported an excited grin that belied an anxiousness of sorts, while Tokoyami remained nearly as stoic as Todoroki, studying the members of Team Fabulous like a hawk. They were all sizing each other up for the coming clash. Well, Izuku was the only one from Team Fabulous doing any sizing up. Aoyama had yet to stop pontificating about his sparkling wardrobe, blissfully unaware that Izuku had stopped listening to him. Alright. Follow me, sinister villains and aspiring heroes. All Might exclaimed. I will lead you to the next designated building, since the first is no longer fit for today's testing. Team Fabulous were the first to depart the monitor room, with Izuku wearily letting his partner drone on and on about his costume, quirk, and his French heritage. All Might was about to follow behind, but Team B caught him at the door. All Might, sir, Tokoyami spoke respectfully. Before we depart for our fated battleground, might we stall you for but a moment? Now, no asking for tips, Team B. All Might gently chided. As your teacher, I have to grade and judge all my students fairly without playing favors. Especially given your status, young Kirishima. Oh no, we're not gonna ask for tips. Kirishima corrected. We just wanted to quickly run something we came up with by you before you lead us to our battle site. Kirishima motioned for All Might to lean down. He did so, and Tokoyami whispered something indiscernible in the man's ear before stepping back. Our despicable villainous strategy still remains within the boundaries of your rules, I believe. Tokoyami asked. Following the letter of the law, but not the spirit, are we? All Might said, stroking his chin contemplatively. You are correct, young Tokoyami. Assuming you two prepare properly during your 5 minutes, you won't forfeit the match. Nevertheless, I'll be monitoring your prep carefully, and I won't hesitate to declare Team F the winners, should you make a critical mistake. Kirishima and Tokoyami gave their thanks, and were promptly led out by All Might, toward the building where their match against Team Fabulous would be staged. Bakugo had watched them all depart with thinly veiled interest. Alright, Deku, Bakugo seethed mockingly. Let's see just how good your training with that flunky Dr. Strange really was. Moments later, All Might had teams B and F at their appropriate station. a building schematically similar to the previously used one. It was a boon of ground beta that many of the buildings were modeled so similarly. To allow for multiple testing areas in the event, some structures became unusable during hero training lessons. As per the rules, Kirishima and Tokoyami the villains entered first to begin their preparations. All Might handed Midoriya and Aoyama floor plans of the new building, and promptly departed back to the monitor room. Izuku wasted no time in poring over the plans, mentally scribing as many doors, windows, and stairwells before the trial began. Aoyama also leaned over to get a look, though it didn't seem he was paying nearly as much attention. "So how shall we go about this, my confrere?" Aoyama asked, twirling his cape. "Shall we go the flashy route and make use of your portals? Or shall we go the flashier route and use my naval laser to sparkle our way in?" "Neither will be great ideas," Izuku responded. "My portals aren't really usable until we get inside, and your laser would be impractical." "Hua? What do you mean?" Aoyama questioned. "To put it simply, I can't create a portal just anywhere," Izuku explained. "I need a clear, accurate mental image of where I want to go. And I can't do that when I can't visualize what the building's interior looks like. These schematics don't give a clear enough picture, either." "Worry not, Monamai." Aoyama flashed a closed smile and posed dramatically. "I shall blast our way to victory." "What panache?" H. Hold up, Aoyama. "We don't want to risk destroying the bomb, especially since we don't know what floor it's on. We could cause ourselves to forfeit." Izuku's protests were interrupted by an enormous blast emanating from the top of the very building they were poised to infiltrate. The rumbling subsided as thick plumes of dust and smoke billowed up into the sky. "Your 5 minutes are up," All Might exclaimed through the earpieces. "Heroes, begin your assault. Villains, prepare your defenses." Letting his cloak of levitation unfurl, Izuku slowly levitated up to the building's second floor, floating from window to window until he found one unlocked. He gave Aoyama a thumbs up and flew back down, wrapping his arms around his partner's waist, in order to lift him up. Izuku let out a grunt as the cloak strained to carry the both of them to the window. Apparently they were pushing the cloak's weight limit. "How de class," Aoyama muttered as he slid the window open as silently as possible, swinging himself into the dimly lit hallway feet first. Izuku floated in right behind him, eyes darting up and down the hall suspiciously. Izuku grimaced. Both ends of the hall made sharp 90-degree turns, further limiting Izuku's potential use for long to medium-range portals. "Alright, we're in. Now our next step should be to look out," Izuku yelled, shoving Aoyama out of the way as he raised a hasty barrier against a blur of red and black that rounded the corner in front of them like a guided bullet. Kirishima's heart and fist collided with Izuku's barrier, shattering it instantly. The force sent Izuku rolling and sprawling down the hall, gasping for breath as he struggled to his feet. The recoil also knocked Kirishima back against the wall. However, he quickly recovered, and his dark crimson form came barreling down the hall toward Izuku once more. Aoyama was nowhere to be seen. "Sorry, Midoriya," Kirishima yelled. "All Might told us villains to prepare our defenses, but I've always thought that a great offense makes for an even greater defense." Meanwhile, back in the monitor room, All Might and the rest of Wanna silently observed the first clash between Team B and Team Fabulous. "Young Midoriya, young Kirishima. What will you both do now?" All Might silently mused. "How will the successor of the Sorcerer Supreme and the successor of the Symbol of Peace fare against one another in combat?" Author notes, and the battle trials continue. I hope you all enjoyed the interactions between Midoriya and Aoyama. Aoyama in particular proved to be way more enjoyable to write than I initially thought he would be. An amusing blend of vanity, cowardice, insecurities, and selflessness that I look forward to writing more about very soon. Todoroki sure has been acting weird these past couple chapters. And now whatever's inflicting him seems to have passed on to poor Kaminari. Midoriya seems to have noticed it somewhat, though. Whatever could be ailing them. Oh well, that's for the next arc. We still got battle trials to finish and USJ to cover. Next chapter. Ijiro Kirishima, a continuation of the current battle trial and the Genesis flashback behind his inheritance of One for All. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 33. Ijiro Kirishima. So long as you've got a manly spirit, it doesn't matter what your quirk is. No sentence or phrase had ever inspired Ijiro Kirishima as greatly as those spoken by the chivalrous hero. Crimson Right. With such a stellar reputation for being as fearless as he was reckless with a similar hardening type quirk to boot, how could Kirishima not look up to the man? How could Kirishima not aspire to become a hero like he had, running headlong into danger to fight and rescue without a shred of fear gripping his heart and mind? But those same words that sowed seeds of hope and a deep-seated desire for heroism also brought with the clouds of doubt to cluster around his mind whenever he looked inward. They were words he had tried time and time again to embrace over the years, especially as the time to decide on a high school, and therefore his future, drew ever nearer. Did Kirishima really believe in Crimson Right's words? Did they truly resonate with his heart, or was it all merely a facade, a mask to cover what he really wanted, much like how he considered his bravado and easygoing nature to be a mask for his real cowardly self? Did quirks really not matter in an age where flashiness and popularity were of paramount importance for pro-heroes? Could he, with his history of dullness, ever hope to rise to the ranks of those heroes he'd held in such high regard, like Crimson Riot and All Might? Or would he be doomed to a fate of dull mediocrity, a mediocre hero with a dull, simple, bland, hardening quirk? And even if his quirk did not matter in the grand scheme of things, surely his ever-present fear, which seemed to run through his veins as thickly as his blood, did. The manly spirit. Fear and regret. They seemed so contradictory. Mutually exclusive, even. Kirishima had asked himself for many a night while in bed, if one could have a so-called manly spirit and still possess feelings of fear. It wasn't until a certain incident that he'd finally reached a conclusion. No. Ishido's friends had been in danger. Kirishima could vividly recall the girls, backs against the wall, cowering and trembling as that bulky, cloaked man towered over them with his demands. He recalled their stunned silence, and the man's subsequent defense. He recalled the man's anger, lashing out at the building before him, grinding brick and granite to dust in his palm, as if it were brittle to the touch. Most strikingly damning of all, however, was the sensation of stiffness in his legs, arms, mouth, entire body. That terror seized every muscle in his being, rendering him still, unable to help or move in the slightest. If Ishido hadn't come along when she did, ending the confrontation with her misdirection, Kirishima didn't want to think about what might have happened. But he did anyway. And the thoughts of what could have happened were as startlingly vivid as the memories of what had actually occurred. TCH. Forget the dullness of his quirk. Kirishima supposed he could learn to tolerate being a bland, bottom-rung hero, if he thought he'd be satisfied living as such. No, dullness was the least of his concerns. A person could still become a legal pro-hero even if they were dull, or at least they could even if they were perceived as being dull by the rest of the populace. But could a person become a pro-hero even if they were a coward? Could a coward like him become a pro-hero? Kirishima. Ishido's voice pierced through his melancholic ruminations. Are you alright? Kirishima blinked, and he suddenly found himself staring into the green metal face of his locker. How long had he been standing there with his bag and books in hand, staring off into space like someone who was catatonic? He turned his head and saw Ishido standing to his side, gazing at him with concern in her eyes. Her eyes, blazingly bright yellow eyes boring into him, made all the more intense by the pitch-black glare they resided in. They didn't just seem concerned, they seemed aware. As much as Kirishima used to think he could get lost in those deep, deep eyes for hours on end, they carried an intensity that proved too much for him to be caught staring at for more than a second. It was an intensity that he wished he had in his own eyes, in his own spirit. I'm fine, Kirishima lied through his sharpened teeth as he forcibly turned away. That emo look on your face says otherwise, Ishido said, placing her hands on her hips. You still mulling over your aspiration report? They're due at the end of the week, and I know you're one of the only ones left who hasn't turned it in. What? No. Kirishima objected. I've already decided. Oh yeah? Where were you thinking? Ishido said with a grin. Are you planning on coming to UA with me? No, I was thinking Doroido Technical with my other friends. Kirishima chuckled and lied through his teeth yet again, the crumpled up aspiration report suddenly feeling inexplicably heavy in his pocket. Ah, that's a shame, Ishido said. Anonimo Kirishima would be right at home at UA, I'm sure of it. If you say so, Kirishima forced a grin and turned to leave, but a pink hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to halt and shudder. Kirishima, really, Ishido said, almost pleadingly. Are you sure you're alright? You can always talk to me. I'm fine. Kirishima exclaimed, stepping away briskly to separate his shoulder from her slender hand. I just don't want to be late for class. Her intense eyes on his dull backside. Her smooth, delicate hand on his hard, sharp shoulder. He feels so ecstatic when he encounters these sensations, yet simultaneously wishes Ishido wouldn't waste such interactions on him. He likes her. He really likes her. Yet he couldn't possibly hold a candle to her, let alone be within her league. She is dazzling and interesting. He is dull and boring. She is smooth and delicate. He is unappealing and rough. She is heroic. He is cowardly. He likes her. But deep down, he can admit that he is also jealous of her to some degree. In his mind, Mina Ishido is truly everything he isn't. And then he finds the hologram projector. In a fit of rage and self-loathing, he had thrown a book at his bookshelf, knocking the projector onto the floor, and causing it to activate. There, he witnessed the very recorded interview with Crimson Riot that made him a fan of the man play out in its entirety. This time, the words Crimson Riot said and the things he spoke of gave Kirishima reason to pause. They made him think more carefully than he had when he was merely a child looking for a hero, and they made him doubt. He didn't doubt himself, however, he began to doubt his own doubt in himself. It was a refreshing dose of clarity, hearing his supposedly fearless idol admit without a shred of shame that he constantly felt fear when he threw himself into the heat of battle and tragedy. Not only that, but he outright condemned anyone who would claim to be devoid of fear. What is a manly spirit? It's the attitude one carries within their very souls. Kirishima recalled Crimson Riot's lofty words. It has nothing to do with being confident or fearless. I throw myself into danger to save people because I chose to become a hero. I made that decision, so I have to follow through with it no matter what. No regrets. That's the manly spirit. A life led without regrets. As his heart surged with encouragement, Kirishima yanked out his crumpled-up aspiration report, flattening it out on his desk with his palm. He rewrote UA on the form, but instantly paused afterward. Was he being too hasty? He now possessed a greater understanding of Crimson Riot's words, sure, but did that mean those words could still be applied to himself? To have a manly spirit meant being capable of living life without regrets, and Kirishima definitely still had more than a few hanging over his head like gnats that wouldn't disperse, no matter how many times you swatted them away. He now knew what the manly spirit was. He now knew how to attain it. But what he didn't know was if he was capable of attaining it. Crimson Riot could force himself to do what Kirishima could not. Move to help those in need when the time came. Kirishima was quickly reminded of Ishido's friends, and how his body didn't move for them when it needed to. This is all too much to think about. Kirishima shouted and stood up, kicking his desk. He stormed out of his house without another word, leaving his wrinkled aspiration report behind on his desk, withered and worn. I can't make up my own mind. The walk and some air are exactly what I need right now, Kirishima thought as he walked aimlessly down the sidewalk. He dug his hands into his pockets and kept his eyes firmly locked on the ground, not looking far ahead to see where he was walking, and not particularly caring, either. He just couldn't get the meaning of those words out of his head. Crimson Riot seemed to accept his own fear embrace. It even but would a hero with a manly spirit tolerate Kirishima's perceived cowardice. It's not about confidence. It's not about fearlessness, Kirishima thought as he strolled despondently down the street. It's about being decisive, sticking to your decisions, and not living in regret of those choices, right? But how can I get past the regrets I have now so I can live without regrets in the future? His answer came in the form of a strained cry for help coming from around the next corner. Jolted from his musings, Kirishima hurriedly rounded the corner to search for the scream's source. Nothing. Another yell, louder this time, emanated from an alleyway halfway down the block. The yell was quickly reduced to little more than muffled whimpers, as Kirishima sprinted toward the alleyway and peeked around the corner. Toward the end of the alley was a young girl, her back pressed against a grimy old dumpster as three miscreants surrounded her, obviously up to no good. The girl, who looked no older than Kirishima, was sobbing, as her bags were violently yanked out of her grasp. The thugs tore them apart and shifted through what appeared to be fresh groceries and other personal effects, stuffing what seemed most interesting and valuable into their pockets, while everything else was discarded and dropped to the ground. Hey, it didn't have to be this way, girl. The man directly in front of her, large and broad-shouldered, wearing a grungy vest and equally dirty pants, cooed. But I don't appreciate being blown off by a cute little thing that don't know any better. So consider this a rudeness tax for your transgressions. Yeah, rudeness tax. His underlings parroted. So how about you talk to me like a civilized human being? The man leaned in and sneered. Or do I have to take even more from you? Kirishima shuddered as he peeked around the corner, witnessing this blatant robbery go down. Recent memories flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he was watching Ishido's two friends cowering before the towering brute, his monster strength demonstrated on the nearest brick wall, as he threatened escalation if they did not comply with his demands. The true crisis had been diverted because of Ishido's timely and heroic intervention. But Mina Ishido was nowhere near the vicinity of this scene. There was no one around but Ijiro Kirishima to intervene on this girl's behalf to prevent a robbery from descending into something undeniably worse. I have to do something. Kirishima screamed to himself as he tried to step forward, shout, draw their attention away from the girl. Anything. Am I going to be a coward yet again and stand by and do nothing? I save people because I'm a hero. Crimson Riot's words echoed in his head. It's because of that decision that I rush to help people no matter how afraid I might be. The manly spirit dictates that I always follow through with my decisions, no matter what. Is this where you found yourself when you decided to become a hero, Crimson Riot? Kirishima thought as he shakily raised a foot up. Forcing yourself through indecision, knowing full well that even though there were people you failed to save, giving in would surely mean more losses. Kirishima planted his foot down, his first true step forward. I don't feel confident in the slightest. I'm completely racked by fear. Kirishima took another step. But none of that matters, right? The manly spirit in my soul just needs me to make a decision and to follow through with it no matter what. Just like you said. And I've decided, Kirishima whispered aloud, scooping up a pebble into his hand, that I do want to become a hero. The lead thug leaned in to grab the girl, but paused as a pebble bounced off his thick skull. He and his companions turned around and faced the black-haired boy, blinking with confusion as the boy appeared to be confronting them. The hell do you want, brat? The thug asked disdainfully. I am here to stop you. Kirishima yelled back, raising his fist. So get away from her. The thugs were quiet for a moment, registering Kirishima's heroic declaration before bowling with laughter. That's a funny one, kid. The thug laughed derisively. Alright, since you made me laugh, I'll let you off with just a warning. Now scram. The thug was met with another pebble, hitting him squarely in the jaw. Any amusement he found in Kirishima's antics quickly drained away as he began stomping over to the boy, who stood his ground. The wise guy, huh? The thug asked, towering over Kirishima. The boy was standing his ground, but the fear in his eyes and body language was more than a little tangible. Yeah, you act tough, but I can see you shaking in your shoes, brat. I gave you a chance to walk away quietly, but I can see you're a little rough around the edges when it comes to smarts. The imposing man swung his fist, smacking Kirishima across the chest and sending the boy sprawling. The man winced ever so slightly from the impact and inspected his hand after the blow. Yeesh, you're literally rough around the edges, the man muttered as he flexed his hand. You got a hardening type quirk like me, huh? Too bad you got stuck with a dull kind of hardening, though. Kirishima struggled to catch his breath from the blow, but he slowly picked himself back to his feet, much to the thug's surprise. He had activated his hardening across his torso, absorbing much of the force behind the man's swat. Still, it had packed quite a wallop for a simple swipe. I said I'm going to stop you, Kirishima declared again, taking another step toward his opponent. So give her back the stuff you stole, and get lost. He was met with a far harder blow across the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a groan. The thug had swung both of his fists this time, and he seemed unaffected by the roughness of the activated hardening of his skin. You got some nerve, kid, the thug taunted. Do yourself a favor, and stay down. Do yourself a favor. Kirishima roared as he forced himself up on his feet once more, again stepping toward the thug with every intention of stopping him. He had made his decision, and now he had to follow through with it. It was the only way to see if he could truly have a manly spirit. And give up. Again, the man crashed his gargantuan fists against Kirishima's body, pounding him into the ground as the two lackeys and their victim watched one, the former rooting and cheering their ringleader on, while the trapped latter sobbed from the brutality of it all. And so Kirishima and the thug became trapped in this brutal song and dance, with the man thrashing the boy in spite of his hardening, and the boy relentlessly getting back on his feet to rush the villain, swinging his fists vainly before greeting the ground once more. With each swing and subsequent blow, Kirishima found it increasingly difficult to physically pick himself back up. However, each sprawl to the ground made it easier than the last for him to stick with his decision, to see this through to the end, no matter what, no regrets. After so many punches and swings, Kirishima didn't even need to think about it anymore. Rats these days, thinking they can become heroes so damn easily. The thug snarled, his patience now hitting rock bottom. You have the lamest form of hardening imaginable. Let me show you just how outclassed you are, boy. The bulky man pressed his hands against one of the building's walls that constituted half of the alleyway. With a grunt, he began absorbing the very bricks that made up the building, enlarging his already ape-sized hands into giant brick appendages. Uh-oh. The boss is using his quirk. One of the lackeys yelled. Let us get out of the way first, boss. The other one added as they both scampered past Kirishima to safety. How do you like my quirk? Brick body, the thug asked a visibly fearful Kirishima. I can assimilate bricks into part of my body that I desire. It's a quirk perfectly suited for beating up snot-nosed brats who think they can play hero. Have a taste of a real hardening quirk. Kirishima had nary a moment to utter anything in comeback before a brick fist slammed against his chin in an uppercut. The other fist, enlarged and seemingly pulsing from burgundy-colored stone, grabbed Kirishima by the head and threw him down the alley. The girl that had been tormented shrieked and ducked just as Kirishima impacted against the dumpster, his hardened body piercing through the steel like a spear. He spat out a thick globule of blood as he pulled himself out, turning to see the man raise and clamp both fists together, forming a large brick-like mallet. If he attacks me with that, he'll crush this girl, too. Kirishima swiftly realized, stepping in front of the crying girl to shield her without a moment's hesitation. The only hope I have is to repel this with everything I've got. Kirishima willed his hardening to respond, sharpening his abdomen in both arms. He crossed his arms across his face and chest, just as his foe brought both brick fists down on him. He was terrified, undeniably terrified, as he realized he could very well die here. No regrets. The shadow of the fist soon dominated Kirishima's vision. No regrets. Right before he expected the impact, Kirishima clenched his eyes shut. A huge gust of wind suddenly blew through the alley from behind him, and the assuredly fatal hit never landed. Kirishima cracked an eye open as the dust settled, whitening them in full-blown shock immediately after. The large muscular figure stood above Kirishima, garbed in a red, white, blue, and gold that was recognizable to anyone in the world. A single palm was outstretched, catching the gargantuan brick fists with improbable ease. The newcomer was tall and imposing, but his presence was only intimidating to an evildor, such as the attacking thug. To Kirishima and the girl he protected, his presence and smile brought wave after wave of relief. All Might had arrived. Author notes, this was the first flashback Chapter 1 had planned for Kirishima, and as many of you will likely guess, next chapter will detail his encounter with All Might and his acquisition of One for All. The obstacles that Kirishima faces are interesting because they are a constant struggle for him. He knows what he has to do in order to maintain his manly spirit, but even by the end of the overhaul arc, he freely admits to Mina that he has a long way to go. And thus he will have a long way to go here, as well. And yes, Kirishima and Ishido will be paired together, but the pairings are mostly fluff, and will not likely take any focus from the story, even the main one. Don't sweat them. I am going to try and get the next several chapters out in rapid succession. I announced that a prequel to this story is in the works, and the first chapter has been fully drafted. However, I feel I cannot announce what it is about until the beginning of yesterday. Once I post that certain reveal I mentioned earlier, then I will publish the new story on the same day. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 34. All Might's successor, a palm. A single outstretched palm was all the symbol of peace, required to halt the crashing advance of the villain's brick fists. A single palm, with no obvious force put into it, had done in a simple movement what Kirishima believed all of his hardening could not. Have no fear. All Might announced, his smile glinting brilliantly even in the shadows of the alley. For I am here. All Might everyone else present exclaimed simultaneously. We're saved. The girl Kirishima had been trying to defend cried, falling to her knees in disbelief. What rotten luck. The thug groaned as he tried to push against All Might's hand, to no avail. His palm didn't budge in the slightest. What the hell is he doing here? What is he doing here? Kirishima thought in amazement. Last I heard, he was in Misatafu just a week ago, and now he's here in Shiba. You seem surprised to see me, villain. All Might addressed the thug. The justice of the symbol of peace is not confined to any one city on this good earth. You thought you could terrorize an innocent young girl, and admonish the righteous heroism of a young lad, and get away with it. All Might continued, drawing his other fist back. Then how's this for righteousness? Detroit smash. All Might's fist became a blur as it blasted through the villain's brick-coated hands. The shatter and spray of debris was all that Kirishima's eyes registered as the villain before them was suddenly sent flying out of the alley. He barreled through his slack-jawed lackeys, and all three of them were soon rolling down the street from All Might's admittedly low-effort punch. They rolled to a stop a ways away, reduced to little more than a groaning pile of would-be villainy. They learned a lesson on righteousness they won't soon forget. All Might said before turning to the teens he just saved. The authorities will be here shortly. Are you two alright, All Might? The girl cried and threw herself at the hero, who caught her without a moment's hesitation, holding and consoling her as she cried joyfully. You're a brave young woman for powering through that horrendous ordeal, All Might spoke softly, though his voice retained all the power one might expect from the number one hero. Although I apologize for being too late to salvage the rightful belongings they snatched from you. Unbelievable, All Might just saved us, and he's apologizing for not arriving sooner. Kirishima thought, glancing around at all the groceries that the thugs had left scattered all around them. Gosh, that's the number one hero for you. Crimson Riot might say All Might's got the manliest spirit of them all. The girl reassured both All Might and Kirishima that the lost goods were fine. She was just grateful to have been rescued. As All Might escorted them out of the alley, it appeared a few police cruisers had already arrived, apprehending the bruised and unconscious thugs that laid sprawled out on the street. Both the girl and Kirishima were checked by the police, and gave them their statements before being allowed to leave. Kirishima received the typical verbal warning regarding quirk usage in public, but was let off due to All Might's backing, and the fact the girl was relatively unharmed. Kirishima watched the scene of bustling police, curious onlookers, aggressive reporters, and escorted criminals with a determined stare. This was but a peek into the world of the authorities and pro-heroes alike, and he got to be right in the middle of it, if only for a moment. A moment that could turn into many if he so chose. That was a moment of manliness, Kirishima reflected on his actions. But could one moment override many moments of gah? Snap out of it, dude. Why is this such a struggle for you? I have to follow through with my decisions always, or else. Damn it, I want to become a hero now more than ever, but why does this have to be so hard? Well met, young man. The dignified voice of All Might broke Kirishima out of his inner struggling. Kirishima had begun wandering away from the police and the crowds, but it appeared All Might had stopped him for a brief moment. Don't think I could let you escape into the evening without first commending your heroic actions earlier. Thank you, All Might. Kirishima said, his doubts briefly replaced with sheer awe for the man standing before him. Sure, his idol and reason for adoring heroics was Crimson Riot, but how could he not have a nearly equal amount of respect for the symbol of peace, too? Getting complimented for heroic actions by All Might of all people, what a day. He displayed exactly the kind of heroism this world needs to see from the next generation. All Might said. It inspires me to see heroic acts from one such as yourself. Are you a junior high student by any chance? Kirishima nodded. Ever thought about applying to UA High? All Might asked. The world could use a hero like you in the future, young man. What say you? I am considering it. Kirishima replied, remembering he'd left UA scratched on his aspiration report. Now more than ever. This kid, could he be worthy to inherit my power? All Might pondered, giving the boy a solid look over. Should he pass the entrance exam, he may very well be in consideration. All Might suddenly stiffened ever so slightly. Crap, did I mismanage my time again today? I see. Well then, I hope that you will participate in the entrance exam next February. All Might gave a quick laugh, and turned to depart with his standard mighty leap. I hope you will take my words into consideration. A thought quickly entered Kirishima's mind as All Might turned away. Today he'd been struggling over Crimson Riot's words on what a manly spirit means, and how that meaning could impact his decision to enter a hero course, preferably at UA. If not Crimson Riot, then who else would be better to gain insight from than the symbol of peace himself? There were many burdens burgeoning from Kirishima's heart and mind, questions that needed answering, conflicts requiring resolution, and it was nearly too late because All Might was about to leap away. And so Kirishima, in his haste, did the only thing he could think of in that moment. He latched himself onto All Might's right arm as he took off. Whoa. What the heck, young man? All Might yelled in midair, the sudden weight of Kirishima throwing off his leap ever so slightly. The boy had activated his hardening quirk in his fright. Rough, sharpened fingers dug into All Might's bicep, but caused no real damage or pain to the man. This is deja vu all over again. All Might thought as he redirected his fall toward the tallest nearby rooftop. He slid to a halt as he landed, with Kirishima releasing his grip and rolling to an uncomfortable stop. The boy was up to his feet before All Might could even inquire about any possible injuries from the tumble. That was incredibly reckless, my boy. All Might said, admonishing the boy for latching onto him just as Midoriya had not even a week ago. I'm sorry, All Might. Kirishima wheezed, trying to catch his breath. You were about to leave, and I just couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Kirishima shuddered, wondering which questions he wanted to ask All Might first. I have things I need to ask you. This really is deja vu. All Might thought, stiffening up as he struggled to maintain his buff form for as long as possible. He couldn't possibly ask more than a single question in his condition. Alright, but we must make this quick, my lad. All Might conceded a little stiffly. I can answer a single question before I have to return to my duties. A single question, huh? Kirishima's mind was racing with what he should prioritize. I have so many, but if I have to pick only one, just answer me this, All Might. Kirishima pleaded. Can a coward become a hero? All Might instantly heaved a deluge of blood and deflated in a puff of smoke. Toshinori had managed to successfully keep the truth regarding One for All to himself, and an extremely small cadre of allies and friends for decades. Hell, far more people knew about the existence of magic than knew of the truth behind All Might. And yet, Toshinori was beginning to suspect that just as his Quirks' power output began a steady decline since his and Dr. Strange's climactic battle against the dreaded All for One, so too was he losing the ability to properly keep a secret. He promptly dropped his shirt, putting the horribly crippling scars that he'd received from that fateful day back under concealment. He told the same story that young Midoriya had heard powerful villain, 6 years ago, not reported by the media to young Kirishima, as the boy had introduced himself formally. The boy looked frankly stunned, and not necessarily in the same way Midoriya had been when he learned the truth. Would this young man's perception of him change with this newfound knowledge? All Might, Kirishima murmured. That's so, incredibly manly. It would seem not. Toshinori breathed a huge sigh of relief. That would make ensuring his secret being kept safe much less of a hassle. Young Kirishima, Toshinori said, trying to calm the youth. You promised to keep this revelation about me a secret, correct? Huh? Kirishima paused, his fist pumping, and blinked for a moment before nodding furiously. You bet, All Might. A real man always keeps his secrets. Just like a real man powers on through insurmountable odds to continue his heroics like you do. You have the manliest spirit of them all. That's a relief, Toshinori muttered, sweat dropping at Kirishima's emphasis on manliness. Now, about your question. Why would you ask if a coward could be a hero? The exuberance exuded by the young man instantly withered away, replaced by a virtual maelstrom of emotions, chief of which seemed to be regret, guilt, and doubt. Without warning, the boy seemed to break down, spilling to Toshinori an intriguing story of perceived cowardice and dullness. Kirishima had spared no detail. He spoke of the bullies that thought him too dull to even take seriously, the incident with the villain terrorizing Ishido's friends and him unable to assist whatsoever, and his years of admiration of the hero Crimson Riot, and his creed of the manly spirit. Toshinori thought as everything soon clocked together for him. The boy was assuredly referring to himself. All Might, I can't tell you how much I want to become a hero, Kirishima said, concluding his tale of struggle. But even after all the thought I've put into Crimson Riot's words, and even after what I did today, I just can't seem to know if it'll ever be enough to wash away my past gutlessness. So I need to know, after telling you everything, is it too late for me? Or can I still become a hero in spite of the things I've done, or rather, not done? Crimson Riot, eh? Toshinori spoke after several moments of terse silence. That explains your earlier talk of manliness. You picked a fine man to look up to, young Kirishima. Crimson Riot is indeed as noble as he portrays himself as. He is a man filled with but not hindered by fear, as am I. Kirishima blinked in surprise. All Might, filled with fear. There's no way. Kirishima jumped a little as he realized he spoke that last bit out loud. Toshinori chuckled at that. Tell me, young Kirishima. Why do you think All Might is always smiling, whether it's while saving people, fighting villains, or just posing for a crowd? Why are you always smiling? Kirishima crossed his arms, thinking about it long and hard. He thought about, first and foremost, the relief he and the girl felt when All Might first arrived to save them from that thug. Just seeing that infectious smile that All Might always bore made victory and safety seem like a guarantee. You smile too. Hell put the people's hearts and minds at ease, right? Again, Toshinori chuckled. You're half right, he said. But another important reason behind my smiling is this. I smiled to trick the fear inside of myself. Kirishima stammered aloud, flabbergasted. So All Might wasn't exaggerating when he admitted to harboring feelings of fear after all. It suddenly clicked to him. All Might's smile was essentially his way of displaying his manly spirit. It was All Might's method of following through with his own decision to be the symbol of peace that he believed society needed. His smile helped fuel his heroic persona and deeds, just as Crimson Riot's reckless and headstrong nature helped fuel his. And what I fear now is that you are being far too harsh on yourself, young Kirishima. All Might pointed at the boy. When you asked if a coward could be a hero, you were really asking if you could become one, yet the actions I witnessed of you earlier today do not paint a portrait of what you claim to be. But that was literally the first time in a long while, especially since the incident I told you about. Kirishima rebuked. It's just been a constant struggle, and now I wonder if I'll be able to dredge up that kind of resolve the next time I need to, or if I'll freeze like before. How can I prove myself worthy of becoming a hero if I can't get over this simple struggle? And since when is it bad to struggle, young Kirishima? All Might said, standing up and dusting off his pants. To struggle is one of the most important essences of being a hero. It is proof that you still have something to learn, that you can continue to grow. The struggle you refer to may be simple, but it is by no means insignificant. It is something all heroes deal with, myself included, in one manner or another. What was it Crimson Riot said about the manly spirit? All Might continued. Making a decision and following through with it no matter what. Young Kirishima, when you make the decision to become a hero, you also make the decision to engage in the very struggle you believe needs to be completely resolved every day of your life. It is that continued struggle, not its resolution, that will define you as a hero, and also a man. Toshinori paused to see how Kirishima was reacting to his words. He smiled. The young lad's confusion seemed to wither as he reflected on what was said. Toshinori knew then that his words were ringing true. The boy was truly something special after all, someone worth cultivating even. That just left one more thing. Young Kirishima. Toshinori spoke up, catching the young man's attention. Tell me. What exactly were you thinking when you stepped forward to defend that girl? What was I thinking? Again Kirishima paused to try and remember. During the very beginning, I remember sort of yelling at myself to get through the indecision. But after that, I just went blank. I guess I wasn't thinking at all, I just kept rushing the villain to try and protect that girl he was tormenting. Not very smart of me, I guess, but, Kirishima glanced up and saw a very pleased grin on the hero's face. Good. Me just running in without thinking. Indeed, Toshinori nodded. I told you that the struggle you mentioned was an important essence of being a hero, but another grander and nobler essence is self-sacrifice. To risk one's life for the lives of others. To move without thinking in order to save those in need. Such is the mark of a true hero in the making. And with your answer I've now decided. Decided what? Kirishima asked. Toshinori approached Kirishima with a steady stride, eyes sunken but brimming with purpose. He stopped directly before the boy, who was now looking up at him expectantly. He raised his hands and placed them firmly on the young man's shoulders. In Kirishima, to answer your initial question. No, I do not believe cowards can be heroes. But I more than believe you can be one. And I also believe you are more than worthy to inherit my power and become my successor. All Might proclaimed to his stunned candidate. What? Kirishima asked in what was barely a whisper, though Toshinori seemed to hear it all the same. Inherit. Successor. Of course, this is entirely your decision, my boy, All Might continued. I accept. Holy crap, yes, I accept. Kirishima cried out, shaking in disbelief. Good. Toshinori replied. Now allow me to tell you a little about my power. One for all. That's right, I've been training my ass off these past 11 months, trying to make myself as worthy as All Might believes I am. Kirishima thought as he recovered from the recoil of his first punch against Midoriya's shield. The impact had sent them both flying, though he seemed quicker on the recovery. He wasted no time in rushing right back towards Midoriya. He wouldn't give him any time to weave that weird energy quirk of his around, if he had anything to say about it. Midoriya. You've got a manly spirit, I can tell. And I've decided that defeating you will be the next big step in further cultivating my own manly spirit. Sorry, Midoriya. Kirishima yelled. All Might told us to prepare our defenses, but I've always thought that a great offense makes for an even greater defense. Kirishima drew his fist back, sharply hardening it as he prepared to deliver a devastating red counter, after tanking whatever attack Midoriya had up his tunic. Well, that was the plan he had in mind, had Midoriya not been suddenly jerked into the air, narrowly passing over his attack, and allowing him to careen into the wall like a simple-minded bull. I know from watching you up close at the entrance exam, Midoriya. You showed off your impressive manliness back then. Kirishima exclaimed as he yanked his arm out of the wall. He turned to see Midoriya levitating down toward the floor, green cloak fluttering all the while. I hope that display wasn't a one-off. Kirishima launched himself at Midoriya yet again, but the other boy's hands had begun moving first, in a familiar circular motion. A ring of circling flame appeared before him, and Kirishima couldn't stop his momentum. A wall now stood where Midoriya once was, which Kirishima careened into before he could stop or redirect his motion. With his hardening activated, it offered little in the way of damage or pain, but it sure made for one hell of an inconvenience. Midoriya had opened a portal leading directly to the other end of the hull they were fighting in, causing Kirishima to ram into the surface with his quick thinking. But Kirishima knew his opponent couldn't sustain that kind of strategy in this environment. Close quarters was a weakness he'd guessed, much like how Tokoyami possessed little physical strength himself beyond Dark Shadow's power. Midoriya should be at a disadvantage, but he showed no indication that he intended to flee or fall back to the central, more open rooms of the building, waiting for Kirishima to make the first move. His face showed no sign of frustration, exhaustion, or resignation. "You know, this battle trial is almost like a battle between men," Kirishima said, readying for another charge. "Do you intend to run and find Aoyama or stay and fight me?" Letting loose an emboldened yell, Kirishima kicked off from where he stood, adding small leaps into his rush in order to anticipate another portal, though it seemed Midoriya had more surprises to show him. Midoriya matched Kirishima with a sprint of his own, except when he kicked off the ground, he stayed off the ground. Glowing footholds seemed to emanate from beneath his top green boots, sustaining him in midair as he leaped forward. They appeared functionally similar to the giant barrier Kirishima had used as a foothold back during the entrance exam, as a launching point against the zero-pointer, only much smaller. One of Midoriya's souls landed right above Kirishima's arm as they passed each other. The dazzling and intricate foothold sizzled away as the bottom of the boot lifted off, coating his hardened arm in a shower of fading embers, and leaving a residue of ethereal warmth in its wake. Midoriya landed and slid to a halt just as Kirishima did. Both were once again facing each other from opposite ends of the hull. "Our intention was to originally stick together," Midoriya spoke, referring to himself and Aoyama, who had vanished when Kirishima threw his first punch. "Just as we thought you would stick with Tokoyami, since your physical prowess complemented what he lacks, though I guess we were mistaken. So what are you gonna do?" Kirishima asked with a knowing grin. "I've already decided," Midoriya exclaimed as the vermilion wrappings constituting his vambraces seemed to inexplicably unravel. The ends of the reddened band seemed to hover and undulate off Midoriya's arms, like textile snakes rearing to strike out. Kirishima thought they looked similar to Izawa-sensei's capturing weapon, and yet whatever Midoriya was now using seemed to be unique and distinct in ways he couldn't quite pinpoint yet. "You may not understand, Kirishima, but I feel like I have a lot to prove now that I'm here. Not just to you, All Might, and the rest of the class, but also to myself. So that's why I've decided, I'll prove myself not simply by fighting, but by winning this match, too." "Nah, Midoriya, I understand completely," Kirishima thought, grinning ear to ear at his opponent's declaration. "And I'm only getting more and more pumped up. Let's decide this match, man to man." Author notes, and there you have it, the end of the flashback sequence with Kirishima and All Might. Next chapter will be the climax and conclusion of Team B versus Team F, as well as the end of the battle trials in general. Who do you think will win? Also, as you may have noticed, Izuku has new relics that are part of his costume, aside from his cloak of levitation. And if any of you are wondering about Aoyama and Tokoyami, worry not, they will both get their time to shine next chapter. They're both characters that I personally enjoy a great deal over other one as students, so writing their interactions and action sequences will likely be more enjoyable for me, too. I don't have much else to say other than to feel free to leave a review and tell me what you think. Next chapter. You fellow defects. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 35. Our fellow defects. Izuku kept a vigilant gaze on Kirishima as the vermilion bindings constituting his vambraces unraveled. Izuku, like Kirishima, initially thought they bore a resemblance that was similar, in fact to Izawa's capturing weapon. That was before his sensei ran him through the finer points of one of his newest relics he'd been ordered to focus on before UA classes officially began. Izuku recalled clearly the hasty summons he'd received from Strange so soon after the brigand incident, and his rise to the rank of disciple. "Sensei." Izuku called out for his teacher as he stepped through a portal leading into the sanctum foyer. His voice contained a strong hint of panic and worry. Why was he called here only a few days after the battle with Brigand? Was his sensei's health regressing? "You called." "I did indeed," Izuku, Strange responded to his student as he descended the grand staircase with slow, careful steps. His tunic was slightly unraveled, and the clean bandages covering his torso where the bullets hit were clearly visible. "It's only been a few days. Don't feel like you have to get out of bed, sensei." Izuku worriedly chided his teacher. Wong said the same thing, Strange chuckled. "Unfortunately, neither of us have the luxury of time on our side in light of recent events. With my wounds, and your ascension to disciple, we need to square away the issue of your remaining training in the few weeks between now and when you begin classes at UA." Oh, Izuku hadn't foreseen this conversation. But how could he have? Just a few days ago, both their lives were in dire jeopardy from the wily brigand. He'd been too ecstatic over his master's survival to ponder the consequences of becoming a disciple. Oh? Are you going to teach me extra-dimensional magic spells? Izuku exclaimed excitedly. He recalled Strange saying that such spells like his Crimson Bands of Sidorak would only be taught to him once he became a disciple under his tutelage. Was the time finally here? No, Strange said simply, causing Izuku to falter in disappointment. My presence will be necessary for your beginning forays into drawing power from extra-dimensional entities, and as you can see, I am no condition to supervise such strenuous activities. Until I have fully recovered, such lessons will be put on hiatus. Then what kind of training do you have in mind for me? Izuku asked curiously. Sure, he was still disappointed that he wouldn't learn the Crimson Bands yet, but he still knew his sensei had alternative lessons planned in advance. These, Strange said with a wave of his hands. 2 clouds of smoke materialized above his hands, dispersing to reveal 2 peculiar objects. A pair of top-colored boots and a red fabric of sorts, unraveled and spun into a wild heap. Additional relics that will complement your hero costume quite nicely. Additional relics? Izuku asked, approaching Strange so as to get a better look. Should I not focus on ironing out my coordination with my cloak first? Strange said with a wag of his finger. Remember what I told you, Izuku. A jack of all trades, a master of none, is a far better deal than a master of one. Izuku finished the quote with a sigh. It was something Strange had said so many times he'd had it memorized for months. Strange smiled, seemingly happy his disciple was on the same page. The purpose of these relics are to bolster you in areas you are weak in, Izuku. The topic of weaknesses and areas of lacking were more than enough to cause Izuku's ears to perk. Flaws and shortcomings were things he was good at factoring in when analyzing quirks, and he'd engaged in introspection on more than one occasion. Izuku was interested to know what his sensei's observations on the matter were, and how these relics could improve his performance. The 2 biggest weaknesses are problems that many a sorcerer have trouble circumventing. Mobility and multitasking, Strange explained. I'm sure you've noticed throughout your training and battles that performing more than one spell at a time is difficult, if not usually impossible, for someone of your level. When sorcerers have a large array of spells at their disposal, it can sometimes be a daunting task to decide which spell to cast at any given moment. Precious amounts of time can be lost when committing to a spell, then deciding mid-cast to switch to another more suitable one, if you have time to switch spells at all. Izuku crossed his arms as he mused over his sensei's words. This was indeed a problem he'd noticed before. In fact, he'd encountered it during the entrance exam. He committed to using a barrier against the zero-pointer, and in doing so prevented himself from utilizing a portal to get the trapped practitioners out from behind the rubble. If that Kirishima guy hadn't been there, you have also surely recognized the lack of mobility you display when weaving spells as well. Strange continued. Casting spells, barriers, portals, bindings, bolts, etc. is difficult to do while constantly on the move. Your cloak of levitation removes this burden somewhat, allowing you to employ limited flight, while you focus on using your hands. And these 2 new relics will help minimize these problems. Izuku asked. Indeed. The ones I've selected, the vaulting boots of Vaulter and the vermilion vambraces of Vexation, will mitigate your current deficiencies and grant you additional possibilities in combat. Izuku suppressed a chortle. It seemed few relics in Strange's possession carried mundane names on par with the cloak of levitation. The training between now and the beginning of classes will be to learn the basics behind these 2 relics, Strange continued. Remember, we employ relics to take the strain of energies our bodies could otherwise not. In combat, their role is similar. By wielding relics properly, you grant yourself greater versatility in the heat of battle, freeing your hands to cast more pertinent spells, while having your items perform more mundane functions. I'll begin immediately, but I have a request, Sensei. Izuku said. Oh? Strange asked, raising an eyebrow. And what request would that be? You see, there's a certain book I've wanted to study for quite a while. Pull out all the tricks you want, Midoriya. I'll smash through them all. Kirishima yelled as he charged forward, fist geared for a powerful haymaker. He didn't get very far when the red bindings that had unraveled from Midoriya's arm shot forward, latching onto his wrists and forearms. Kirishima slid to a halt and tried yanking the fabric off his arms, but found they had adhered firmly to his body, and no amount of tugging and pulling was budging them. What the hell, Kirishima thought as he tried ripping the fabric off through sheer force. It's sticking to my arm. Is it using an adhesive like Zero's tape? The hard tugging motion snapped Kirishima out of his thoughts, and he soon found himself being swung back and forth between the walls repeatedly. His head and shoulders were banging against concrete none too gently, disorienting him until he planted his unbound, hardened feet on the floor to halt Midoriya's attack. He caught a glimpse of Midoriya's arms, shocked that his opponent's hands were free. The bindings were adhered to his forearms, too. I don't know how you're using this cloth, Midoriya, but you don't use your hands like Aizawa Sensei does for his capturing weapon. Kirishima thought as he resisted further tugging. Just what kind of support tech are you using? As Izuku had discovered through his final weeks of pre-UA training, the Vermilion Vambraces and the vaulting boots of Volter made for quite a potential combo. The Vambraces weren't entirely controlled and manually directed like Izawa Sensei's binding cloth. As Izuku learned, the Vermilion bindings would instead instantly latch onto the nearest source of energy, outside the user's own body that was within its range. And, thanks to the vaulting boots, the greatest immediate source of energy other than Izuku was now Kirishima's own body. The boots projected footholds made of energy beneath his soles, similar in structure to his barriers. And when he leaped over Kirishima's body using the boots, the energy dissipated thereafter, raining down on Kirishima's arms, and marking them as the nearest targets for his Vambraces. And the best thing about this relic combo, it left his hands completely free to cast whatever spell at his disposal that he so desired, something that he would make sure to take advantage of. Izuku brought his fingertips together and slowly pulled them apart, bright, sizzling threads of energy sparking between them. Tugging Kirishima to a still, Izuku shot his newly conjured eldritch whips toward his legs, further restricting him. Izuku almost looked like a puppeteer of sorts, with red bindings spanning from his arms to Kirishima's, and glowing string-like energies emerging from his fingertips to ensnare his opponent further. He gave another yank, trying to bring Kirishima to the floor. If he accomplished that, he could get to work fully incapacitating his foe, thus removing him from the match entirely. Once Kirishima had his feet planted, however, Izuku realized the folly of his plan. Kirishima loudly groaned through gritted teeth as he resisted the incessant tugging of the bindings. Even with the fiery threads wrapped around his knees, he refused to give in, hardening his legs to keep himself anchored where he stood. Deciding that struggling against the bindings would be useless for now, Kirishima instead determined to use them to his advantage. He quickly secured the red cloth against his arm by rotating his arms around them, before grabbing hold of the fabric with his hands. Once his arms stiffened with hardening, Kirishima gave Izuku a yank of his own, his superior physical strength becoming readily apparent as the green-haired boy came flying forward. Bad counter. Kirishima yelled as he crashed his hardened fist straight into a thoroughly stunned Izuku's abdomen, knocking both the wind and saliva out of his mouth. The strings entangling his legs instantly dissipated, allowing Kirishima to follow up with a vicious knee to the gut. I have to do my best not to use one for all against either him or Aoyama directly, Kirishima thought. A 100% attack could kill either of them. The Vambraces suddenly tightened as Kirishima tried to raise his fists into the air. Their adhesiveness didn't fade like the other threads, keeping the two of them locked together in close quarter grappling. Kirishima's physical strength far surpassed Midoriya's, but that cloak of his seemed to be adding some kind of propellant force that kept him from being completely overpowered. Kirishima elbowed and kneed Midoriya whenever he could, and Midoriya returned his own blows, but they remained bound together by those crafty vermilion bindings. And not bad, Kirishima, Izuku coughed out as both of them were lifted haphazardly into the air by his green cloak of levitation, wobbling back and forth from the extra weight. But don't think I'm out of this just yet. The cloak began fluttering, and both boys went flying as they traded opportunistic blows. Izuku directed their wild, erratic fight and flight toward the nearest wall, taking advantage of Kirishima's hardening quirk to crash right through wood, plaster, and insulation, allowing their struggling to continue all throughout the second floor of the building. Appearances were important to Aoyama. In fact, other than his costume design, Aoyama spent more time working on poses, fashion accessories, and his accent than any other activity in preparation for UA. His closed smile, vain demeanor, and his prince-like face were all necessary, in his mind, for his studies at UA. He had to show his new classmates that someone like him belonged in the hero course. He needed them to see his faux attitude and believe that he belonged there. Because if they believed it, maybe he would, too. Maybe, for once, he could see himself as what he hoped others would see him as. Normal, for want of becoming a hero with a seemingly powerful quirk, or perhaps even better than normal. But when Midoriya's barrier shattered from the force of Kirishima's punch, all of Aoyama's vanity and bravado shattered with it. His teammates' warning had given him only barely enough time to react, as shards of dissolving energy rained down on his armor and cape, briefly blinding his visor. Aoyama dropped to the floor just in the nick of time. Midoriya went sailing over him, toward the end of the hall. Kirishima experienced a similar knockback and sailed backwards. Fight-or-flight alarms were instantly ringing in Aoyama's mind, and he chose flight without a second thought. He swiftly scurried away on his hands and knees around the corner just past where Izuku had landed before either of them could fully recover. Once he was out of their sights, Aoyama picked himself up and ran mindlessly on autopilot through twisting, dimly lit halls and past stairwells leading above and below. Aoyama paused before a random stairwell to catch his breath before getting spooked by a series of low rumbles echoing through the halls, causing him to sprint up the stairs to the third floor, which was quiet and still compared to the conflict raging below. His thoughts returned to him as his panic subsided, and his gait slowed to a halt. Alright, we should probably try to stay together as much as possible. Aoyama recalled the rudimentary plan Midoriya had outlined, before they became hung up on the specifics of their infiltration. Tokoyami possesses a strong, versatile quirk in Dark Shadow, but is notably lacking physically. Kirishima, on the other hand, is far more physically durable than any of us. I think he'll stay close by Tokoyami, so they can best play off each other's strengths. We should do the same. Your naval laser against Dark Shadow and my energy rain against Kirishima should give us the edge we need to capture them or reach the bomb. Build briefly pricked at Aoyama's mind at how quickly his facade was dropped in favor of running away the moment Kirishima got the drop on them. Another rumble from the floor below, stronger and louder, jolted Aoyama, this time out of his legitimate doubt, and back into the farce that was his vanity. Tsui's Dezel, Midoriya. Aoyama thought as he ascended the stairwell once more, approaching all the way to the 5th, top floor. Judging by all that rumbling below, I'm assuming you are right that Kirishima and Tokoyami are indeed fighting together, hoping to end the match quickly through brute force. And if that's the case, the bomb should be unguarded as far from the fighting as it can possibly be. Aoyama continued with his logic as he traipsed down the dark halls of the 5th floor, guided only by the slightest glimmers of light peeking through shuttered windows. Will you valiantly hold them off? I shall secure an easy, sparkling victory for Team Fabulous. Aoyama followed the flittering specks of light leaking through the covered windows, going down the hall, until he emerged into a spaciously open room. A large wall of rubble and debris encircled the room's interior, keeping the areas closest to the walls cloaked in shadow. There, in the room's illuminated center, stood the towering form of the bomb Team Fabulous had to secure. The ceiling above it had been completely blown apart, allowing sunlight to flood into the area surrounded by rubble. Aoyama briefly remembered the large explosion he and Midoriya had witnessed coming from the top of the building, before All Might began their trial. It seemed Kirishima and Tokoyami blew the ceiling open and lined the resulting debris to form a ring around the bomb, but for what purpose? Aoyama stood by contemplatively for but a moment before tossing all caution to the wind, intending on seizing an immediate victory with a simple touch of the bomb. He gallivanted toward the illuminated object when a frighteningly familiar mass of writhing and simmering shadow snaked its way through a gap in the rubble, crashing its claws toward Aoyama. Only by quickly stumbling back did Aoyama avoid a direct hit. "Ah, so you've come after all, dazzling hero of the light," Tokoyami's hauntingly derisive voice echoed from somewhere behind the wall of rubble. Dark Shadow lifted itself into the air, flexing its intimidating claws before a trembling Aoyama. "Welcome to your tomb." The Team Fabulous leader had been dead wrong. Tokoyami and Kirishima hadn't remained together as he was hoping. Any chance of a quick and easy victory, without fighting, had been dashed upon the very rocks surrounding Aoyama. Shaking in fear, Aoyama instinctively raised his arms behind his head and fired a laser toward Dark Shadow. The beast, however, ducked and retreated, slithering back into the gaps of the hastily constructed barrier, and into the protective darkness behind it. The laser zoomed upward, narrowly missing the tip of the bomb as it soared harmlessly into the open sky, dissipating a fair distance away. Aoyama gulped at the folly of his actions. He just very nearly cost his team victory by destroying the bomb they were supposed to secure, something Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were clearly trying to goad him into doing. Quickly deciding on retreat once again, Aoyama turned tail to flee the room, but a sizable chunk of ceiling soon crashed down in front of the doorway, blocking his exit. Nothing another blast of naval laser could fix, or so Aoyama thought. Just as he prepared to fire a straight shot through his newest obstacle, he became keenly aware of a darkening shadow directly over his head. Whipping back around and glancing up, Aoyama saw Dark Shadow above him, carrying a gargantuan pile of rubble with both his claws. Aoyama bucked his hips and fired another laser, this time striking Dark Shadow's wrists. The Shadow Beast cried out before retreating back behind the wall of debris, where Tokoyami was surely and safely watching everything unfold from. The laser, much to Aoyama's dismay, also forced Dark Shadow to release the bundle of rocks it was clutching, causing it to rain rubble all around where he stood, further restricting the openness of the encircled space. "Surely you realize how unmatched you are, hero," Tokoyami called out as Aoyama scurried behind one of the rocks that had fallen nearby. The sound of shuffling rubble echoed from multiple points behind the barrier Tokoyami and Kirishima constructed from the ceiling debris, muffling his footsteps. Us villains of Team B made sure to take your irksome illumination powers into deep consideration. As per our teacher's instructions, we had to be extra careful when erecting our defenses. Any damage to the bomb, and we would have been instantly disqualified. But our preparations have paid off, and our buffer of rubbish shielding myself and keeping Dark Shadow on a veritable leash, with the central sunlight will make for a fine hero's sepulchre. Which of these rocks will make for your tombstone, I wonder? Tokoyami was clearly hamming up a villain performance for his role in the battle trial, but it was more than enough to unnerve Aoyama deeply. He stayed crouched behind a large enough piece of detritus to remain hidden, legs brought to his chest and hands held over his head as he cowered, silent and still. He nearly jolted out of hiding as Dark Shadow rushed by in a whooshing motion, clawing its way through a nearby boulder as it hunted for him. What could he do now? His quirk, something he had no great love for, had been used against himself twice now, by an opponent he was supposed to have an inherent advantage over, no less. Jump out from his hiding spot, and he'll expose himself to Dark Shadow. Fire a laser through the rubble, and he'll expose himself to Dark Shadow. Sit still and do nothing well. Dark Shadow would still find him eventually. The more he ran his options, the more stacked the desk seemed against him. Mert. Aoyama swore to himself, his frustration bleeding through his prideful face for once. Even when put up against something I should be superior to, me and my quirk are still just defective. Useless. The sparkling Aoyama proves to be lackluster once again. Normal. Better than normal. Better than defective. That was all Aoyama desired, deep down. And what could be more normal than a boy with a powerful and highly destructive quirk training, and aiming to become a pro hero? Wouldn't that be enough to make people look at him like a normal person, and not a walking time bomb? Wouldn't that be enough to get people to be friends with him for once? Wouldn't that be enough to make his family beam with pride instead of frown with worry? Papa. Mama. Why am I so different from everyone else? He recalled his painful childhood please. Why does this hurt so much? Why can't I be normal? What can I do in this situation, with a quirk like mine? Aoyama thought, clutching his head. What can I do? Aoyama's answer came in the form of Midoriya and Kirishima suddenly crashing through the floor with a yell, bobbing and weaving in midair, much to his shock and dark shadows. With a pained groan, Kirishima finally managed to wrest his forearms off of the vermilion bindings that had kept them locked together for far longer than he was comfortable with. As the bindings rewrapped around Midoriya's arms reforming his cloth vambraces, he unclasped his green cloak and sent it hurtling at Kirishima, who was still in midair from their separation. Kirishima let out a muffled yell as the cloak wrapped itself around his head and upper torso, leaving him an incapacitated and flailing mass of hardened limbs that tried desperately to pry the surprisingly sturdy cloak off his head. Izuku landed on his feet and stumbled to a knee right as Tokoyami leaped out from behind the rubble wall, presumably to aid Kirishima from his new predicament. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami exclaimed, directing Dark Shadow toward Midoriya as he landed beside the flailing Kirishima. Come forth, whips of Vasta. Izuku muttered as he connected and drew apart his fingertips once more, conjuring fiery whips from each of his fingers. He lashed his newly constructed weapons forward, striking Dark Shadow directly on its shadowy beak. The light of the whips was enough to halt the sentient quirk's advance, but was insufficient in weakening it significantly. Dark Shadow pounded its fists into the floor, kicking up clouds of dust, as it shook off the pain of Izuku's attack. Dark Shadow. Return to me. Tokoyami called to his partner as Izuku leaped backward into the cloud of dust for concealment and reprieve. Protect the bomb. Tokoyami further instructed as he attempted to tug Kirishima out of the cloak's constrictive grip. As Tokoyami attended to his ally, Dark Shadow dutifully but carefully wrapped itself around the papier-match bomb, keeping a lookout for Midoriya or Aoyama. Izuku peeked from behind the large chunk of ceiling he ducked behind, biting his lip. With Dark Shadow coiled around the bomb, victory would not be as easy as merely opening a portal to it. And even if he tried opening a portal between himself and the bomb, doing so would only give Dark Shadow and Tokoyami another avenue of attack. Not only that, but Dark Shadow's speed is surely greater than the speed of his currently available incantations. Tokoyami and Kirishima had taken both his and Aoyama's abilities into account, and planned accordingly, it seemed. He was as much impressed as he was unnerved. Speaking of Aoyama, where the heck was he? They were together at the very beginning until Kirishima attacked, and Izuku suddenly bumped into another hunched figure crouching beside him, and the both of them nearly jumped up in fright. Wait, was that Aoyama? Izuku blinked rapidly to get the dust out of his eyes so he could see clearly. Fancily combed hair. Closed smile. Gallant costume and sparkling cape. Yep. Aoyama. I was wondering where you were. I was worried. Izuku said under bated breath. But now I see you just came straight for the bomb to end the match as quickly as possible. Good thinking. Sorry I couldn't keep Kirishima restrained or weaken Dark Shadow in any meaningful way. But now that we're together again, I'm sure we can come up with a finishing plan. Aoyama parted his lips, slightly breaking his strained closed grin, as he stared at Midoriya dumbfounded. He offered no reply at first, causing his teammate to fidget uncomfortably. He actually couldn't even believe what he was hearing. Midoriya had mistaken his sudden cowardice for quick thinking, and was giving him praise for what essentially amounted to him abandoning a fellow teammate. Non, Aoyama softly rebuked after taking a nervous gulp. You are mistaken, Midoriya. Huh? Izuku blinked in surprise. I didn't split off from you because I wanted to get to the bomb as quickly as possible. Not at first, anyway, Aoyama explained. I panicked and ran away, leaving you to face Kirishima on your own. Izuku gave Aoyama a look of bewilderment. He ran away. The one student of one other than Kakin who was openly prideful of themselves, was admitting to running away. Tell me, Midoriya, Aoyama spoke softly. Are you really a late bloomer in regards to your quirk? If Izuku wasn't caught off guard before, he most certainly was now. How do you know that? He asked. A fair enough question. It wasn't information he'd openly divulged to his classmates, with only Kakin being privy to some details, and Izawa-sensei being privy to all of them. I overheard your conversation with Izawa-sensei after his quirk test, Aoyama answered. Or rather I was eavesdropping out of curiosity. Izuku stiffened. What else did you hear? He asked cautiously. That was all. I left right after hearing you first activated your quirk last April, Aoyama said. I couldn't bear to hear anything past that. Why is that? Because I became instantly jealous of you, Aoyama said, leaving Midoriya floored. I was envious of the prowess you showed during the quirk test. You've only had your quirk for a year, and yet you have so much more versatility and control over your power than I do my own. Compared to a defect like me, you're a prodigy, Midoriya. This defective power of mine, I've had it since childhood, Aoyama continued. I couldn't control my naval lasers, and frequent blasts meant frequent stomach aches and recurring pain. And my belt doesn't control my power so much as it simply stops it from leaking out at random. This is why I'm here, Aoyama forced himself to look at Midoriya. If I become a hero, I'll become something other than defective. People will think I'm useful instead of a ticking menace. But our entire class will see me as useless now that I've cost Team Fabulous the match. No, Izuku said. W what? Aoyama asked, blinking. You're wrong, Aoyama, Izuku said, placing his hands on Aoyama's shoulders. You're not a defect, and I certainly don't consider myself a prodigy. I wish I could explain myself to you fully, but I completely understand what you're feeling. Izuku slowly peeled off his fingerless gloves, letting Aoyama see his deeply etched scars in all their glory, startling his partner in the process. I know exactly what it's like to consider oneself a defect for years on end. But right now you have to trust me, as I trust you. Don't sparkle alone, Aoyama, trust the team in Team Fabulous. Aoyama's face twisted into a cross between bewilderment and weepiness. He hastily scrubbed away any tears that peeked out before placing his hands on Midoriya's. Alright. For Team Fabulous. Aoyama said resolutely. What's the plan, then? With one last mighty tug and grunt of irritation, Tokoyami finally managed to wrestle Midoriya's green levitating cloak off of Kirishima, who thanked him profusely. Tokoyami noted the cloak's durability. It withstood tearing even from Kirishima's hardening and, somehow remained actively aggressive and non-compliant, even as he scrunched it up into a more manageable bowl. It was a curious artifact, and he wondered how it was made, and from whom Midoriya acquired it from. Questions for later. Did you have Dark Shadow locate Midoriya and Aoyama? Kirishima asked as he caught his breath and bearings. Alas, I did not, Tokoyami said with a shake of his head. I prioritized protecting the bomb with Dark Shadow while I personally assisted you, taking into account Midoriya's troublesome use of portals. But thinking, Kirishima said. Time should almost be up, so I'm not sure if we should remain on the defensive or not. All I know is they'll definitely try to separate us, so. Kirishima suddenly yelled as he lost his foothold, falling through a portal that sprang up right beneath his feet. The yell simultaneously reached Tokoyami's ears from above and behind him. He whirled around and saw Kirishima slipping through the other end of the portal, out of one of the few remaining ceiling surfaces left. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes as the bright flashing light of a naval laser struck Kirishima's heart and chest, blasting him through the ceiling and out of sight. Several more laser blasts flew into the ceiling corners of the room in quick succession, reducing what remained of the roof to even more dust and debris. Tokoyami's eyes widened as sunlight poured into the 5th floor completely, eliminating all remaining shadows, as rubble now littered his previously clear and protected safe zone. Tokoyami's cover was now blasted asunder, leaving him stuck out in the open with both Aoyama and Midoriya. There were no more shadows for him to utilize for protection of his own body, and with the ceiling above the bomb already removed by Team B, there was no chance that such a maneuver by Team F would have resulted in an instant disqualification. Team B's rubble barrier plan had now backfired spectacularly. Tokoyami narrowly dodged a laser from the now openly exposed Aoyama, posing with newfound dramatic flair from atop a chunk of ceiling. In his panic, Tokoyami dropped the scrunched-up cloak, which immediately unfurled itself and flew back to Midoriya's side. I was going to suggest staying defensive, but to hell with that now. Kirishima yelled as he jumped back onto the 5th floor after being blasted outside of the building. Let's settle this for good, Team F. Kirishima narrowed his focus on Midoriya, leaping toward him with both fists reared back to deliver crushing blows. Izuku gave a low whistle, and his cloak promptly flew toward Kirishima, intercepting him and clasping onto his backside and shoulders instead of its owners. The cloak threw Kirishima off course, flying in dizzying circles and ramming him through the debris wall they'd constructed, as he tried fruitlessly to once again pull it off him. What the hell kind of cloak is this? Kirishima exasperatedly yelled. Tokoyami watched the chaos unfold as their carefully laid preparations came undone before his very eyes. He remained in a defensive posture, with Dark Shadow only slightly loosened from his coil around the bomb. He could send Dark Shadow after Kirishima to aid him, but that would leave the bomb undefended. Likewise, he could keep Dark Shadow firmly coiled around the bomb, but that would leave him utterly defenseless as he was already exposed in the open, with no more shadows to conceal himself with. Ultimately, the real threat is Midoriya, Tokoyami reasoned. I have to take him down as quickly as possible so he can't utilize any more portals. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami called his sentient quirk back to him, directing its glowing eyes toward its newest target. An isolated Midoriya. Incapacitate that troublesome hero. Dark Shadow reared back its head before twisting and slithering toward Midoriya with outstretched claws. Aoyama. Now. Izuku shouted, unfazed by Dark Shadow's rapid approach. Tres bien. Aoyama shouted as he placed his hands behind his head and angled his hip straight at Izuku. He fired a shimmering laser directly at Izuku as Dark Shadow drew nearer. What? Tokoyami thought, stunned. He fired his laser at Midoriya. For what purpose? By the time Midoriya had his hands raised and rotating in a familiar motion, it was far too late for Tokoyami to shout any command to halt, slow, or redirect Dark Shadow's movement. The portal's entrance and exit opened right before Aoyama's laser struck Midoriya. The entrance appeared in front of Midoriya, and the exit appeared directly above Dark Shadow's head. Aoyama's blinding naval laser drilled into its head, propelling it down into the floor as it screeched in agony. Tokoyami groaned as Dark Shadow's exhaustion crept into his own body, noticing that the laser wasn't short and brief like previous ones, but longer and sustained, pinning Dark Shadow's writhing head to the floor. Tokoyami dropped to his hands and knees, rendered powerless by the teamwork of Team Fabulous. Kirishima soon followed, crashing into the floor beside Izuku with a distressed yell. Izuku placed a foot on Kirishima's back, keeping him pinned to the floor with his weight coupled with his cloak. Aoyama's sustained laser subsided and Izuku undid his portals. He heard his teammate collapse to his knees, as he watched Dark Shadow's battered form slowly retreat back inside Tokoyami's body. Aoyama. Izuku panted, raising his hands again as he put his full weight on Kirishima's backside. Catch your breath and get ready. Tokoyami is down for the count, and I'm keeping Kirishima pinned. Once my final portal is open, dash through and touch the bomb. The hell you will. Kirishima groaned to himself. Midoriya. Just as you decided with your manly spirit that you would win, I decided the exact same thing with mine. Kirishima directed his fist at the floor and raised it, the raw power of One for All, coursing through his hardened appendage. I can't attack you with my full power directly, but that doesn't mean I can't use this power to win. Tokoyami. Kirishima yelled, snapping his partner out of his pained respite. Dig deep and get ready. Tokoyami settled his gaze on the red glow of Kirishima's arm. He seemed to understand instantly and braced himself while Midoriya and Aoyama seemed confused. This is my One for All. Red counter. Kirishima mentally screamed as he unleashed his inherited power through the floor beneath him, instantly causing it to shatter and open up like a fissure. Team Fabulous were caught completely off guard by Kirishima's sudden display of power. Aoyama hung onto the edge of the widening maw, while Izuku was violently thrown off of Kirishima's backside and sent plummeting into the rift in the floor. The cloak removed itself from Kirishima as he also slipped through the widening hole, soaring to Izuku's aid. As the cracks rapidly spread near the bomb, causing it to teeter, Tokoyami embraced Kirishima's words and dug deep within, drawing upon the last remnants of Dark Shadow's remaining stamina. Tiredly, Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami's torso and latched one gentle claw around the bomb, digging its other into the nearest wall, right as the rest of the floor gave way. Tokoyami grimly surveyed the damage from Kirishima's attack, as he and Dark Shadow helplessly dangled with the bomb. The damage was not restricted to just the 5th floor. Kirishima had punched through all 5 floors, leaving a sizable crater impact on the first that was visible even through the cloud of kicked-up dust. What monstrous power, Tokoyami thought. Aoyama. The sparkling hero shot his eyes open as Midoriya's voice reached him. He was hanging onto one of the last edges of floor debris for dear life. He shakily peered down, seeing Midoriya trying to soar through the raining cloud of dust, dodging chunks of concrete flooring as he slowly ascended. No such luck, a particularly hefty piece of flooring fell onto Midoriya's shoulders and backside, knocking him down until he disappeared into the dust. Midoriya. Aoyama cried out to his teammate. Time seemed to slow as Midoriya's fall played in his mind on repeat, over and over. His freckled face seemed more disappointed than pained, as if he'd accepted defeat right as the dust swallowed him whole. It caused an unexpected ache in Aoyama's chest to see his battle partner seemingly accept a loss after everything that had happened. Heck, in his mind, Midoriya was the sole reason Team Fabulous even stood a chance in this bout. He had seen Midoriya endure and dig deep more times than could be reasonably expected for the first day of classes. Aoyama glanced over to where Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were hanging from, deciding that he would dig deep, too. Midoriya, you saw fit to believe in me even after my display of cowardice. Aoyama thought as he let go from where he hung, quickly placing his hands above his head as he began falling. You never saw me as defective. You trusted me, so I'll trust myself, too. Because if I don't, how will I ever truly sparkle? Aoyama twisted his body in midair, aiming his backside directly at Dark Shadow, as he let loose one final laser blast. Aoyama was gritting painfully behind his closed smile. He could feel blood trickling from underneath his support belt, no doubt from his earlier sustained beam against Dark Shadow. Tokoyami watched helplessly as Aoyama's body soared across the gaping pit from the knockback of his naval laser, directly into the arm Dark Shadow was using to hold onto the bomb. Aoyama reached out to grab the bomb with both hands, as his backside slid down the length of Dark Shadow's arm. Tokoyami sighed, resigning himself for defeat. Victory goes to the heroes of Team F, with only seconds to spare. All Might's voice reverberated through their earpieces. Good thing too, I was almost ready to intervene. I've reclaimed my sparkle, Midoriya Aoyama muttered weakly as exhaustion seized his body and mind fully now. His grip on the fake bomb loosened, and he plummeted toward the ground, as an alarmed Tokoyami failed to grab hold of him. Aoyama's eyes fluttered shut as a flash of green zipped past his face, gripping onto his shoulders, and slowing his free fall to a halt. When Aoyama wakes up he has to squint his eyes from what he thinks is brightness. When they finally adjust, he realizes it's just the whiteness of Recovery Girl's office. His body registers the comfy sensations of his pillow and mattress, and there is a peculiar tingling around his navel area. As he sat up, he notices the diminutive form of Recovery Girl by his side. He parted his lips to speak, but she slips a lollipop into his mouth before any words can be uttered. I swear, men and their inability to show any sort of reasonable restraint, Recovery Girl muttered. At least now that you're awake, I can stop telling your friends to keep it down. Friends? Aoyama blinked and looked over to his right. In the bed next to his laid Kirishima, his arm in a thickly wrapped cast and several gauzes plastered on his cheeks and forehead. In the next bed over laid Midoriya, who was less bandaged but still looked somewhat banged up. He was conversing idly with Tokoyami, who was seated stoically between him and Kirishima. You're awake, Tokoyami said plainly, without even turning toward Aoyama. Kirishima and Midoriya exclaimed together, tossing wild glances over at Aoyama's bed before erupting in grins. Aoyama. You're awake. On second thought, maybe I do have to shush you boys up again. Recovery Girl sternly warned from her desk with a wave of her cane. Sorry. Excuses ma, Aoyama groaned as his body languished under the tiring side effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. What happened with the battle trials? The last one just ended a little while ago, Midoriya said. We just found out ourselves. Yeah, and Tokoyami and I lost royally at the last second, Kirishima said with a sigh. You really pulled through in the end, Aoyama. You've got yourself a manly spirit, too. I must admit, a pall of dread washed over my heart and mind, as I witnessed our precautions dashed to ruins before my very eyes, Tokoyami said. Still, there is no shame in admitting that Team Fabulous more than earned their victory today. And you all stuck around? Aoyama asked. Midoriya, you and Tokoyami look relatively patched up compared to Kirishima and I. Well, we thought it appropriate to wait for you to wake up, Midoriya said sheepishly. Wouldn't have felt right to just leave you behind, you know. Indeed, Tokoyami said, nodding solemnly. Uraraka asked us to accompany her back to the classroom, but we declined. You had not yet regained consciousness. No way I'd leave you all by your lonesome after trading blows with you like that, Kirishima said emphatically. Fighting man-to-man on the battlefield like that, we're practically friends, dude. Aoyama stared at his three classmates incredulously. Friends? They consider me their friend. Aoyama, Midoriya said softly, his eyes and lips taut with a strange seriousness. Do you feel differently now that the battle trial is over? Aoyama's closed smile soon flipped into a closed frown as he looked down toward his sheets. Midoriya was assuredly referring to his belief that he was a defect compared to nearly everyone else around him. I don't know, Aoyama answered. Back there, fighting alongside you and actually trusting myself just as you did, was the first time in a long while where I felt I could be something other than a defect. It's been a constant struggle of mine for so many years, I don't know if one time could possibly be enough. It's not bad to struggle, Aoyama, Kirishima suddenly spoke up. That's what someone once told me, anyway. They told me that struggling is one of the most important essences to being a hero. It's proof that you can continue to learn and grow. I concur, Tokoyami added, turning his head toward Aoyama. And I, too, can empathize with the thought that you are somehow inherently lesser for possessing a less than enjoyable quirk. Like you, I have struggled to coexist with my quirk since my childhood years, and the possibility of losing control and harming myself or those around me weighs heavily on my mind, as it does for yours as well, I imagine. My desire for normality soon transformed into a desire to prove everyone's doubts, even my own, wrong. To become a hero, a defender of light who is perpetually cloaked in iniquitous shadow, Tokoyami continued. The intensely radiant light that is our society's sense of justice will deepen the shadow I dwell in, empowering me further to defend the world's light. Such is my struggle. Midoriya looked as if he wanted to join in with his own anecdote, but held back with a small frown. Aoyama stared at Midoriya curiously, with something causing him to hold back. Aoyama recalled the brief words shared to him before they launched into the climax of their battle trial. I wish I could explain myself to you fully, but I completely understand what you're feeling. Aoyama wished to hear how Midoriya could understand his feelings so well, but he settled with the knowledge that his teammate had been telling the truth, regardless of his story. It fascinated Aoyama, the bonds of struggle that allowed the four of them to relate with and understand one another so easily. Is this what having friends is like? Aoyama wondered. If I may, I would like to make a proposal and a toast, Aoyama announced, holding his lollipop into the air. This caught the others' attention. Midoriya grinned and slid out of bed to retrieve several more lollipops from Recovery Girl, who had been sitting quietly by her desk, listening intently to the boys' talk of struggle. Midoriya offered one each to both Tokoyami and Kirishima, who accepted them readily, even though the former seemed skeptical. Should all involved parties be willing, I would like to induct our former opponents of Team B into Team Fabulous, Aoyama said. And I further propose rebranding Team Fabulous into Team Defect. Team Defect, huh? Kirishima said with a wily grin. A team of strugglers, perhaps. A team of people bonded by their struggles, Midoriya added. This is silly, Tokoyami muttered quietly. Come on, Tokoyami, you're smiling. Kirishima said, pointing at Tokoyami's beak with his unwrapped hand. True enough, the corners of his typically stoic frown were pointed up instead of down. You're embracing the camaraderie. Indeed I am. And I hate it. So we're all in accord then. Midoriya said with a grin, raising his lollipop alongside Aoyama's. To Team Defect. May our unmanly enemies forever underestimate us. Kirishima joined in. May our unremitting struggles not be in vain, Tokoyami added. And may we continue to sparkle, regardless of how others perceive our shine, Aoyama finished, popping the candy into his mouth. The other three followed suit, sucking on the hard candy for but a moment before throwing glances at each other, and erupting into a fit of laughter. Tokoyami was right, Aoyama's proposal was truly silly, but that didn't make it any less significant in any of their eyes. Author notes, and thus ends the battle trial mini-arc. I hope you all find this chapter to be a somewhat entertaining conclusion to Midoriya and Aoyama's battle with Kirishima and Tokoyami. I know some reviewers speculated about a potential tie, but it's not exactly possible to have a draw with the battle trial given its specific rules. As you assuredly know by now, the class dynamic will be very different in this story than it is in canon. That is, if Team Defect has anything to say about it, anyway. The core of Izuku's circle of friends will include those three individuals. Also, I really wanted to give Aoyama his time to shine this chapter. He's one of my favorite Wanna characters, and writing his faux vain persona is as much fun as writing Tokoyami's dreary, melodramatic personality. Plus I get to learn some French, to boot. And next chapter. Oh boy, next chapter. I finally get to reveal the prequel I've been spending the last several weeks organizing and writing about. As always, feel free to leave your thoughts in the reviews. What do you think about Team F versus Team B's conclusion? What do you think about the inclusion of new relics for Izuku to use well in combat? Will Izuku spill the beans of his magical skills to his most trusted classmates, despite Strange's warnings? Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 36. Class Representative. No sooner had the members of the newly dubbed Team Defect ceased their laughter and turned their attention to their individual lollipops, content to enjoy their newfound companionship in relative silence, did Recovery Girl make her presence known to the boys again. I am pleased to see young men making friends with each other so easily, but the nurse's office is no place for idle dawdling and socializing, she said with another wave of her cane. The four boys stopped and shared glances among each other. Midoriya's classification as quirkless for much of his life meant he was practically friendless after losing Kakin and before going to Kamertage. Kirishima, though he had past acquaintances, found friends hard to come by with a self-doubting attitude that plagued his junior high years. Aoyama and Tokoyami both developed strange quirks as children that made others view them as dangerously unpredictable for years. Although none of the heroes in training knew each other's full stories yet, the unintended irony of Recovery Girl's statement was not lost on them. Making friends was not something that came easily to any of them. Perhaps that's why it was so easy for them to befriend each other. Midoriya, Aoyama, you two are cleared. Although I'll need you both to return tomorrow morning for a final look over, as well as to remove your bandages, Recovery Girl informed them. Change back into your school uniforms before you leave. Aoyama slowly rose out of bed, inspecting the bandages wrapped around his waist and his support belt. Midoriya soon followed, carefully stretching his arms and legs. Kirishima pouted from the bed he remained confined to. Don't give me that look. Recovery Girl chastised Kirishima as Aoyama and Midoriya hobbled into separate changing booths. You have only yourself and your reckless drive to blame for the state you're in. I didn't give my all any more than the others did, you know. Kirishima protested petulantly. Nobody else ended up with a broken limb, Recovery Girl sternly corrected him, turning her sharp gaze to Aoyama and Midoriya as they emerged fully changed. Which is a miracle given the reports I received of how your battle trial was conducted. Honestly, recklessness seems to be a shared trait among all of you aside from the level-headed Tokoyami. You flatter me, ma'am, Tokoyami said with a humble bow. To be fair, madam, we would not have chosen Team Defect as our name if we did not share some flaw in common, Aoyama said with his close smile. Out. Recovery Girl lambasted the cleared members of Team Defect, her patience well for further antics running quite dry. Midoriya, Tokoyami, and Aoyama did not get very far. The door to the nurse's office had hardly opened before a large, imposing shadow crowded over the exit, blocking the three students' path. Worry not, young Kirishima, for I am here. All Might loudly proclaimed as he strode into the room, nearly barreling into three very surprised Wanna students. Ah, the rest of teams B and F are here as well. Sharing in camaraderie after a fierce battle, are we? Splendid. All Might. Izuku cried out as Recovery Girl looked to be on the verge of face-palming. Will the loud intrusions never end? She muttered in defeat. I must congratulate you all on a hard-fought performance. All Might continued, oblivious to his elderly friend's plight. I must say, you inspired the teams that came after you to truly go plus ultra. The rest of your classmates have opted to stay after class to study over the results, so you may join them if you wish to learn of the critiques before we do so officially tomorrow. I must profess some interest in our results, Tokoyami said calmly, giving All Might a courteous bow before stepping past to depart back to class. Wait for me, le Merlinoir. Aoyama called out to Tokoyami, trotting to catch up. Izuku seemed torn, looking between Kirishima, All Might, and his newly departed friends. Why couldn't we hear your critiques of us while we were all here? He asked. Well, you see, with young Kirishima here the only one seriously injured, I thought it best to speak with him privately, while everyone else convenes in class, All Might said shakily. This isn't to show bias, or anything, though. Young Kirishima will be cleared in a little while, so rejoin the others if you wish, young Midoriya. And fine job today. Izuku frowned despite the smile and thumbs up All Might was giving him. He was noticeably shaking. Did he want to have his conversation with Kirishima as quickly as possible before his quirk form gave out? Izuku had never forgotten the secret behind All Might's true form, after all. Not wanting to waste any more of his time, Izuku gave a quick nod and departed the nurse's office post-haste. All Might needed to talk to Kirishima privately, since he was the only student seriously injured during the battle trials. Izuku wondered as he sprinted to catch up with Aoyama and Tokoyami. It must have something to do with his arm breaking when Izuku paused right as he caught up with his other new friends. Tokoyami and Aoyama paused in turn, giving Izuku curious looks. Kirishima's arm glowed for but a second before he punched the floor, and the power he unleashed was devastating, Izuku pondered. His hardening quirk contains far more power than he lets on. Izuku briefly snapped out of his thoughts to reassure to his friends he was fine. Together, they began walking again toward the One classroom. Has that kind of power caught All Might's eye? Izuku wondered. Is All Might considering Kirishima to become the successor of One for All? The One classroom hadn't even slid open all the way before Izuku, Aoyama, and Tokoyami were swarmed by the inquisitive and smiling faces of their new peers. The students each introduced themselves, and Izuku was soon acquainted with classmates such as the pink outgoing Ishido, the plain yet excited Siro, and the mellow yet still sociable Jiro. Others that approached he already recognized, like the bubbly Hagakure, diminutive Mineta, and brawny Sato. Izuku tried to remain compass despite all the attention and questions being thrown his way by curious companions. Aoyama seemed to relish the attention, however, and Tokoyami stoically slipped through the crowd, taking a seat on top of his desk, as he observed the antics of 1A. Ah, Midoriya. Aoyama. Iida addressed them, raising his voice over all the chattering going on. I'm glad you were cleared in time to join our class study session. We're currently going over all the results of our Tokoyami. Tokoyami barely registered Iida with a turn of his head, as the overly stern boy raced over to him. Get off that desk this instant. It's incredibly inconsiderate. So they were all discussing the results of the battle trials. Izuku knew as much, but he was curious about the results of other 3 trials. In case you're wondering, Team D beat Team J, Team E beat Team H, and Team I beat Team G. Ribbit, a frog-looking girl suddenly spoke from beside Izuku, causing him to jump. Team E was the only villain team to actually win. Whoa. Izuku said. Thanks. I was pretty curious to know how everyone else did. I'm Sayu Asui, by the way, Asui introduced herself. I tend to be straightforward and say whatever's on my mind. Oh, is that so? Izuku said ambivalently. Only a couple sentences in, and Asui was already reminiscent to how he initially viewed Aoyama as an enigma. Yep, Ribbit, Asui croaked. Midoriya, your quirk is unlike any quirk I've ever seen in my life. Izuku tense. Was it a blunt compliment or was she being blunt with her suspicions? Thanks, I think. Don't mention it, Asui said, not dwelling on the topic any further. We were just discussing the Team D and Team J matchup. Team D won against Team J, right? Izuku asked. Wait, wasn't Iida on Team J? Iida and his partner lost. Izuku sounded surprised. Iida carried himself confidently, and his engine quirk was nothing to sneeze at. Yep, Asui said. He and Ajiro did their best to stay with the bomb, but Mineta's pop-off quirk was stickier than any of us expected. He actually incapacitated Iida's feet, and Hagakure snuck a win by touching the bomb, while Ajiro was preoccupied with Mineta. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Quirk matchups were often unpredictable. One seemingly unimpressive quirk may actually be somewhat effective against presumably stronger quirks, or could have a wider range of application than expected. Pop-off was one such quirk, it seemed. Izuku would have to brainstorm it in his quirk notebook when he got home. Iida is taking the loss seriously, so he's being very overbearing over this study session, Asui said, watching Iida continue fussing at Tokoyami, who didn't seem nonplussed about the berating in the slightest. Iida's not so bad, Izuku quietly said with a smile. He's just an overly eager individual. If you say so, Asui said, turning her full attention to Izuku. Seems you like to say what's on your mind, too. I try not to come across as too blunt, though. Izuku quickly backpedaled. He then gave the class a quick scan. There was a distinct lack of brashness and explosions that should have belonged solely to 1A. Kakin's not here, Izuku murmured to himself as his eyes honed in on his old friend's empty desk. If you're referring to Bakugo, he departed a few minutes before you arrived back in class, Asui said. He was pretty quiet. Not at all loud and rude like he normally is. Izuku turned and sprinted out of the classroom, leaving a seemingly unfazed Asui behind. Running toward the glass window, Izuku peered down and saw the form of Bakugo sulking toward the UA exit. He was quiet. Not at all rude. That's not like Kakin at all, Izuku thought. Izuku knew from his demeanor after the first trial that Bakugo was not at all pleased by the victory of Team A. Was he really that upset at not being able to do anything? Had Todoroki's power unsettled him that badly? Izuku turned to run outside and hopefully catch Bakugo before he was off the school grounds and out of sight, but he suddenly paused where he stood. For as long as he could recall, from his early childhood years before Bakugo even received his explosion court to his junior high years leading up to his accident in the ravine, an introduction to Dr. Strange, Izuku had been chasing after Bakugo. He had been chasing and following him dutifully, even in spite of what he now recognized as years of horrendous bullying, all because Bakugo seemed to embody a virtue of victory that he didn't see in anyone else besides All Might. Bakugo strove towards victory, and so he'd followed, hoping to walk that same path right behind his former friend as they became heroes. However, it became clear to Izuku that he no longer walked the same path as Bakugo still did. His path had diverged ever since his hands became scarred. His introduction to magic set him on a wildly different path toward becoming a hero. The destination was the same, but his route was one that, at best, could only parallel Bakugo's. Standing in the window, Izuku watched as Bakugo soon disappeared from view. Their paths were now distinct, and he was determined to embrace that divergence. No longer would he follow in Bakugo's footsteps, hoping to one day catch up with him. No, his was an untried path of heroics and sorcery that he needed to blaze through and forge without relying entirely on the footsteps of another. Back in the classroom for 1A, most of the remaining students were grouped together in teams of 2 to 4 people, each discussing the critiques given by All Might and each other. Most students were, anyway. 2 notable exceptions to this were one Shoto Todoroki, who instead appeared to be impassively reading over notes he'd scribed from the suggestions and criticisms given in the wake of his performance, and one Denki Kaminari, who was more or less staring sullenly at his own 2 hands, instead of his own notes. Kaminari. A soft voice gently pierced through the dread clouding his mind, allowing him to think with some clarity for the first time since his trial ended. A slender hand glided down to his desk. He glanced up, a small smile gracing his lips. It was Uraraka, appearing completely restored, thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk and efforts. Her hair was no longer frizzled, and her round and admittedly cute cheeks seemed unblemished from the discharge he'd accidentally struck her with. Uraraka, I barely noticed you'd returned to class. Kaminari said with as much pep as he could muster. I can't tell you how relieved I am to see that you're okay. I hope you know I didn't mean to. All Might and the others filled me in on what happened, Uraraka replied with a beaming smile, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. You were caught off guard, Kaminari. I know it was an accident. It happens to the best of us. These things sometimes happen in the hero course. Kaminari could hardly believe his eyes and ears as he watched Uraraka acting so diffident over what he'd done. Could she really be this forgiving and trusting after he'd hurt her so carelessly? Hey, Uraraka, Kaminari said, trying to muster some confidence together. You want to grab a biter? What kind of food do you? Kaminari groaned as whatever self-assurance he'd hobbled together quickly seemed to drain away, the cloud of dread and pernicious whispers resurging through his mind with a vengeance. He didn't want to turn around to confirm, but he felt as if Todoroki's eyes were glued to the back of his blonde head. Kaminari, Uraraka's voice once again banished the dark haze to a smaller corner in his mind. He dared to look back up at her, her cheerful and sincere disposition glowing brightly against his morose demeanor. I happen to like mochi a lot, if you want to grab a bite sometime. Sorry for bringing this up so late, but today I have a different activity for you all to complete, as Awa informed Class 1 of the next day, after going through his own observations regarding the battle trials. You all need to decide on a class representative. It's a normal classroom activity, nearly all of one thought as the room burst with excitement and chit-chat, with various students each raising their hands or outright standing up to state their claim on the coveted title of class representative. Some students, like Midoriya, Todoroki, and Tokoyami, remained far more taciturn in the wake of the others' excitement. Everyone, calm yourselves. Iida spoke authoritatively and stood up, garnering the attention of everyone in the room. Think carefully about the position Izawa-sensei is speaking of. The position of class representative is not one that should be carelessly appointed to any one of us. It is a position befitting only those who demonstrate clear leadership qualities. It is a role requiring the trust of your peers, and should be granted to whoever holds the greatest amount of trust among us. The greatest amount of trust, huh? A number of One's students thought to themselves as they pondered Iida's words, lowering their hands and sitting back down in their seats. Therefore, I suggest we hold an election process to determine our representative, Iida recommended. Everyone else discussed the idea among themselves more quietly. But we haven't had much time to get to know each other that well yet, Asi spoke up. If we focus entirely on trust as a factor, then wouldn't we just all end up voting for ourselves? Precisely why we should have elections, Iida retorted. Wouldn't it be indicative that whoever actually received multiple votes would be the most deserving of the position? Aizawa-sensei, what do you think? I don't care what you do, Aizawa said dryly as he slipped into his yellow sleeping bag. Just pick a class rep before the homeroom period ends. Elections it is then. Iida's unwavering imperiousness quickly dissolved into unmitigated disappointment and shame, as the admittedly shocking election results were fully tallied. The top two contenders made their way to the front of the class, one stunned beyond belief and shaking where he stood, the other watching her class rep with a curious, doubtful eye. The other students of One cast curious glances between those who had a single vote, those who had presumably voted for themselves, and those who had no votes whatsoever. 8 votes. Izuku Midoriya had won 8 whole votes from his classmates, including one from himself. Momoyaoi Rozu, his now vice rep, only had 2 votes. It was a distant second, it wasn't even close. Bullshit. Bakugo exclaimed, slamming his palms against the top of his desk. There's no way that damn pipsqueak got 7 votes from you other extras. Who voted for him? His eyes scanned the list of names on the board, registering which ones had 0 votes before honing in on one that stood out in particular. He whirled around and snarled at Todoroki. Did you vote for him, half and half? Though I voted for is no one's concern, but my own, Todoroki replied coolly, stoking the fires of Bakugo's rage. Iida appeared especially frustrated, but did not appear outwardly hostile as Bakugo was. Asui gave him a sympathetic look. So you voted for yourself as I thought most of us would, ha, Iida. She thought. You must have recommended elections to convince the class to vote for you. Among the sea of surprised faces, Uraraka and Kaminari stood out as they located their names on the board. They weren't among the group of zeros as they'd been expecting. They both had 1 vote each. But I didn't vote for myself. Kaminari and Uraraka thought simultaneously. Who voted for me? So it's decided then, as Awa rose from his sleeping bag, glancing at the nervous wreck that was his class's rep and his doubtful vice. Midoriya will be the one class representative. Izuku stared down at his rice and veggies, mindlessly thumbing through it as all the cafeteria conversations around him buzzed away into simple background noise. His mind was singularly focused on his newly appointed role as the representative for his entire class. He couldn't believe anyone other than himself had actually cast their vote for him, let alone 7 others. Iida said it best. It's a role requiring the trust of your peers, Izuku pondered as he rummaged through his food. But have I really earned that trust so soon in this school year? Mind if we join you, class rep? Kirishima asked loudly as he took a seat next to Izuku, slamming his food tray down with aplomb. Aoyama and Tokoyami followed thereafter, taking seats opposite of him. Kirishima. Izuku said in surprise. Aoyama. Tokoyami. I take it you are still ruminating over the results of our venture into democracy? Tokoyami asked, referring to the election. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm still reeling from it all, Izuku answered with a nod. I just wasn't expecting to win, especially by the margin I did. 7 people voted for me besides myself. I voted for you, Kirishima said plainly as he bit into a piece of meat. Really? As did I, Aoyama added. It appears Team Defect's first decision was a unanimous one. Tokoyami also joined in. I voted for you, too, Midoriya. You guys. Izuku was blown away. Didn't you hear Iida? It's a job requiring the absolute trust. Listen, man, Kirishima interrupted. I think the others here will back me up when I say you're the most trustworthy guy in the whole class as of now. You gave me trust during the battle trial, so I will repay you in kind. Aoyama said with a wink. And I made my judgment separate from the possibly corruptible influence of others, Tokoyami said. Though I must concur with Kirishima on this topic. We agree, too. Team Defect turned their heads toward whoever was addressing them. It was Hagakure, though she wasn't alone. Walking alongside her on their way to their respective tables were Sato, Kota, and Mineta. We all voted for you, Midoriya. I was going to vote for myself, but when Iida brought up his whole point about trust, I admit, I thought about you instantly, Midoriya, Mineta said with a sideways glance. Yeah, you and Kirishima both saved our butts during the entrance exam. Sato added. During the discussions, Kirishima told us in private you were way more fit for the role. Kota nodded eagerly but stayed quiet, shy and reticent as he was. Izuku looked over at Kirishima, who merely shrugged and continued munching on his lunch. It's true, he spoke through a mouthful of food. As the class has decreed, it is indeed true. Iida's authoritative voice captured their attention. The class has made its choice, so we must honor and trust Midoriya will see through his duties as class representative as dutifully as he can. Ida Izuku whispered, amazed by all the support being shown to him so freely by his peers. Despite my earlier reservations about you and my own desire to be placed into such a position, I will support you any way I can. Ida proclaimed, starting with some advice. Whatever you do as our representative, just make sure that you remain concise, clear, and bold. Not only are you at UA now, but you've been chosen to be a leader within this student body on top of that. As one of the best, make sure you act accordingly. Izuku was about to offer his sincere thanks when an alarm blared throughout the entire cafeteria, catching all the students off guard. This is a level 3 security breach. All students should evacuate outdoors promptly. A wave of panic and confusion instantly arose among the student body present in the cafeteria. Chairs and tables not secured to the floor were hastily pushed aside or overturned entirely, as the panicked throngs began pushing their way toward the cafeteria exit. Izuku and his new friends were not spared, either. Ida barely had any time to stop a third-year student for questioning, before he was swept away into the crowd, and Team Defect were absorbed into the chaotic mass, as soon as they arose from their respective seats. Hagakure, Mineta, and the others had all but vanished, too, amalgamated into a sea of UA faces and uniforms. What a panic. Everyone reacted so quickly that a stampede is formed instead of an evacuation. Izuku thought as he tumbled through the crowd, a barrage of shoulders and elbows bumping and crashing into him, as students pushed against one another on their way out. What even caused all of this? Who intruded into UA, of all places? Izuku soon found his answer as he was suddenly pinned against the glass window by some larger students trying unsuccessfully to force their way through. Gazing through a stand of trees and shrubs, Izuku spotted a crowd moving toward one of the UA buildings, their hefty cameras and long microphone devices, cluing him in on their identities rather quickly. It's the media who trespass. So it's not a villain attack after all. Izuku thought, glancing around where he could to see if anyone else had noticed. Ida, too, was pinned against the window and was watching the trespassing media goons, though he was in no better position than Izuku to do anything about it. Does no one else realize it's just a false alarm? Someone has to put a stop to this before someone gets trampled. If he had his cloak of levitation equipped, he could probably zoom to the front of the pack in no time at all. Heck, a portal would suffice as well, but Izuku had no room to circle his hand to conjure one. He swummed his way back into the farce that was this evacuation, his brain racing a mile a minute. I seem to be one of the only ones who realizes the media caused this. If anyone's going to stop this, it might as well be me. Izuku thought, his mind replaying all the voices of support that landed him in the position of class representative. He'd been placed into a position of leadership. He'd been entrusted the role by his fellow classmates. Now more than ever, Izuku wanted to show that he was deserving of that trust. Izuku spotted the pointed hair of Tokoyami bobbing and weaving through the crowd, and Izuku was immediately struck with inspiration. Tokoyami. Izuku called out to his friend, squirming through a swarm of shuddering shoulders and erratic elbows, in order to get closer to him. Midoriya. Tokoyami's head swiveled until they locked eyes. Grimacing, Tokoyami tried unsuccessfully to bridge the gap between them. This horrified horde is unrelenting. Tokoyami, listen. Izuku shouted now that he knew they could both hear each other. I think I can stop this stampede, but I need your help. Can you have Dark Shadow lift me up to the exit sign near the door? Tokoyami nodded, silently recognizing what Izuku had planned. He muttered a soft apology to all those around him for the inconvenience he was about to cause, before he drew Dark Shadow out of the depths of his body. The students around him cried out indignantly as they were pushed aside even further against one another by the shadow. Tokoyami muttered quick instructions into Dark Shadow's ear, before the creature snaked its way through the crowd. Yo, Midoriya. Dark Shadow said as it reached the boy. Hop aboard. Of course, the shadow didn't wait for Izuku to move on his own, instead grabbing him by his waist and hoisting him above the stampede. Using his elongated body, Dark Shadow stretched out far enough for Izuku to hop above the exit door, gripping a pipe for balance as he sucked in a deep breath. Be concise, be clear, be bold. Izuku recalled the quick advice Ida had given him. Everybody, calm down. Izuku yelled as loudly and authoritatively as he could, channeling his inner Ida in order to grab the attention of the writhing masses below. One by one, the students paused to look up at the short green-haired boy shaking from where he was perched. There's no reason to panic. The alarm was caused by the media, nothing more. So please remain calm as we evacuate the building. I'll even use my court to make things easier for you all. Izuku circled his free hand as the students took his words to heart, with several corroborating by finally noticing the media mass nearby. Tokoyami in particular breathed a heavy sigh of relief, drawing Dark Shadow back into his body, as the stampede came to a halt at long last. To the amazement of many of the students, a ring of flame sprouted in the doorway leading out of the cafeteria. The adjacent walls seemed to disappear, and the doorway appeared wide in just enough to facilitate a quicker exit for the students. Tokoyami recognized that Izuku was utilizing his portals, with the entrance being on one side of the cafeteria doorway, and the exit being immediately on the other, giving the impression that the doorway had actually widened. It appears we made the right choice. Tokoyami and several other 1A students still present in the crowd silently praised their class rep, as the rest of the evacuation went off without a hitch. Give it up for our class representative. Kirishima rallied most of 1A into a rousing round of applause for Midoriya, after they finished their afternoon classes, Bakugo and Todoroki excluded. He handled that stampede in the manliest way possible. Izuku remained in his seat, shell-shocked by the unexpected applause. He'd seen Kirishima whispering among the students after lunch, but he didn't expect anything like this to come of it. Seems we wouldn't have anything to worry about then, Asui said bluntly. He's more dependable than I gave him credit for, Yoi Rosa whispered to herself. That will certainly make being the vice more tolerable. TCH. Bakugo grunted and looked away, feigning indifference. Midoriya, as Awa called the class rep over to his desk. I'm about to dismiss class for the day, but there is one more task I need to run you through, since you are 1A's representative. Izawa reached into his desk and retrieved a folder, handing it to Izuku. Izuku thumbed through it briefly, recognizing the papers within his updated costume change request forms. Included among the forms were copies of the preliminary costume requests his classmates had sent in before the school year began. As class representative, you will also be 1A's official liaison to the support department, Izawa said. Run these files to the development studio, then you can head home. Yes, sir. Izuku tucked the files under his arm and departed for the development studio, giving a final wave to his classmates before he left. Much like UA's main building looked to anyone standing outside its gates, the doors to the development studio were as tall as they were imposing to anyone standing before them. Thick slabs of bolted steel towered over Izuku, with only a daintily lit neon sign giving off an air of welcome. The muffled sounds of gears grinding and machines whirring could be heard right on the other side, letting Izuku know that it hadn't been closed quite yet. As he reached out for the giant iron handles, preparing to give the door a mighty tug, the sound of a small explosion rattled through the doors. Izuku yelped and jumped backward as the vibrations ran up his arm and down his spine. Faint wisps of smoke could be seen billowing from underneath the door. Izuku cautiously tugged the door open, peeking inside. The explosion wasn't too bad. There seemed to be minimal damage to the studio, and smoke was minimal though. All the support students seemed on edge. Izuku quickly realized why after locating the epicenter of the explosion. The coughing Mei was standing over a dying contraption of some sort, beeping its last beeps before shutting off for good. Their baggy pants, work boots, and tank top were thoroughly coated in ash. Hatsume growl emanated from the back of the class. Everything's fine. All under control. Mei coughed out. Just a bit of overheated circuitry is all. Failure is the mother of invention, after all. Seems she really took Mr. Stark's words to heart, Izuku thought, grinning weakly at his support friend's antics. Midoriya. Mei cried out as her scope eyes landed on the crop of green hair standing idly in the doorway. So glad you could join us today. Have you come to witness the tech I've already built in my first couple days? Actually, I'm here too. Izuku tried to speak, but Mei wasn't having any of it, forcefully ushering him inside to peruse her newest babies. I've remodeled my standard headgear to allow for even greater visibility with my quirk, Mei said, shoving her goggled helmet into Izuku's face. I even kept the little notch in the back. Never know when another nose needs to be broken. That's great, Hatsume. Listen. I need to. Oh? Check this one out. Mei exclaimed, pushing Izuku down the row of gadgets to a belt-looking apparatus. Baby number 22. My wire arrow. Oh, is it like a grappling hook? It's a grappling hook coupled with steel wiring that can extend over long distances. Mei spoke over Izuku excitedly. This one will definitely come in handy in the future. Though I haven't come up with a baby yet that goes well with your magic MMPH. Hatsume, that's supposed to stay a secret. Izuku whispered to her frantically as he smothered her mouth with his hand, pulling away once she'd calmed down. The calm didn't last long. The irises in her eyes seemed to whiten in a manner that Izuku knew could only spell inevitable mischief, pain, or both. Hatsume had just been struck by a spark of inspiration, and she'd be damned if she passed this opportunity up. Before Izuku could mount a protest, Mei whisked him past her row of gadgets, and spun him into a seat decked out with circuitry and exposed wiring. Hooked up to the top of the seat was a dome-like object, which promptly lowered itself onto Izuku's head once he was sat down. Hatsume? Izuku nervously asked as he felt thin, prodding antennae lowering themselves down from the dome and into his hair, tickling at his scalp. What are you doing? I just realized a great way you can help me, Midoriya. Mei said a bit too cheerfully for Izuku's comfort. I needed someone to help me run this device, and no one would be better than you. Hatsume. This isn't going to explode on me, is it? Izuku gulped, noticing that many of the other students in the studio were giving him and Mei a wide berth. My newest baby will not explode on you, Midoriya, I promise. Mei said with a cheeky grin. Maybe, anyway. Hatsume. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of science. Mei yelled as she flipped a switch, activating whatever device she thrust in beneath. Izuku tensed as the antennae began rapidly combing across the top of his head in seemingly random patterns. They peppered his scalp with small continuous jolts that weren't painful, but they were incredibly uncomfortable. When the device were to halt and the scalp-rubbing antennae lifted off his head, Izuku leaped out of the chair, combing a hand through his hair to see if there was any permanent damage he needed to be aware of. He turned to chastise Mei, but all her attention was focused on a computer screen located behind the device. "Hatsume, what did you do?" Izuku asked with equal parts caution and curiosity. Mei hummed as her fingers landed one final clack on the keyboard, streams of data indecipherable to Izuku flying past their eyes before finishing with a beep. A data disk popped out of a hardware slot, which Mei swiftly snatched between her fingers. "This, Midoriya, is my newest baby," she said. "Or rather, it's our first baby." Wait, what Izuku stammered as he stepped back, visibly flustered and embarrassed. "What do you mean, our first baby?" This particular baby needs a name," Mei said thoughtfully. "Something fitting, since this came from Izuku's engrams. Perhaps Victor. Or maybe Mancha. I guess either could be a good enough starter name. Hatsume, you better not be starting work on a new piece of tech without fixing the one you just broke first." Someone barked. Izuku and Mei tuned to face the newcomer, a diminutive man sporting a large yellow helmet, reminiscent to the scoop of an excavator vehicle. He wore blue pants but was shirtless, and his metallic-tipped hands were disproportionately large compared to the rest of his body. Izuku shook with excitement. He knew exactly who this man was, and he was once again grateful to be part of a school staffed by pro heroes. "And you're not one of my students. Who are you?" The man turned his attention to Izuku. "Students who are not part of any of the support classes and who have no reason to be here should have a limited presence in the development studio for their own safety. A power loader, aren't you?" Izuku answered the man's question with one of his own, eyes glowing with adoration. "As in, the power loader. The same one that worked with the founding Avengers." "You worked with the founding Avengers, sensei." Mei jumped in, somewhat surprised herself by Izuku's question. "Oh? I'm surprised you know about all that, kid," Power Loader said, sounding almost impressed by Izuku's hero-related knowledge. If he knew Izuku better, he probably wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. "Yeah, I'm that Power Loader. Worked with the Avengers when All Might and Tony Stark founded the group all those years ago. Fell off the radar when I started doing my own thing, and well, you see what happens when you're yesterday's leftovers to the media. Big-name pros are immortalized, but sidekicks' years are always numbered. I can't believe the media were so quick to forget about you," Izuku said. "You were just as crucial as All Might in defeating. I don't know what you've read or where you read it, but that's all in the past," Power Loader said with a dismissive wave of his gargantuan hand. "Now no more tangents. State your purpose for coming to the development studio." "Oh? Right. I'm the class representative for 1A, and I was told to bring these files to you," Izuku said as he handed the folder over to Power Loader. "Ah, one of our 2 new liaisons," Power Loader said as he briefly looked through the folder. "Thanks, kid. I'll take it from here and put these where they belong. You skedaddle on back to class." "Why yes, sir," Izuku said before giving a goodbye to Mei as well. "Thanks a bunch for your help, Midoriya," Mei said as she waved him off. "Thanks to you, I now have all I need to understand you a whole lot more." Izuku shivered as he exited the studio, half wondering if Mei was referring to his skills with magic, and half wondering if she was going to be able to keep his secret for the rest of the first term, let alone 3 or more years. "Alright, Hatsume," Power Loader sighed as soon as Midoriya was out of his sight. "What is the surprise baby you said you needed to complete before the end of the first week of classes? And don't tell me to wait," Power Loader quickly said before Mei had a chance to speak. "Only a few days in, and you've already shown a propensity for explosive devices. So no more waiting. Tell me what this side project you're working on is." "It's an idea I derived from my meeting with Iron Man several months ago," Mei said. "He's a huge inspiration." Power Loader frowned, obviously displeased by Mei's statement in some way as he shuffled through the pile of gadgets she'd both finished and begun work on. "You should always be wary when deriving inspiration from others, especially men like Stark," he warned. "Your enrollment in UA's support department is meant to cultivate your own set of skills and your uniqueness, in order to prepare you for what comes after graduation. But this is going to reflect on my uniqueness," Mei retorted, although to Power Loader, it sounded almost like a whine. "I'm going to be unique in that I plan on surpassing Stark in every way I can think of. Starting with this." She proudly raised the data disk she'd retrieved from her work on Izuku. "I'm going to create an AI for the development studio that's superior to Iron Man's in every conceivable way." Clang. Power Loader had dropped whatever unfinished device he was holding in his hands. He tilted his head upward, his dull blue eyes drilling into Mei with unprecedented terror. "I mapped Midoriya's engrams and brain patterns with a modified mapper I cobbled together based off of some old theoretical schematics," Mei excitedly continued with her explanation, paying her teacher no mind. "Victor or Mancha here will be the first of many AI that I plan on incorporating into the studio. I want to be remembered as the greatest graduate to ever come out of UA's support department, and this is just the first step. I forbid it." Power Loader roared, his anger reverberating throughout the entire studio. The other students present paused their work to see what triggered such indignation in their strict but otherwise calm teacher. Hatsume, I demand that you cease all work on this project at once. What? Why? Mei asked, just as put off by her teacher's uncharacteristic display of anger as any of the other students. The worldwide regulations regarding AI have been discontinued, haven't they? I mean, Ultron was defeated by All Might over 15 years ago. I don't care, Power Loader growled. The governments of the world may have deregulated all work concerning artificial intelligence, but I will not and cannot allow such work in my studio. On our very first day of class, you told us that the best innovators out there are unconstrained by convention, Mei said defiantly, her gloved hands curling into shaky fists. And I stand by those words. Here are some new ones for you to mull over. We may be unconstrained by convention, but there will always be lines that we, as inventors, should never cross, Power Loader said as he extended a hand toward Mei. I'm sorry, Hatsume, but I must demand that you hand the data disk over to me and dismantle the mapper you constructed. Mei bit her lower lip and looked as if she was going to continue resisting or outright refuse her teacher's demands. Ultimately, however, she thrust the data disk into Power Loader's large hand without another word. She immediately set to work dismantling the engram mapper she'd used on Izuku piece by piece, cradling every fragment of the device, as if it were an actual child of hers. Power Loader watched to ensure she wouldn't half-ass the dismantling. Once he was satisfied, he turned toward his personal office, a side room adjacent to the studio. He paused and noticed every other pair of eyes present in the room still glued on him and Mei. Back to work everyone, he said with a sigh. I'll be making my rounds in a moment to grade what you've completed. The other students hastily went back to their work, and Power Loader trudged into his office with as much propriety as he could muster. He fumbled with the key to a locked desk drawer, unlocking and opening it just quick enough to toss Mei's data disk inside, where it clattered against another disk labeled Jocasta. I should destroy them, Power Loader thought as he sank into his chair for a brief respite. But should the worst ever come to pass as it nearly did all those years ago? Ah, you can't imagine how sorry I am to have done that to you, Hatsume, Power Loader continued thinking as he slowly lifted his yellow excavator-like helmet off his face, tracing an oversized metallic-tipped finger against an ungainly scar that horizontally bisected his forehead. But I can tell that you are shaping up to become the brightest, most innovative student I've ever had the pleasure of teaching here at UA. And I don't wish to see you cross the same lines I did when I created Ultron over 15 years ago. Author notes, and now I proudly present to you all the summary of this story's prequel. The Ultron Imperative. A suit of armor around the world that was what Power Loader designed him to be. Marred and corrupted by twisted views regarding the rise of Quirks, he broke free and created his own imperative. All Might and Hero Society are now all that stand in the way of his mission. And that mission, whether he admits it or not, is global destruction. Prequel 2 of Quirks and Magic. The first chapter of this story will be uploaded within the next few days. Stay tuned. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 37. The Villains Prepare. AN. The first chapter of this story's prequel, The Ultron Imperative, has been posted. You can find it listed under my profile or simply find it through the search bar. It is listed under the Avengers category, instead of the standard Marvel one. Please give it a read if you are interested. Clink. 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 Kurogiri rummaged through rows and columns of bar glasses, sifting through assortments of cordials and flutes, plucking those resting in the far back for cleaning. It was always part of his routine, his favorite part if he were being honest, while maintaining his personal bar space. It was always something he saved for last. First the jukebox would be wiped down, followed by the burgundy countertop and velvety bar stools, preceded by a meticulous sweeping of the floor. Only then would he glide behind the bar and administer his daily sanitization of the often untouched bar glasses. Such was his routine, standing idly behind his bar, retrieving glass after glass for a mindless wiping, while he relished in the silence of his workspace. It had become cathartic for Kurogiri to delve into his daily cleanings after each long day of overseeing Tamura for his master. A routine of stress demanded a routine of serenity, and the silence of the fledgling league's bar space brought more than enough calm to rejuvenate him at the end of each day. Of course, for practical reasons, Kurogiri kept his bar open to the occasional outside drifter who'd wander in for a drink now and then, but for the most part, he'd grown to detest late afternoon patrons who he saw as intruding on his relaxation. Despite the pompous demeanor he always made sure to display to friend and foe alike, Kurogiri was not a person who handled unexpected surprises or sudden changes to his routine well. After all, it had taken him plenty of time to adjust to Tamura's needs, and it would take even longer to adjust to Kiji Kakatsu. Now, Kurogiri didn't carry a particularly negative opinion about the boy. Compared to Tamura, Ikiji was typically quite polite, and could even be quite curious and talkative outside of his broody meditation sessions, and when he wasn't being chided by the master. No, it wasn't Ikiji's personality or even his presence that Kurogiri inwardly objected to, but rather, it was the sudden changes Ikiji brought onto his routine and that of Tamura that unsettled him so. Adjusting to Akichi meant adjusting to everything he represented and brought to the league. Knowledge, power, all of it. And even after the numerous rituals and sessions he'd witnessed, as well as the Operation Akamertage, it was still difficult for Kurogiri to fully wrap his mind around the concept of magic. Tamura thought similarly, if the tempestuous relationship between him and Akichi was any indication. As expected of him, Tamura used a favorite video game analogy to justify his disdain for Akichi. In his mind, to use magic is cheating, therefore Akichi is little more than dirty cheater, besmirching his league with his magic cheat code tricks. So not only did Kurogiri have to adjust to the reality that magic existed, a reality he understood his master was more than knowledgeable about, but he also had to adjust to the various unpredictable changes in Tamura's temperament that Akichi inadvertently caused by being taken under his master's wing. Joy? No wonder an increasing amount of his free time was spent idling away behind his bar. Regardless, Kurogiri resolved to oversee the two young men as best as he could, if not for his master then for his own sanity, at least. Supervising their growth these past 6 years has been no easy feat, especially given their wildly different fighting styles and battle dispositions. Kurogiri definitely found Tamura to be the easier of the two. Not only had he known that boy for far longer, but there was also far more to work with, given that his powers were grounded in the laws of quirks, not magic. Akichi was somewhat similar in that regard. He had a bone spurs quirk that caught his master's eye, but Kurogiri was at a loss when it came to the boy's forays into magic and rituals. He helped where and when he could, but most of Akichi's growth came from trial and error, as well as accidental discovery. Of course, keeping Akichi's growth at a frustratingly slow rate had been the master's plan all along. Kurogiri reached into the mini fridge situated beneath the bar, once the last glass was wiped, pulling out 2 small boxes. They were neatly folded, containing small samplings of sushi, white rice, and chopped vegetables he prepared earlier in the day. No need to bring them down to eat at the bar. After the infiltration operation at UA, Kurogiri thought it best to let the boys remain in their quarters and dress for what tomorrow entailed. With both boxes in hand, Kurogiri ascended the staircase to the boarding room situated above the bar. Tamura's room was the first on the left, and was conspicuously the farthest room from Akichi's, which was the last room on the right of the hall. Tamura's pettiness knew no bounds, but Kurogiri had thankfully long since acclimated to that fact. Kurogiri approached Tamura's door, the sound of clacking buttons and grunts of frustration, followed by the occasional expletive emanating from within. Video games were Tamura's routine of serenity. Just as Kurogiri withdrew into his own mind behind his bar, Tamura withdrew into the realms of the JRPG and fighting games. He played his games excessively, to the point Kurogiri considered it an obstruction to his training and duties. Their master, on the other hand, seemed to encourage it as a means of allowing Tamura to learn and grow in his own manner. Sensei had a surprisingly hands-off approach to teaching Tamura, allowing the boy to experiment with minimal instruction, only offering guidance when it was asked of him. Given Tamura's desire to prove himself as the rightful leader of the league, it didn't happen often, though Sensei seemed to anticipate this, watching from the shadows in amusement, as Tamura tried time after time to impress him. He could simply warp the food into Tamura's room, but Kurogiri was courteous if nothing else. He gave a light tap against the door to announce his presence, knowing from experience that the door was almost always locked when Tamura played his games. The mashing of buttons and furious mutterings came to an abrupt halt. A moment passed before Kurogiri heard a disinterested grunt, the most he was probably going to get in terms of a response to his knock. "Tamura," Kurogiri said. "What?" Tamura responded with a raspy, irritated voice. "I have brought you light dinner," Kurogiri said, and no sooner had the words come out of his mouth did the door crack open. Tamura's gangly hand reached out and snatched one of the boxes, closing the door promptly, once he pulled his hand back. In the brief moment that the door was open, Kurogiri got a glimpse of Tamura's room. It was disorganized and cluttered, with laundry and electrical cords and controllers strewn about. It was also incredibly dim, the blinds drawn shut and the lights barely giving off any luminance. What was a surprising sight given Tamura's disposition were several piles of books stacked away in a corner. They weren't regular books of poetry or classical fiction. Lord knows Tamura hated reading those, but rather, gaming books. Strategy guides, walkthroughs, magazines, etc. It made Kurogiri wonder how their master was going to convince Tamura to willingly take up and read the Darkhold, knowing of the boy's distaste for magic and disdain for non-gaming books. He suggested merely ordering Tamura to read it, but Sensei thought otherwise. The boy had to be convinced of the book's merits on his own, with as little forcible input as possible. How he was going to do that given he never gave the book so much as a second glance or thought was beyond Kurogiri, but Sensei had a storied history of defying expectations. He would just have to trust that his master's foresight had not blurred since losing to All Might and Doctor Strange 6 years ago, and that all would remain on schedule and according to plan. Time would tell. Lingering no longer on the master's schemes for Tamura's progression, Kurogiri turned toward the end of the hall, to the room that Akichi occupied. Unlike Tamura's room, however, the door was slightly ajar, and the room itself seemed significantly brighter, too. Assuming decency on the boy's end, Kurogiri wrapped his hand against the door as he cautiously strolled in, only to stop short and nearly drop his carefully prepared meal out of shock. Akichi was suspended in midair, loosely tangled in a mess of coiling threads of pure white energy. The tips of the threads were probing against and piercing through his skull, ostensibly directly into his brain. The threads themselves emanated from a series of chiquetters that at first glance appeared painted onto the floor, but Kurogiri quickly realized they were pure energy, too. The symbols were laced with various runes and symbols, spirals and arches, forming complex shapes that defied imagination as much as it did explanation. But that was pretty much magic in a nutshell, wasn't it? Defying imagination, explanation, even expectation. Small wonder Sensei was so fascinated by and well-versed in it all. Kurogiri took an errant step toward the boy, unsure of this new ritual's function, as well as his well-being. A loud creak in the floorboard beneath Kurogiri's steps seemed enough to disrupt whatever Akichi was attempting. His eyes snapped open in a panic, he collapsed to the ground, and the magic threads piercing his head swiftly dissipated back into the chiquetters whence they came, which also vanished in a weak flash of light. Kurogiri's first instinct was, of course, to rush to the boy's aid and administer what help he could, but something held him back. A familiar sensation, a presence even that lingered in the air like a malignant haze, one that was noticeable to him, but masked to Akichi. Sensei? Kurogiri asked himself. You must have had a reason for interfering in this ritual of his. That ritual, Kurogiri spoke, formally announcing his presence to Akichi. I'd never seen one such as that before. What were you trying to accomplish? It was a memory-delving ritual, Akichi said between pants. He kept his face turned away. Was he perhaps upset by the intrusion? Or was it the failure of the spell that perturbed him most? A memory-delving spell? Kurogiri wondered. He was now doubly curious as to why the master would interfere with such a venture, and also why he'd made his actions obvious to him, but masked to Akichi through dark unknown means. Kurogiri decided he'd play along for now, and feign compassion to glean more answers if possible. I apologize if my intrusion is what sparked the failure of your ritual, Kurogiri said with an apologetic bow. If there is anything I can do to either make up for it or to help you succeed in your experimental endeavor. No, Akichi said with a wave of his hands, turning to face Kurogiri now. His face showed lingering traces of disappointment, but he was making a conscious effort not to direct said disappointment toward Kurogiri directly. I am unsure what caused that backlash to occur, but there is little that you could do to help us, as there is little that even could be done about it to begin with. My progression is wildly different than tomorrow's. I've recognized that for a while now, Akichi said as he picked himself up, patting the dust off his knees. I can only utilize what scant magical knowledge all for one possesses, and experiment and train from there. His face briefly twists with resentment. I must admit, though, that being without a proper teacher these past 6 years has been frustrating. My skill with Dormammu's magic has improved greatly since joining you all, but I still feel as if my growth would have been unquestionably exponential if you would allow me to read the Darkhold. That tome is the Master's, bequeathed to him by yours after his untimely death at the hand of Dr. Strange, Kurogiri said with a bit of a noticeable edge to his voice, subtly reinforcing that no potential thoughts of treachery would be tolerated, while simultaneously rubbing salt in the wound that was Caecilius's death. In time, it will be passed down to Tamura, as is his right as the official leader of the League of Villains. Patience, Akichi, Kurogiri continued, injecting a bit more benevolence into his voice. In time, the master will deem you worthy of reading through his pages. Its knowledge, as we both understand, is vast and nearly incomprehensible. He likely worries such ceaseless knowledge would only derail what progress you've made thus far. Kurogiri walked past Akichi and gently set the dinner box at the end of his neatly arranged bed. But if you wish to prove yourself to the master, then you would be wise to prepare for tomorrow's operation. The attack on the unforeseen simulation joint, Akichi muttered. The plan to kill All Might. The so-called symbol of peace remains as much a threat to your goals as Dr. Strange does, Kurogiri said softly, helping to provoke Akichi a little. After all, he helped obstruct your late master's plan 6 years ago, by defeating your current one. Kurogiri fell silent, allowing his words to stew within Akichi's head. Satisfied that the seed of motivation had taken root, he turned to leave. Thank you, Kurogiri, Akichi suddenly spoke, stopping the wispy bartender in his tracks. Thank you for everything you've done, even if it may appear at first glance that it wasn't a lot. Thank you for tolerating me and my impatience. I know it must have been a lot to wrap your mind around with my magic and whatnot, but I appreciate your efforts nonetheless. And I promise to perform well tomorrow. If killing All Might will bring the Master one step closer to merging our world with the Dark Dimension, then I will do whatever I can. This I swear, I will do whatever All for One needs me to do in order to finish my Master's dream of saving this world. Kurogiri remained silent and still after Akichi's declaration. He gave the boy a solemn nod, hoping that it wasn't too stiff and disingenuous, before departing back downstairs. The stairs creaked with each step he took, punctuating the quietude that otherwise permeated throughout the empty bar. He ruminated on Akichi's words, quietly thankful that the boy's frustration and impatience had not yet reached a point that warranted any suspicions regarding treason. Such a good boy he's become, the sickeningly suave voice of All for One spoke through the monitor. Though this talk with his master was abrupt and unplanned, Kurogiri was not at all nonplussed by it. He had long been acquainted with his master's tendency to arrive unannounced. The memory-delving ritual Akichi was attempting to complete, Kurogiri spoke in hushed tones as he approached the blank monitor behind the bar. You interrupted it. Indeed, All for One said. The bar fell briefly back into a state of stillness, and Kurogiri wondered if his master was not going to explain his meddling after all. I will do whatever he needs me to do, All for One said suddenly, parroting Akichi's words and confirming he had indeed been listening in, too. I am pleased to see the state of dependency Akichi is demonstrating himself to be in. Now we must ensure he stays locked in that state until we are ready. And that is why you interfered with his ritual? Kurogiri asked. To ensure he remains dependent on the League. His drive to prove his worthiness to me will keep him firmly under my service, All for One said, and Kurogiri could practically hear the sneer on his face through the monitor. And his ignorance of the truth will keep him shackled in place regardless of his determination. The knowledge that even a simple memory-delving spell can offer could inspire him to seek independence and power from others outside my sphere of influence. Ikiji Kakatsu need not gain any more power than he has now, lest he surpass even my skill in magic with his own. The Darkhold will forever be kept out of his reach. He must stay on the path that I have paved for him, the path that will lead to the promised time I have prepared so long for. All for One's words hung thickly in the air, and the silence that followed was all too beckoning for Kurogiri to ignore. His body dissolved into a swirling mass, flowing through space directly toward his sensei's coordinates at the Nomu warehouse. His body quickly reconstituted within his master's physical presence, though the man gave no immediate acknowledgement to his servant's arrival. The room remained nearly pitch black as it usually was, the monitor before All for One, emitting just enough luminance to read the dark tome laid out before him. Kurogiri thought long and hard before finally addressing his master. You are referring to these so-called infinity stones, correct, sensei? Such fascinating objects, are they not? All for One said with a grin. The pages of the Darkhold began flipping rapidly, settling on a page illustrating all 6 stones beside a depiction of a golden gauntlet. With a wave of his hand, the 6 illustrations peeled off the paper, shining in their respective unique colors, as they swirled around his fingers. 6 universal essences born at the dawn of the universe, coalescing into concentrated ingots and scattering to the far reaches of time and space. Kurogiri watched silently as the 6 depictions danced above his master's hands, his fingertips lithely reaching out to touch them, only to fade through the Darkhold's illusion again and again. The Darkhold has told me much about these stones. Space, time, mind, soul, reality, and power. All for One continued. Sadly, most of their locations are beyond even the knowledge of this ancient grimoire, and all but 2 of the Infinity Stones remain well beyond my reach, lost in a universe no human can traverse. But I was not deterred, he continued, the illusions of the stones drifting away from his fingertips, and returning to the page whence they came. I became determined that if the Darkhold could not help me acquire the actual stones in their entirety, then I would use its knowledge to find the means to create facsimiles that will make up the difference. Thus, I could gather 4 infinity stones in my own manner. And Akichi is the key to one such stone, Kurogiri correctly surmised. Again, the Darkhold sprang to life, its pages flipping several times to a new section. One that listed information on the orange infinity stone they'd seen just moments before. Correct. The Soul Stone, All for One said as he peered down at the page, its contents long since etched into his mind. There are many different kinds of magic, from the space-shifting magic granted by Dormammu, to nature-based druidic magic to the white, eldritch magic used by that accursed Sorcerer Supreme. There are numerous branches of magic, and each of them abide by their own unique sets of rules. All for One trace a finger across the lines of text inscribed on the page. With some types of magic, the rules can be bent or circumvented entirely with the right know-how, others cannot be. Soul magic is one such magic that abides by strict inviolable rules, and the rule for acquiring something akin to the Soul Stone is no different. A soul for a soul. No exceptions. The scarred supervillain chuckled darkly. Akichi will do whatever I need him to do. What excellent tidings. When the time comes, when the Tintoria Tenebris is finally in our grasp, the boy will need to fulfill his most important role. Akichi Kakatsu will have to die to give me my own Soul Stone. All for One continued chuckling over the boy's seemingly sealed fate, but Kurogiri remained silent and still, not offering any more input into the conversation as he ruminated. There was a restlessness, a doubt about him that All for One quickly picked up on. You're skeptical, All for One said. I am, sensei, Kurogiri responded honestly. Forgive me if I come across as rude, but it all honestly seems too good to be true. Tamura has similar thoughts, and you know as well as I do what his stance on magic is. He considers it cheating. All for One barked out a laugh. Tamura must learn in his own manner, and I have no doubt that he will come to see the necessity of magic for our grand plans. Once he recognizes magic as a useful and necessary tool for his dreams of anarchy, he will jump at the chance to learn as much of it as he can. How can you be so sure? Kurogiri asked cautiously, being careful not to overstep his bounds. I believe our operation at the USJ tomorrow will yield a bevy of interesting results. All for one said as the hulking form of their specially designed Nomu strode out of the shadows. And I also believe said results will be more than enough to motivate Tamura and Akichi alike. Author notes, the USJ arc finally begins. All for One and the League of Villains begin moving forward with their machinations, and a plot is hatched to gather Infinity Stones through the use of magic. Their motivations for assembling the stones will not be quite like Thanos, but whatever they are, it can't be good nor can their plans for the misguided Akichi. The SJ will be an arc of motivation for a variety of characters, and I hope I've motivated you all to continue reading in preparation for this story's eventual Infinity War arc. Snap. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 38. USJ begins. 12:50 p.m. UA High. Standard morning classes were dutifully trudged through, stomachs were filled by the assiduous meals prepared by Lunch Rush, and the students of Wano were now abuzz with anticipation for today's lesson on hero basic training. Some, like Izuku, nervously fidgeted in their seats. Some, like Bakugo, were restless with impatience for All Might's arrival. Others still, like Kaminari, were wrought with tension and dread as to what mystery lesson they would have to endure today. The first official day of classes had brought about combat training, pitting classmate against classmate as they tested their quirks in a battle-oriented environment. The day after was far more studious, as each trial was analyzed from top to bottom, and with each student receiving full, formal critiques of their performances, including their strengths to build on, and areas of weakness that required improving. Izuku's biggest critique had been on his recklessness and eagerness to engage Kirishima in close-range combat, a potential disaster, given the physical handicap that was his scarred hands, and lack of physical bulk. If it weren't for the element of chaos his support tech injected into the battle, he would have been thrashed by Kirishima quite easily. I have to remember that my powers are ill-suited for close-range combat with the way I am now, Izuku thought. This could change in the future as I incorporate more spells into my repertoire, but for now, I should do my best to keep a reasonable distance from my opponents. Afternoon, class, Aizawa said dryly as he entered the classroom, without his signature sleeping bag for a change. Some of the students groaned aloud, disappointed that Aizawa had strolled in instead of All Might. Izuku and Kirishima, on the other hand, perked up with curiosity. Would Aizawa be teaching today's basic hero training lesson? Where was All Might? Today's basic hero training session has been turned into one that will include 3 instructors. All Might, myself, and one other person, Aizawa said from behind the class podium, seemingly anticipating their questions. Turned into? Izuku thought. I wonder what's so special about today's lesson that they would need multiple instructors. What will we be doing then, Aizawa-sensei? Zero asked aloud what everyone else was thinking. Shipwrecks, landslides, fires, floods, everything you can think of, Aizawa said as he held up a card much like All Might had on their first day, with this one reading rescue in big bold letters. This is today's lesson. Rescue training. Most of the class seemed to visibly perk up at the announcement, chattering excitedly at the prospect of practicing rescue operations. Such work was the cornerstone for the pro-heroes they were training to become, aside from battling wicked villains, of course. Rescue, huh? Kaminari said tiredly, slumping in his seat. I bet it'll be a lot of hard work, too. Hey, cheer up, man. Kirishima said excitedly from his seat behind Kaminari, pounding his desk with ecstatic fists, as Iida scolded him from where he sat. Rescue is the core duty of any hero. Just think about it. This is just another step toward becoming manly, dependable pros like All Might. Izuku shot a sideways glance at Kirishima. Like All Might, huh? Izuku recalled his earlier thoughts regarding the private conversation All Might had with Kirishima after the battle trials. If All Might really is considering you as the inheritor of One for All, then I bet he'll be keeping a closer eye on you, Kirishima. I'm not finished. Aizawa said sternly, causing the students to quiet down and all eyes to snap forward again. During this lesson, you can decide whether you want to wear your costumes. Aizawa pushed the same remote All Might had used, causing all of the costume slots to emerge from the far wall. However, I recommend that you do wear your costumes. Your time doing rescue training in different environments will allow you to get a good feel of your costume's limitations. That being said, the rescue training will take place at a location off campus, so we'll be taking a bus. That's all, so get ready, and be quick. With that, Aizawa turned away and lumbered out of the classroom, leaving the Onist students to collect their costumes and change without delay. One by one, they rose by column to retrieve their outfits. Rescue training Izuku remained in his seat, deep in contemplation, as his peers collected their costumes one at a time. The rescue aspect of hero work was something he'd admired ever since he was a boy, watching his idol All Might rescue countless civilians all with a smile on his face. Sorcerers were no different in that regard, especially his sensei, Dr. Strange, whom Izuku had come to admire as much as All Might, if not more so. The man had saved him from an early, watery grave, and Izuku was now keenly aware of the extra-dimensional threats he staved off as Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. If he wanted to become a skilled sorcerer and the greatest pro-hero on top of that, he would have to give it his all today, letting his instructors guide him how to best use his powers to save people. Above all other aspects of hero work, rescue was the one thing he wanted to specialize in the most. Looking back throughout his adventures up until this point, Izuku couldn't deny he probably had a leg up over his classmates in this department. He'd stopped Akichi from killing Wong at Kamertage, defended Maid during the heroin confrontation with Blackout, saved some of his own classmates during the entrance exam, and risked his own life to save his masters during the ordeal with Brigand. If rescue was the name of the game, then Izuku had a bit of experience already under his belt. But it wouldn't be that simple. As Awa-sensei had mentioned, the implementation of different environments, what exactly did that entail? He figured there was rational logic behind it. Different environments meant different factors that could affect how he used his magic when trying to rescue a person, or possibly many. One step at a time, Izuku. He thought triumphantly as he stood up along with the rest of his column. His costume, sans his cloak, which abhorred being folded, was stored away with all the others. Just pay close attention and use today to hone your skills as much as possible. Unfortunately, Izuku's first step for today's lesson involved tripping over his own backpack, which rested by his feet in an unceremonious slump, crammed full of books, notes, and papers. With a startled yell, Izuku caught himself before he tumbled to the ground, but his feet sent his pack sprawling open, scattering his supplies all over the ground. "Watch where you're stepping, Deku." Bakugo grumbled as he fetched his costume, glancing back toward Izuku with marked disdain. Sorry." Izuku stammered as he dropped to his knees, hastily trying to scoop everything back into his pack before the rest of his class had departed for the changing rooms. Midoriya, as Awa poked his head back in. "You're taking too much time. Hurry up. I'll be right there." Izuku replied as he crammed the last of his school supplies back into his bag and roughly shoving it back under his desk. He nearly tripped again, springing back to his feet, yanking his costume out of its slot before sprinting out the door toward the changing rooms, where he'd left his cloak waiting patiently all day for him. Izuku had been sure he had all of his belongings accounted for, but alas, hastiness invites sloppiness. In his mad rush to collect his effects, he failed to notice the slip of paper that slipped out his pack, fluttering silently to the floor. Izuku Midoriya would realize too little, too late that he'd left Dr. Strange's summoning card behind. "Midoriya, let's grab seats together, man," Kirishima yelled, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Most of the students were milling around outside the school, conversing with one another as they waited for the bus to be ready for boarding. Izuku was standing by himself, lost in thought, which likely prompted Kirishima's approach. "I can't wait to get this rescue training underway. I just hope we won't have to travel too far to get there, you know." "Yeah, sure," Izuku said tensely, surprised by the sudden contact which jolted him out of his thoughts. "Hey, why so nervous?" Kirishima said with a grin. "I figured out of everyone here, you'd be the least nervous about today." "Huh?" Izuku blinked. "How do you figure that?" Kirishima's grin faltered a bit. "Let's face it, some quirks are better at rescuing people than beating up bad guys. And your quirk lets you open up portals, summon shields, heck, you even have a piece of tech that lets you fly. But me?" He raised his arm, letting it stiffen and sharpen for effect. "My hardening doesn't have any of the flashiness so many current pros have. Regardless, I don't know how suited for rescue I can be with my power." "That's nonsense." Now it was Izuku's turn to surprise Kirishima. "There are plenty of applications for your quirk in rescue scenarios. Just think about all that extra endurance your heart and body parts have. You could catch a wall or pillar that's about to fall on some trapped people, or lift it off of them, or even use your power to barrel your way through debris and obstacles if a preferred path is destroyed or otherwise blocked. With a bit of practice, starting with today's lesson, you'd be great at rescue, Kirishima." "I never thought about any of that," Kirishima blinked, staring at Izuku with wonderment. "You're as smart as you are manly." I wouldn't be so quick to say that," Izuku said as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "I'm here for the same reason as everyone else. To learn how to properly become a hero." Kirishima chuckled. "True, but you have to admit, your quirk is pretty well suited for rescue. It's definitely the best out of anyone else that's here." "What did you say?" Izuku and Kirishima swiveled their heads to see a steaming Bakugo stomping toward them from behind, his glaring eyes darting back and forth between them as he clenched and unclenched his hands repeatedly, and with his grenade gauntlets equipped, he seemed all the more volatile. Kirishima didn't seem too nonplussed by Bakugo's approach. He was more curious than anything else, but Izuku knew an angry Kakin when he saw one. Kirishima, oblivious to the brewing storm of hostility clouding above Bakugo's head, attempted a greeting. "Hey, you Bakugo, right? Shut it, shitty hair." Bakugo growled, jabbing an accusatory finger into Kirishima's shoulder. "What did you say about that nerd? That he'd be the best at rescue? Well, I'm here to make it clear that the only one who'll be dominating today is Kasuki Bakugo. You hear me?" I'll blow everyone away on my way to the top. And you both better believe that. We believe it. We believe it. Izuku cried, waving his hands back and forth as Bakugo whirled right back around and stomped back to where he was standing. Ha! Bakugo's got quite a competitive streak. I dig it. Kirishima said, rocking Izuku back and forth with the arm over his friend's shoulders. He's pretty manly, too, huh? You're too pure for this world, Kirishima Izuku thought as Kirishima rocked him. Why yeah, manly and then some. Bakugo's quirk uses explosions, right? Kirishima asked as he finally released Izuku's shoulders. If a guy like that could learn to rescue people with his power, then I guess I really don't have any excuse to not learn how to rescue with my own. Kirishima laughed and went off to chat up some of the other classmates before boarding began, leaving Izuku behind to watch him inquisitively. I said there were plenty of applications for your hardening power, but that's not all there is to your quirk, is it, Kirishima? You never explained it yourself, but it appeared to let off a lot of strength all at once during the battle trial, something to do with stockpiled energy from your hardening, perhaps. The whistle suddenly went off directly behind Izuku, causing the poor boy to leap up in fright, as well as catching the attention of the rest of the students. He turned and saw that Iida had approached him from behind, a whistle clearing stuck between his lips, his countenance stern and rigid with authority. Izuku, as our new class president's staunch supporter, I must recommend we begin the boarding process right away. Iida said with robotic gesticulations. I suggest having the class form 2 lines by student numbers, in order to make boarding as smooth as possible. As Iida raved on about his suggestions, chopping his hands up and down all the while, Izuku waved his own hands to try and calm his overly eager but well-meaning ally down. Iida was serious when he said he'd try to help me any way he could. Izuku thought. I guess everyone means what they say, Yue. We're here, as always said in his usual tired manner, as the bus drove past a final copse of trees, slowing to a halt before a splendorous glass and steel-covered dome. This is where we'll be doing rescue training. Izuku wondered aloud as he and the rest of the heroes in training departed from the bus. They unloaded right before the doors of this new facility. Large, blue, and quite imposing. Welcome, everyone. You made it right on time. Wanna hone their sights on the source of the new voice, a stout figure with a domed helmet, garbed in a thick white coat of sorts. Large white eyes peered at them from underneath the helmet, appearing as excited as some of the students were. Izuku recognized this hero immediately. That's the Space Hero 13. Uraraka cried out from beside Izuku, startling him with her sudden show of excitement. A gentlemanly hero who specializes in rescuing people during disasters. One of my absolute favorite heroes. Wow, I can't believe someone other than me is willing to nerd out over heroes. Izuku thought. I look forward to working with all of you. 13 said, ushering the students toward the enormous doors of the facility. Let's enter without any more delay. Upon entering past the giant double doors, Izuku rubbed his eyes to make sure the sight he and the rest of Wano were all seeing wasn't a mirage of some kind. Wow. The yellow and red brick pathway they were following led down toward a courtly central plaza, fitted with a stately fountain and exquisite greenery. Of course, that wasn't what everyone's attention was drawn to. It was the 6 sections surrounding the central plaza that had the students fascinated, with each one emulating a different environment. Scanning from left to right, Izuku first laid eyes on a section devoted to a destroyed urban environment, its buildings cracked open and tilting precariously above shattered streets. Next was a slope zone with the tops of buildings jutting out of the ground. Izuku surmised it was a landslide-themed section. The zone beyond that was mountainous, with twin crags peaking above the rocky terrain, and a bridge connecting the two. Beside that was a red-tinted domed section. Heat ceaselessly rippled off the dome, indicating something fire-related within its confines. The large lake was situated to the right of the heat dome, with a large slide constructed above it and a ship resting in the middle, probably a shipwreck disaster. To the right of that and the left of Izuku was another domed section, this one tinted blue instead of red. There was no heat rippling off the roof, but the sound of howling winds could be heard from within. A windstorm scenario. It's so reminiscent of Universal Studios Japan. Kirishima exclaimed. This facility is a training ground I developed for Yue, incorporating a variety of disaster scenarios for young heroes in training to practice with. 13 said proudly as the students overlooked the magnum opus that was their facility. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. USJ for short. It really is just like the actual USJ. 13, as always said as he sauntered toward the coated hero. Where is All Might? I was told that he would meet us here before the lesson began. About that 13 leaned in to whisper to Izawa. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. Seems he did too much hero work this morning. 13 held up 3 fingers for emphasis to get the point across without outright spilling the beans to the students. Izuku and Kirishima, however, instantly recognized what 13 meant. 3 fingers. Did All Might reach his time limit doing heroics again? They both thought simultaneously. What an irrational man, Izawa grumbled, shaking his head. I suppose it can't be helped. The floor is all yours, 13. Aizawa meandered over to the USJ's gate, leaning against it as he relinquished class authority to his fellow pro hero. A few things before we begin, 13 said, raising a hand before the class to reel in their attention. I am sure most of you are aware of my quirk. Black hole. With my power, I can suck up anything into my body and disintegrate it. And you've been able to save many people during disasters with that power, right? Uraraka asked excitedly. True, but my power is also one that can kill rather easily, 13 said, eliciting looks of surprise from the students of 1A. More than a few of you have powers like that as well, correct? Those white eyes, shielded by the domed helmet, now scanned each of them studiously. In our current society, quirks are certified and strictly regulated by SHIELD, but even with all that regulation in place, there will always be abilities that can kill with a single misstep. With the fitness tests Aizawa had you complete, you learn how to creatively utilize your quirks in ways you couldn't do before, 13 continued. During All Might's battle trials, you learn firsthand the potential dangers of unleashing your powers against other people. Now think of the lessons I'll be teaching you today as a fresh start. I will show you how to use your quirks to save lives. Heroes do not have powers just so they can fight villains, they have powers so that they may help others. It is my hope you will leave here today with that understanding. 13's right, Izuku thought, recalling Kirishima's words about how his powers were so well suited for rescue. What Kirishima didn't know, what few people aside from Mei and his sensei knew, was that even with his current powers, he was more than capable of killing someone. He'd ended Marcus's life, after all. That incident no longer haunted him as it once did, but the impact it had on his view of his own magic was undeniable. In the context of 13's speech, magic was no different than quirks. Even my portals could kill if closed improperly. And I definitely want to make sure I don't have a repeat of Kamertage ever again. That's all I have. 13 said with a bow. Thank you for listening. Alright, guess we should get started, Aizawa said amidst the applause of his students. First wheel, zacked. An unexpected crackling of electricity echoed throughout the facility, and the rows of lights illuminating the structure suddenly dimmed, catching everyone present off guard. The central fountain down in the plaza stuttered repeatedly as a black vortex manifested before it, twisting itself into view before suddenly erupting, spreading itself across the plaza. Everyone gather together and don't split up, Aizawa exclaimed as he caught sight of the black mist swirling down on the plaza. 13. Stay with the students no matter what. What the hell is that? Kirishima asked as he also noticed the mist swirling below. Soon, every one of the fledgling heroes had their attention on the trouble brewing down on the central plaza. Izuku looked on with his classmates as the mist stretched itself out, with dozens of figures marching out and assembling in the plaza. The horde of newcomers were varied in size, and appearance. Some were definitely ganglier and more grotesque than others, but they all carried a certain malevolence to them. Izuku gulped. Something was off, something was wrong. Has the lesson already started? Kirishima squinted his eyes to get a better look at what was transpiring. Stay where you are. Aizawa snapped. He slipped his yellow goggles over his face, and Izuku immediately recognized the severity of their predicament. This isn't part of the lesson. The USJ has become overrun by villains. Aizawa's binding cloth furiously unraveled as the last of the villains, a hulking beak behemoth, stumbled through the black fog. 13 stepped in front of the shocked students, keeping vigilance over them as Aizawa prepared for battle. Yesterday's breach must have been their doing, Aizawa muttered. Villains invading via black transporting fog, Izuku thought frantically. This is just like Kamertage all over again. That villain with the black fog must be the same one who tried to help Akichi take the Book of Cagliostro, the one I used the eye against. A haunting chill ran down Izuku's spine as he realized the implications of this realization. Was he here, too? Was Akichi present, mingling among the throng of villains gathered below? Was he responsible for this snoozed attack? Izuku closed his eyes, trying to reach out with his magic to see if he could detect the same kind of tainted presence like he did back with Marcus, but he felt nothing conclusive. Villains infiltrating a hero's school. There's no way. Kirishima said in disbelief. Teacher. Yaoirozu addressed 13, wiggling her way to the front of the class between Izuku and Kirishima. Doesn't the USJ have trespasser sensors? We do, but if the sensors are not responding, one of their quirks must be responsible for it, Todoroki said, his stoicism not even remotely affected by the sudden appearance of villains. An isolated part of the campus during a scheduled class, this has all been meticulously planned out. These villains have some sort of goal in mind. Hey guys, I can't contact the school, Kaminari said, tapping the square-like earphone attached to his head as he stepped behind Izuku and Yaoirozu. 13. Begin evacuating the students, Aizawa instructed as he stepped forward. Worry about contacting the school once they're clear of this building. With that, he launched himself from the top of the stairs, descending directly into the throng of villains waiting below. He masterfully weaved his binding cloth forward, snagging villains left and right, and throwing them into each other with little effort. Aizawa-sensei can hold his own against a large group of opponents better than I thought. Izuku thought as he joined his classmates in evacuating. And with his goggles on, they can't tell his quirks are erased until it's nearly too late. Hey Midoriya. Kirishima yelled as he raced to Izuku's side. We may not be able to contact the school, but you should still be able to open a portal to somewhere in the main building, right? You're right. Izuku exclaimed, mentally cursing himself for focusing too much on his always fight, instead of doing that earlier. He brought his fingers up, rotating them as the space before the enormous doors into the USJ sparked with swirling embers, only for the embers conjured by Izuku's magic to be immediately dispelled and scattered by the sudden emergence of the black fog. That fog of his. He used it to cut right through my magic like he did on the whips being used to restrain Akichi. This is bad. Greetings, fledgling heroes, the black fog spoke as it slowly reformed into a vaguely humanoid shape. We are the League of Villains. Please forgive the rudeness of our sudden incursion, but we have invited ourselves into UA, the home of heroes, to ensure that All Might, the so-called symbol of peace, draws his last breath. Has there been a change to the schedule? I believe All Might was supposed to be here today. As his face finally reformed, the Black Mist villain observed each of the students with the yellow, jagged streaks that were his eyes, doing a double take as they passed over Izuku. His eyes narrowed as he undoubtedly recognized the boy, the sorcerer's outfit he was sporting as his hero costume, making him all the more recognizable. Izuku gulped. He knew he was caught. You? The villain Izuku struggled to remember his name, though he was positive he'd heard it. A Kamertage addressed him directly. What is a sorcerer doing enrolled in a class meant to train heroes? Izuku could hear confused murmurs among his fellow classmates. It must not have been precisely clear who the villain was addressing at first, anyway. Midoriya. Kirishima said as he hardened and sharpened his arms. Is he talking to you? Izuku became acutely aware of nearly every pair of eyes present slowly training onto him. What's that villain talking about? Sorcerer. He was talking to Midoriya. Midoriya. Do you know this guy? How unorthodox, the villain mused. If he was terribly caught off guard by Izuku's unexpected presence, he certainly didn't show it. No matter. You will just have to be dealt with accordingly, like all the other golden eggs gathered before me. That is, after all, the role I am to play. 13 aimed a finger toward the villain, only to be taken aback with the rest of one as Bakugo and Kirishima launched themselves into combat. The smoke triggered by Bakugo's explosive punch quickly filled the path, obstructing everyone's vision. The role you play. Bakugo snorted. The only role you play here is to be defeated by me. The malicious chuckle echoed from the fading smoke, revealing the fog villain to be completely unharmed by the boy's attacks. Oh, yes, he mused. Golden eggs, indeed. My role is to scatter you children to your respective execution grounds. The villain roared as the mist constituting his body surged forth with a vengeance. Izuku squinted his eyes as the mist overwhelmed them all. He cried out as Kirishima and Bakugo were swallowed whole by the mist first. Iida tackled Uraraka and Sado to the ground. Shoji had his many monstrous arms anchoring Zero to the ground. Ashido and Asui were holding each other, terrified as the mist consumed them next, along with the flailing form of Mineta. Tokoyami and Kota vanished, and then Ijiro and Aoyama were covered in the shadows, as well. Todoroki leaped back, but the fog had them completely surrounded, swallowing him whole from behind. Izuku flinched as a pair of frightened, trembling hands slapped down on his shoulders, and he felt something long and skinny constrict around his waist, before the mist sucked him in entirely. Izuku yelled out in a panic as his feet and the ground were no longer connected. His bearings were totally lost, and the only sensation he felt besides the hands on his shoulders and whatever was wrapped around his waist was that of falling. The mist pulled him down, 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 until, at last, a glimmer of light could be seen through the end of the shadowy aperture. Whoa! Izuku's vision spun as the shadows spat him out, dumping him onto a hard rocky surface. He stayed on the ground for a few seconds, shaking his head to regain his senses. Midoriya, man, get up. Izuku heard Kaminari's shaky voice. Izuku struggled to his feet, noting the hands on his shoulders must have been Kaminari, while the cord holding onto his waist was one of Jiro's elongated earphone jacks. What happened? Izuku groaned as he glanced between Kaminari, Jiro, and Yaoi Rozu. His attention was focused on something surrounding them. A series of shifting shapes became far less blurred after Izuku rubbed his eyes, and he was quickly aware of the horde of villains that had them surrounded on the rocky crags of the USJ's mountain zone. I see, so that villain used his mist-like quirk to scatter the villains into the different zones, along with the rest of us. Izuku thought as he glanced over toward the central plaza, where he could vaguely make out his Alwa Sensei's form locked in combat with what villains remained down there. Don't zone out, class prez. Jiro yelled at Izuku as she pulled a blade out of Yaoi Rozu's body, courtesy of the girl's creation quirk. Yaoi Rozu manifested a long, steel pole out of her body, and took up a defensive stance. Kaminari grimaced as he cowered behind them and Izuku, not all looking forward to facing off against bona fide villains. The villains, all of varying sizes and appearances and quirks, had them surrounded, but made no move against the students. Izuku watched them curiously as his hands blazed with magic, his cloak unfurled, ready to take its master to the skies. What were the villains waiting for? For them to make the first move. They had them outnumbered easily 5 to 1. A sound of clapping rang out from among the crowd of villains, snapping Izuku out of his musings. Jiro, Kaminari, and Yaoi Rozu all turned to face the source along with Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, a hauntingly familiar voice, taunted Izuku. The other villains before them stepped to the side, giving the figure speaking ample amount of room to approach the front of the pack. The apprentice of the Sorcerer Supreme himself is also trying to become a pro-hero. Will you ever cease to surprise me? Izuku's blood froze. It was a figure he recognized all too well. Those flowing golden and brown robes. That jagged white hair. The purple skin around his eyes, outlined silver and cracked. The scar trailing from his left eye to his jawline. The triple crescent insignia of Dormammu emblazoned on his forehead. Akichi Kakatsu was here after all. Author notes, next chapter. Izuku vs Akichi, round 2. If you recall all the way back in chapter 14, Izuku was thoroughly thrashed by Akichi's space-manipulating magic, and was narrowly saved from death by the quick arrival of Dr. Strange. That was nearly a year ago, by this story's timeline. How will Izuku fare against Akichi this time, especially without his summoning card? I'm excited to write these next couple chapters, I can tell you all that much. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 39. Izuku vs Akichi, round 2. Akichi Kakatsu was here. He was here. Izuku's eyes remained locked onto Akichi's hauntingly purple gaze, his malicious smile taunting him as the zealot approached through the pack of villains. Will you ever cease to surprise me? The mere sight and sound of the corrupted zealot caused Izuku's blood to curdle and his mouth to run dry, memories of their first confrontation a camouflage rushing through his brain in a flood of panic. Amidst that panic 100 questions tumbled around in his head. Why was Akichi of all people here at UA? Was he in charge of this league of villains the warp quirk user introduced themselves as? Izuku knew of nothing magical being kept on the premises, no forbidden tomes or relics of power, so what could have been at the USJ that required his attention as well as his presence? We have invited ourselves into UA to ensure that All Might, the so-called symbol of peace, draws his last breath. The Black Mists had declared their intention to kill All Might. If Akichi is allied with or even leading these villains, did that mean he too wished to kill All Might? But why? Izuku understood the zealot's hatred of Dr. Strange, but what grievance did Akichi have for All Might? Questions, questions, so many questions. Akichi's sickeningly sweet voice tickled Izuku's ears uncomfortably. If it makes you feel any better, Izuku, I have plenty of questions myself. That's the second villain today that's recognized you, Midoriya. Izuku looked behind him to see his 3 classmates he'd been warped with staring at him intently. Kaminari was understandably frightened by the ordeal unfolding around them, but Yaoi Rozu and Jiro, the one who'd addressed Midoriya, just now were giving him stern looks. Izuku gulped as he locked eyes with Jiro. Her eyes were lazy looking at first glance, but they had a trace of something Izuku found himself fearing greatly. Suspicion. Please don't think anything suspicious of me, I swear it's not anything like that. Izuku cried out in defense. Yeah, we recognize each other because I encountered this guy in the past. The Mist guy, too. It was before UA, even before the entrance exam. But I never thought I'd confront him again, here of all places. Took the words right out of my mouth. Akichi thrust himself into the conversation. And I never thought I would encounter you here. Akichi's lips twisted into a sly grin. Were the teachings of Kamertage not enough for you after all, Izuku? If a more powerful sorcerer is what you wanted to become, then you should have joined me when I gave you the chance. Izuku saw Yaoi Rozu and Jiro tense up considerably. Even Kaminari looked taken aback. He bit his lip. He knew precisely what they must have been thinking. Izuku was offered to become a villain. It was true, Akichi wasn't lying. Izuku's refusal to take Akichi's invitation is what sparked their first fight after all. I trust him. It was Kaminari. Izuku blinked and looked toward the spiky blonde with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Yaoi Rozu and Jiro shared uncertain glances. Hey, he saved me during the entrance exam, Kaminari said, noticing the uncertainty on the girls' faces. And he's our class president to boot. Midoriya, a bad guy. There's no way. Alright, but why is he calling you a sorcerer? Jiro asked, stealing glances at the villains surrounding them, brandishing her sword to ensure they stayed at bay. That Miss Villain called you that, too. Well, it's Izuku gulped hard, and he had to resist the urge to trace the scars on his hands hidden just beneath his fingerless gloves. Was he really about to do this? It's because I am one. What? Jiro blinked, clearly bewildered now. Midoriya Yaoi Rosa whispered. Oh man, Kaminari scratched his head and grimaced. Now I'm really confused. I'm sorry, Izuku muttered, pulling his gloved hands into fists as he faced Akichi again, returning his malevolent grin with a determined glare. I know you all have a lot of questions. I promise to answer them after we get through this. There's no need for any of you to worry about confusing little details and the questions that spawn from them, Akichi said, his cracked eyes darting between all 4 students. After all, why trouble you in your final hour? Akichi raised his left hand and promptly snapped his fingers. The entire mountainside seemed to shudder and groan. Izuku and his companions yelled out as the tremors very nearly threw them off their feet. Izuku looked down as he regained his balance and froze. The ground beneath their feet began to warp and ripple slightly, the very rocks they stood on taking on the consistency of ceaseless small waves. All the hair on Izuku's arms stood up on end, his skin flaring with goosebumps as he remembered with trepidation the vicious assault Akichi had once launched upon him at Kamertage, with this exact same power. "Watch out," Izuku yelled as he struggled to maintain his balance. His powers allow him to manipulate space. "Come again," Jiro yelled as she jammed her elongated earphone jacks into the ground near her feet, anchoring her to the otherwise rippling earth below. Aoyama followed suit by ramming the end of her steel pole into the ground, but the constantly moving ground made it difficult for the two of them to keep their tools anchored into the rocks. Kaminari, hapless and helpless as he was left to flail and yell as he tried to prevent himself from falling. "Jiro, Kaminari, Midoriya, please try to stay calm," Aoyama said, marshalling her composure as best she could. "And don't split up. We need to stick together." Akichi merely chuckled and raised his right hand, snapping his fingers on that side. A great cloud of dust erupted from the ground, and the would-be heroes briefly shielded their eyes until it cleared moments later. The students collectively gasped in shock at the changes Akichi spatially imposed on the plateau. The rocky ground had been warped completely flat, and numerous grid-like grooves sectioned the plateau surface into countless square sections. Izuku and each of his other classmates present stood atop one, and so did each villain before them. Midoriya Kaminari whimpered. "What the hell's going on?" He did this with just a couple snaps of his fingers. Izuku worriedly wondered. "Akichi, just how much stronger have you become? Stick together." Akichi mockingly parried at Aoyama. "Now where would the fun in that be?" Again he snapped his fingers, multiple empty squared sections sunk downward, each leaving a darkened pit where they once were. The plateau groaned as rock slid against rock, and Izuku paled as the section tiles Akichi created began clicking into adjacent empty spaces all at once, slow at first, but steadily increasing in speed. "Oh my god," Izuku thought. He used his powers to turn the entire plateau into a giant sliding puzzle. Izuku instinctively leapt off his tile as it moved adjacent to another tile occupied by a sword-wielding villain, narrowly missing the slice as he took to the air with his cloak of levitation. His ear suddenly twitched, and a soft whistle slicing its way toward him was the only warning he received before conjuring a quick barrier to his side, deflecting the translucent blade that collided with it, exploding into dozens of minuscule fractal distortions. Akichi's space shard. "You've gotten stronger, Izuku," Akichi said as he too levitated into the air atop his own personal rocky tile, warped and rippling beneath his feet. "And more prepared, I see. Strange gave you your own cloak of levitation, and trained you specifically for the day you and I confronted each other again. Master Strange told me the limits of your spatial magic," Izuku said. "You can only freely manipulate solid, non-organic matter. You can't manipulate air or water, so fighting you like this gives me an advantage. Does it now?" Akichi asked coyly, the corners of his lips curling upward. He brought his palms together and slowly drew them apart, the space between them growing distorted and glass-like. He gripped both ends of the distortion and snapped it cleanly in two, brandishing two space shards against Izuku now. Izuku bit his lip. His foe may not be able to manipulate air as he sees fit, but space is still space. He knew that there was no environment, land, water, or air where Akichi would be totally powerless, and therefore completely prone to counter. "You may have an advantage, no matter how slight, but what about them?" Akichi asked tauntingly, pointing one of his shards back toward the plateau. "Midoriya." Izuku gasped at his classmates' cries, daring to look down and away from Akichi, at the peril the zealot was subjecting his companions to. Akichi's sliding puzzle game was in full swing. Square rocky tiles ferrying heroes in training and villains alike all sliding against one another, with villains using their quirks or whatever weapons they carried to swipe at the one students as they passed, aiming for the kill. Jiro was faring well enough, though Akichi's spatial manipulation and the rapidly shifting tiles were clearly things she wasn't prepared for. She still brandished the blade Aoyama had created, deflecting all manner of scythes and knives. The villains sliced her way, while also bringing some to their knees with her plugged-in stereo boots. Aoyama was faring the best, parrying blow after blow with her steel staff, and getting a hit in on at least every other villain that slid past her. Still, even from up above, Izuku could see the sweat forming on her brow, and the traces of fatigue threatening to set in. Kaminari was faring the worst. Izuku spotted various nicks on the arms of his black jacket, blood trickling from underneath. His cheeks had been nicked as well. His earpiece was missing entirely. He was so overwhelmed with panic if his wide eyes and flailing demeanor were any indication that he had devoted himself entirely to dodging, and not trying to use his quirk against the villains in retaliation. Every shift and slide of his tile caused him to stagger and sway to and fro. This particular shift saved him as he stumbled forward, narrowly dodging a heavy punch from a bulky, masked villain. Izuku grimaced. He'd taken to the air knowing he'd be relatively safe from whatever spatial machinations Akichi had planned for the mountain, but he'd been too hasty and forgotten that his classmates didn't have the luxury of a cloak of levitation. "Bad form, Izuku, taking your eyes of an enemy right in front of you." Akichi yelled, swinging his space shards at him as his rocky platform zoomed by. Izuku cursed himself for allowing his attention to be diverted, swiftly erecting another hasty barrier to stop the advance of his spatial blades. A shower of shimmering sparks erupted as blades crashed against shield, leaving two sorcerers locked against one another in the sky above the plateau. Stronger indeed, Akichi grunted as he pushed forward, digging the edge of his blades into Izuku's mandala. The first time we fought, I recall piercing right through your shield with my shard. Stop this, Akichi. Izuku grunted right back, pushing against Akichi's blades with all his might. Beads of sweat were already racing down his face from the exertion. Shifting tiles, sliding puzzles, are you even being serious? Is this all just a game to you? He asked that question, but Izuku's eyes were locked with his, and he could see a seriousness of madness and rage stewing just beneath Akichi's core exterior. Oh, but whoever said a game shouldn't be taken seriously? Akichi ground out, raising himself above Izuku, though his foe's shield failed to budge. Izuku grit his teeth, deciding to end the stalemate instead of futilely pushing any longer. His cloak whisked him backward, Akichi's space shard slicing through empty air, as the mandala's shield weakened and faded away into sizzling embers. Izuku paused to catch his breath, eyeing Akichi like a hawk, and Akichi responded in kind. The zealot's tactics had thrown Izuku for a loop. He wasn't being overwhelming or acting out of devastating rage with his spatial powers as he had during their first bout. Izuku wanted to chalk it up to Akichi just being cautious, but sincerely doubted it. Something else was different about him. Akichi seemed to sense this uncertainty. Confused? He asked with a small smile. A lot's happened since Kamertage, Izuku. Even though I proved then that you were nothing to me, that operation had been deemed a failure. It was not until afterwards that I realized how rashly I'd acted, how I'd been blinded by my aggression. Akichi traced his knuckles against his right shoulder, gingerly feeling the concealed scars left behind by Strange's fury. I only acted because I felt assured of my victory. My arrogance prevented me from preparing properly. He narrowed his eyes at Izuku, allowing his rage to leak out for a brief second. Not this time. Months of methodical planning have led to this day. This time we came prepared. This time Akichi's soft smile mutated into a sinister sneer, recalling vividly the exact words All for One had spoken to him all those months ago. This time I won't be crippled by uncertainty, as you and your friends are this very moment. Akichi stretched a hand down toward the plateau, flexing it with gnarled bone-covered fingers, as he willed the shifting tiles to accelerate even further. The already unsettling distortion of the rocky surface became even more intolerable, disorienting the eyes of everyone on the ground. The tiles all but crashed into each other repeatedly, making them appear more like craggy bumper cars now. Gyuro, Yoi Rozu, and Kaminari were all flung from where they stood, tumbling helplessly from tile to tile, as the villains assailed them, their faces and bodies battered repeatedly. Even Akichi's allies struggled to maintain their balance. Izuku remained where he levitated, watching in horror as his friends were brutalized by Akichi's twisting, shifting magic. No, he muttered fearfully, angling himself to fly down to rescue them before a sharp, glassy blade soared mere inches away from the tip of his nose. He turned to face Akichi again, only to pale when he saw the rippling distortions of two more space shards hovering above the zealot's head, their sharpened ends honing in directly toward Izuku's body. I understand this fear, Izuku, yours and theirs, Akichi taunted him. It's perfectly comprehensible to think that you would be safe and sound within the boundaries of UA. But allow me to let you in on a little secret. Again, Akichi flexed his hand, and this time every single shifting, distorted earthen tile ground to a sudden halt. The ground beneath Izuku's companions opened up, causing them to fall down feet first. The earth closed around their arms and waists, squeezing them in a stony vice. Only Jiro was in any position to fight back with her powerful earphone jacks, but they were also quickly swallowed into the ground, before she could mount any kind of resistance. The villains gathered around them, watching maliciously and lecherously as they were all slowly beginning to be crushed to death. Izuku, you are not safe, Akichi said darkly. Not even close. An unexpected yell, mired in fear and frustration, was Izuku's only reply as he plummeted downward without another moment's hesitation. The space shards were hot on his trail with a flick of Akichi's wrists, their undulating points snipping at Izuku's heels. Izuku zipped across the sky as fast as the cloak would let him, making sharp turns and unpredictable descents and ascents, whenever the shards appeared close to skewering him. Nowhere to go. Akichi thought insidiously as he snapped his fingers once more, materializing a space shard directly in Izuku's path, as the others zoomed toward him from behind. To the zealot's shock, Izuku didn't even flinch. The boy, face marred with ferocious tears, raised and slammed his magic-coated hands against the blade, catching it between his palms. Akichi was equally caught off guard by Izuku's cloth vambraces unwinding into lengthy red bindings, lashing out at and constricting the space shards honing in on Izuku's backside. He could hardly believe his eyes. Izuku had stopped the space shards dead in their tracks. The cloak wasn't the only relic he had, Akichi thought frantically, as he repeatedly motioned for the shards to move with his fingers, only to irritably discover those bindings were practically adhered to his spatial blades. They were of no use to him like this. 3 is my current limit. Begrudgingly, Akichi whirled the space shards away with a wave of his hand, the sharpened distortions melting back into the air until they were no more. Izuku wasted no time in zooming back toward the ground, where the villains had gathered around his comrades. He didn't bother rewrapping the vambraces back around his forearms, allowing them to flutter behind him like unspooled threads of yarn along with his cloak. Out of his periphery he spotted Akichi zooming in on his levitated platform of distorted rock. Good, he's coming in closer. Izuku thought as his hands crackled with tiny arcs of electric magic. If he thinks his space shards won't be as effective against me, then he'll have no choice but to resort to attacking me with his own close-range quirk. And when he closes the gap, Izuku suddenly halted his descent about 10 feet above the villains' heads, some of which glanced up at him in confusion, no doubt expecting Akichi to have dealt with this kid by now. The arcs of enchanted lightning escalated from his sweaty palms, running up and leaping off of his angrily twitching fingertips like will-take rattlesnakes eager to strike out. And eager to strike out Izuku was, as the villains that spotted him yelled out an incomprehensible warning, and Akichi's platform came to a lurching halt. Izuku trained his frightened yet ferocious eyes on Akichi's, and saw something he hadn't been expecting. Fear. Perhaps the searing intensity of Izuku's lightning reminded him too much of the seven suns which strained scorched him down to the bone wood. Izuku smiled as he extended his fingers out, one hand toward the villains, and the other toward Akichi. The Zella claimed this day was the product of meticulous preparation on the villain's part, but Izuku knew. Akichi certainly hadn't prepared for this. Bolts of bedevilment. Izuku roared, and the intensity of his will-take draft blinded even him as numerous bolts of white lightning arced above the mountainside plateau, each streak of electricity vengefully striking a villainous target below, sparring the 3 trapped one as students from Izuku's wrath. Each villain Akichi included was consumed by lightning, the monstrous crackling drowning out the cries of agony that they wailed. The sheer luminance of Izuku's spell reached every corner of the Yusuche, briefly coating it pure white before the spell quickly died down, leaving only a tingly feel in the atmosphere. Izuku panted feverishly as the lightning faded and his vision returned to him, his brow drenched in sweat from the heat of his own spell. His nose perked as a singed smell wafted up his nostrils, and he feared for a split second that he'd burned his own hands. No. The singed smell was emanating from the lightly smoking forms of the shocked villains below him, each one utterly blackened by the lightning's intensity. One by one they fell over, unconscious before they even hit the ground. Izuku heard Akichi croak out. Izuku turned and saw Akichi's platform crumbling away as the zealot lost his grip over his own spatial powers. Akichi himself had his arms crossed over his head and torso, the robes covering his forearms completely incinerated by the lightning. Akichi had coated his arms in a thick layer of bone for protection, courtesy of his quirk, but even this measure proved ineffective. Izuku had unconsciously directed the strongest of his lightning toward Akichi, scorching through the bony plates and leaving torched, smoking, vulnerable skin in his wake. The damage wasn't nearly as grievous as Strange's 7 Sons of Sinibus that had inflicted 3rd-degree burns on Akichi, but the result was clear. Akichi's ivory aegis was no match for Izuku's searing electricity. Izuku Akichi growled out, lowering his torched arms just enough for his eyes twisted by malice, and filled with an unworldly loathing to dig into Izuku's. Still, his strength faded. The floating platform crumbled away into dust, and Akichi fell to the ground, landing on his hands and knees as he groaned aloud, spitting out a smattering of blood onto the rocks beneath him. The collective weak groans of Jiro, Yoirozu, and Kaminari reached Izuku's ears, and all his indignance drained away, replaced with worry and concern for his friends. He quickly pushed Akichi out of his mind, descending to the ground and rushing to their sides. The rocky soil around the 3 students had loosened considerably as Akichi's distortions faded entirely, allowing them to wriggle themselves to freedom. Izuku attempted to lift Jiro up, but she swatted his hands away with her earphone's jacks, electing to recuperate where she laid. What the hell? Midoriya Jiro huffed, rolling onto her backside and staring up at the sorcerer incredulously. There were minor bruises on her forehead and her cheeks, but she appeared otherwise unharmed. Is this what a sorcerer is? Not always, Izuku said with a sheepish grin. Sometimes it's even weirder. Was it a joke? Jiro asked, and Izuku couldn't tell if she was exasperated or not. What an ordeal, Yoirozu piped up, rising to her knees as she panted profusely. All her acrobatics and dodging and attacking the villains had taken its toll. Midoriya. About what that villain said earlier. I know, Izuku said with a sullen nod. I promised you all answers, didn't I? And I'm gonna be holding you to it, dude, Jiro huffed. What Kaminari exclaimed as he regained his senses, scanning the downed villains strewn across the plateau. Midoriya, did you use your electric powers after all? I knew I wasn't seeing things during the entrance exam. And how come you didn't use your electric quirk on them? Jiro demanded irritably, raising her jacks threateningly. You could have taken down most of these villains on your own, I bet. Kaminari flinched and wilted under Jiro's harsh gaze. Didn't you see what happened during my battle trial? He asked solemnly, fidgeting his fingers together. I can cover my body with electricity and discharge it, but I can't control the trajectory. If I'd shocked the villains, you and Yaoi Rozu, maybe even Midoriya, would have been shocked as well. Like I did with Uraraka. Kaminari frowned. What good is a quirk for heroics if it hurts allies as badly as it does enemies? Kaminari, Izuku said, moving to put his hand on his shoulder, though the blonde waved off the gesture. It's fine, Kaminari said, rubbing his own shoulders instead as he stared down at the ground. I'll be fine. Are you sure about that? The chilling voice of Akichi interrupted the student's respite. Izuku and the others promptly jumped to their feet, their eyes firmly locked on the bloodied, singed form of Akichi, who was still heaving on hands and knees. Izuku noticed the cracks around his eyes had deepened, and more chunks of his skin had flaked off, revealing more of the purple hide underneath. It was unsettling, to say the least. You feckless neophytes are horribly mistaken if you believe this is anywhere near over. Aichi's still conscious, Kaminari shrieked. Akichi, enough. Izuku cried out, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the fallen zealot before him, even after he tried killing his friends. Just stop. Why are you even doing this? I've already told you, Akichi said with a pained gasp. The many becoming the few becoming the one. Everything I do for the dream once shared by myself and my old master and companions. And with the League of Villains, that dream will one day become a reality. Dormammu, Izuku hissed. You want the League of Villains to help you bring Dormammu into our world, but then why help them try to kill All Might? All Might is an undeniable threat to that dream, Akichi explained. 6 years ago he helped Dr. Strange derail my old master's plans for worldwide salvation. Your so-called symbol of peace will most definitely have to die for my dream to be realized as, will you, Izuku? I just don't get this at all, Akichi. Izuku cried out in frustration. How could he believe that Dormammu would save the world? How could he think so many lives needed to be sacrificed in the name of his twisted dream? Just then a shadowy vortex erupted beside Akichi, and the body and face of the Black Mist villain vaguely formed beside the zealot. Kurajiri, Akichi spat. What do you want? Akichi, Kurajiri said in a quick panicky voice. We must depart from here at once. I neutralized 13, but one of the students managed to escape. Pro-heroes will undoubtedly descend upon the USJ soon. NGH, the gig is up. Akichi groaned as he forced himself back to his feet. No. This wasn't over. Akichi wouldn't allow these heroic sycophants with Strange's own apprentice to boot to claim victory today. Akichi curled his bony hands into fists, shaking them angrily. He had come too far to turn tail and flee like he'd been forced to do at Kamertage. He had come to glean the truth of this world, and this green-haired novice this spec thought he'd best him after only a single defeat. Only a resounding victory would prove to all for one that he was worthy of the Darkhold. And what better way than securing a resounding victory than crushing Strange's personal disciple by any means necessary? The pros are on the way. Akichi asked Kurajiri. Well then that's only a problem if we're all here when they arrive, isn't it? Akichi released a deep breath as he raised both of his hands above his head. The space in his palms became wildly warbled, spinning and shimmering into spheres of tempestuous glass. Izuku gasped with a start. Is he about to? Akichi slammed his palms into the ground, and the heroes covered their eyes, as a suddenly expanding wall of glistening fractals overwhelmed them yet passed through and enveloped them harmlessly. When Izuku and the others blinked their eyes open, it appeared as if nothing had happened or changed. At first glance, the differences were subtle, but once Izuku spotted one, the rest became crystal clear. The ceiling of the USJ had taken on a kaleidoscopic nature, fractals churning and enveloping into and expanding out of each other endlessly. Now it was Izuku who could hardly believe his eyes. Akichi had dragged them all into the mirror dimension. And not just them. Everyone else that was still in the USJ villain and hero-like was dragged in, as well. You don't get this, Izuku. No, I suppose you don't, Akichi spat contemptuously. But I'm going to catch you up to speed real quick. You'll get to experience the same hell I did by watching all of your friends get slaughtered before your very eyes. And Midoriya? Kaminari asked with a shudder. It seemed even Izuku's fellow classmates could tell something was wrong off. What's going on now? I think those answers I promised you all are going to have to wait, Izuku said grimly, understanding fully now what Dr. Strange had meant all those months ago, when he spoke about pain and one's responsibility to rise above it in life. He thought he'd understood after his battle with Marcus, but this was far worse. Akichi thrust his arms above his head as if he were flipping a table, bellowing dementedly as the entire mountaintop behind Izuku and his friends disintegrated into a great rocky spiral, coiling high into the sky above the now engulfed USJ. Izuku, Jiro, Yaoi Rozu, and Kaminari all screamed as they were sent flying into the spiraling helix that was once the mountainous plateau they stood upon. Izuku now understood from the uncompromising madness in Akichi what it truly meant to be consumed and corrupted by one's own pain. Author notes, Izuku has undoubtedly grown in strength since first confronting Akichi back in chapter 14, but just when it seemed Izuku was about to claim victory over him, the enraged zealot went and dragged all of One and the League into the mirror dimension, trapping the students within. Things have taken a turn for the absolute worst. Ida may have escaped the USJ, but what should happen if he were to return with the pro-heroes to a deserted facility, with everyone stuck in an alternate dimension, and no way to reach them? As if things weren't bad enough, Akichi is far more powerful in the mirror dimension, with his connection to Dormammu enhanced well in it. What chance does Midoriya have against his nemesis now? Next chapter. Mirror Madness. The USJ arc is only halfway done. Until next time. Plus Ultra. Chapter 40. Mirror Madness. AN. Special thanks to Diaz Chadwar, who pointed out a significant flaw in my writing regarding Akichi and Jiro's brief scuffle in this chapter. This chapter has since been updated to reflect this, and the scene in question has been expanded upon. I hope it remains satisfactory. Enjoy. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? Todoroki asked coolly. What is your plan? He raised his right hand to the green-masked villain before him, incapacitated by ice, along with all the other villains transported to the USJ's landslide environment. He may have attacked more on reflex than strategic planning, but an instinctive burst of ice was more than enough to deal with this ragtag group of thugs sent his way. It was annoying, if nothing else. The sorrel voice in his head warned him to avoid the encircling mist from that dark, amorphous villain, but it had already wrapped itself around the class near the entrance. He leapt backwards as per her instructions, but he found himself sucked away and separated from the rest of his classmates nonetheless. These so-called villains only compounded his annoyance. The moment Todoroki had exited the vortex of shadows, he was rushed by a slew of boisterous villains stampeding up the landslide area. Their uproarious spirits were summarily crushed by an overwhelming wave of ice, freezing all of them in their tracks. More than a few of the rowdy villains, including the green-masked man he was now interrogating, had been quickly reduced to pitiful whimpering and soft sobs, upon realizing their defeat, at the hands of a child no less. Todoroki wrinkled his lip and nose in disgust. Did not a single one of these villains have a shred of dignity among them? It made it all the more sickening that a group of untrained thugs had managed to get the drop on an institution as prestigious as UA. You performed admirably, Shoto, a demure, maidenly voice echoed through his mind. The familiar smooth tone of the voice immediately set him at ease. You demonstrated your superiority by crushing them in the blink of an eye, filling them with such luscious fright and despair. Now go on. Only by filling them with more fear will you receive the answers that you seek. Yes, Fayumi, Todoroki said obediently. You're talking to yourself now. The green-masked villain asked. You're no kid, you're a monster. Did you not hear what I told you? Todoroki asked with a now blank expression. If you stay frozen for much longer, your cells will begin to die. I wish to avoid such excessive cruelty, but if I have to, a chill suddenly emanated from Todoroki's open palm, coating the villain's face in a thin coating of ice. It was not normal by any means. It was a dark chill, caressing the villain's face like long, gangly fingers of ice, as it bit into and numbed his skin, freezing even the tears threatening to spill out of his ducts. I'll talk. The villain sputtered out, his eyes clenched shut from the biting cold. I don't know all the details, but they brought a weapon with us to the USJ. They called it the anti-symbol of peace. Anti-symbol of peace? What kind of weapon is that? Todoroki asked darkly, the eldritch chill threatening to consume the villain's face entirely. All I know is that it's some creature of theirs. I'm not even sure if it's human. The villain sobbed. I swear that's all I know. I'm not that high up the food chain, you see. Clearly, Todoroki thought as he lowered his hand. The frost clinging to the man's face fell away once the hand fell to Todoroki's side. So this has been meticulously planned out, after all. They came here explicitly to kill All Might. This weapon of theirs must have been designed specifically to counter him, especially if they're calling it the anti-symbol of peace. Are you afraid, Shoto? The teasing voice of his sister cooed through his mind. No, Fayumi, Todoroki replied aloud. Remember what I told you about fear. It can be crippling, it can be overwhelming, and it's most unbefitting of a hero, she said. Fear isn't something to be instilled into you, it's for you to instill into others. For me. Can you do that for me, Shoto? Yes, Fayumi, Todoroki said aloud again, obedient as ever. He would do anything for his beloved sister, after all. True to his word, he undid a bit of the freezing on the villain he'd interrogated, just enough to not leave any permanent damage, when the authorities inevitably arrived to collect them all before the day's end. The villain sputtered out a string of pathetic thanks as Todoroki passed him on his way down the landslide area, toward the central plaza. He didn't make it very far. He caught sight of it right before it reached him, what appeared to be a translucent wall of sorts. Stretching from ground to ceiling, the rapidly approaching wall was brimming with fractal swirls and spirals and a countless number of incomprehensible shapes. Todoroki responded appropriately, planting his right foot in front of him, and sending a glacial wall out to meet it. Colored the boy's surprise when the wall of fractals rushed through it unabated, enveloping the ice, him, and all the villains he'd defeated with relative ease. Todoroki threw his arms up in a last-ditch effort for defense, but it didn't matter in the slightest. There was no sensation when the wall passed him and his I Spy. But that didn't mean there was no effect. Todoroki gave a quick glance to his surroundings, noting at first that nothing appeared to have changed other than the never-ending fractals seemingly superimposed over the entire USJ. They appeared over the ground and his eyes as well, distorting them greatly as they began to oscillate with movements unbefitting of their typical rigid nature. It was only when the ice started to peel off the downed villains like a bunch of soaked rinds was he truly startled. The villains seemed to scarcely believe it either. As the ice literally peeled off their bodies in the same manner used Band-Aid might, they stood up, one by one, stunned by their newfound freedom. "This must be Akichi," one of the villains said triumphantly. "I heard he could do something freaky like this. Look over there. He must be on the mountainside." Todoroki whipped his head around just in time to see the tallest peak of the USJ's mountain zone dissolve into a swirl of spiraling rock and stone, pulled apart as if it were made of little more than pretty or wet clay. He very nearly felt a twinge of fear, until a mental prodding by his beloved sister directed him back toward the villains. Nearly all of them had their eyes locked onto him, their unexpected freedom apparently instilling them with newfound bravado and confidence. "That first time was just a fluke," one of the villains reasoned. "Now that we know what his power is, we won't be caught off guard again. Let's get him, boys." The villains roared with approval and stampeded toward Todoroki to engage with him once more. Only the green-masked villain stayed back, apparently recognizing the superiority of Todoroki's power. "Their despair is gone," Fayumi's voice said in a borderline whine. No, this won't do at all, Shoto. They think they can stand a chance against you now. Would you remind them of their standing? Would you instill them with renewed despair as a hero ought to? For me, Shoto." "Yes, Fayumi," Todoroki said as ice crept up his right side. He slammed his foot down, slicing the sloped landscape apart with another glacial wave. If Fayumi wanted it to be, then Shoto would make it so. He would do anything his sister asked of him. "Ah, it's like music to my ears," Shigaraki mused rapturously as Nomu effortlessly crushed Izawa's second arm, his cries of agony, adding a chaotic melody to the USJ's otherwise dull air. His screams made him smile. Victory always made him smile. "It's cool that you can erase Quirks, Eraserhead, but it's nothing overly impressive," Shigaraki said with a mirthful chuckle. "In the face of his overwhelming strength, you might as well just be quirkless. By the way, how do you like Nomu's power? He's like my own personal pubstopper." Izawa didn't respond with anything other than a pained grunt. Not that Nomu was giving him time to respond otherwise, what with him mindlessly bashing Izawa's face into the ground repeatedly. Tamura watched on with amusement glistening in his wrinkled eyes, before he felt the familiar sensation of swirling shadows beside him. "Kurogiri," Tamura said without even turning to face his longtime companion. "Did you eliminate 13 and scatter the students?" "I neutralized 13, yes," Kurogiri said with hesitation in his voice. It did not go unnoticed by Tamura, who felt his hands twitch with annoyance. "However, I was unable to scatter all of the students, and one of them was able to escape. I alerted Akichi, and you saw what he did." "That I did," Tamura said as he lazily scanned the layer of fractals spinning and swirling across the space above them, dancing atop the ceiling, and the various buildings, landscapes, and greenery of the USJ. His fingers twitched madly. They were dying to scratch his neck. Hell, they were dying to scratch into anything as he surveyed the result of Akichi's actions. He scoffed as he turned around to look upon the helix of spiraling boulders that was once a mountain. Such ludicrous power was a result of his magic his cheating. Who the hell went and made Akichi player one for his operation? Still, it was cheating for his side, so who the hell was Tamura to complain? He pressed more than his fair share of complex button combinations in boss fights. Was this any different? This space manipulation, this magic was ultimately Akichi just pressing the right buttons in the right order. Tamura chuckled as the twitchiness in his fingers subsided. He was beginning to understand why Sensei kept that twerp around all these years. More than that, he was beginning to acknowledge the usefulness of magic. I see, Tamura mused, stroking his chin instead of scratching it for once. Akichi dragged us into the mirror dimension, so the pros wouldn't be able to reach us, isn't it? They'll show up, and it'll be as if the entire building was vacated. We can kill the students at our leisure and ambush the heroes at Akichi's convenience. In other words, Akichi just gave the League an infinite amount of continues. Not bad for a cheater. He turned away from the mountain, his eyes landing on the gross black monstrosity, squatting over his always beaten form. The creature stared back blankly, awaiting further instructions as it was engineered to do. "And maybe you'll be able to fulfill your purpose after all, Nomu. We'll see if it was worth it for Sensei to pull you out of the dark dimension along with all the others." "Jiro, Ioirozu, Kaminari." Izuku yelled as Akichi's magic caused the ground beneath his feet to spiral into the sky. He tumbled head over heels as various rocks bumped and bashed against his body, quickly knocking the air out of his lungs. A quick tug from his sentient cloak corrected him, however, and he caught his breath as the green relic flew him toward one of the larger countless rocks swirling in the sky for a temporary foothold. He didn't stay there long. The air was suddenly awash with confused and panicked yells. Izuku looked above him, catching sight of his classmates tumbling through Akichi's aerial maelstrom. Yayoi Rosa was holding her own, deftly jumping from boulder to boulder as she somewhat maintained her balance, but Jiro and Kaminari were outright struggling. Jiro at least had the benefit of her earphone jacks. She clung to a single boulder by wrapping her jacks around it multiple times. Kaminari, however, was completely hapless, not that Izuku could blame him. He screamed belligerently as he clung to whatever piece of earth he could, his eyes understandably clenched shut, as the rocky vortex spun him and the others around and around. An unearthly warbling caused Izuku's ears to perk with fright, and he shot a glance down below, spotting a blur of gold and brown racing upward. Oh no. Akichi was ascending the vortex towards them, leaping from stone to stone. The sigil of Dormammu emblazoned on his forehead was glowing an even brighter crimson than before. It concerned Izuku greatly. Was it indicative of his suddenly increased potency with his spatial magic? Was his connection with the dark deity stronger in this dimension? Questions for later. Izuku thought as he took flight, hoping to reach his classmates first. They were all sitting ducks well in the middle of Akichi's maelstrom. Any plan for survival or victory would have to come after surviving this spiral. Izuku's cloak flapped as he soared above what remained of the plateau, honing in on Kaminari. He was the closest of his classmates, and also the one requiring the greatest amount of aid. Akichi seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Izuku heard a dull tremor from beneath him, and recognized immediately that Akichi was beginning to manipulate the spiral with his magic. Two large boulders flying in his periphery suddenly morphed in shape, their previously rotund boulder-like forms flattening and stretching out, blocking Izuku's clear path to Kaminari with a barrier of rock. Izuku gritted his teeth and attempted to fly around them as quickly as possible. A great shattering of the barrier startled him, and as the wall broke apart and rained rubble down upon him, Izuku saw what had caused it through the gaps in the now crumbling wall. Akichi had manipulated yet more boulders on the other side of the barrier, reshaping them to vaguely resemble giant hammers, which he brought crashing down, hurtling large chunks of debris down onto Izuku. Izuku gave full control to his cloak, essentially putting himself on autopilot, and letting his partner Rollick steer him to safety, as he deflected the raining barrage of stone with his own shimmering barriers. The rocks bounced harmlessly off his shields, but it set him back considerably enough for Akichi to catch up to him. Izuku gasped as Akichi leaped past him. The zealot didn't even spare him a passing glance, his frenzied eyes narrowing in on Kaminari. He soared through the raining rubble unobstructed, the rocks dissolving around his body, and reforming after he passed through them. You'll get to experience the same hell I did by watching all your friends get slaughtered before your very eyes. Izuku gulped. Akichi wasn't just serious, he was dead serious. He was wholly intending on killing Kaminari and the others first, saving himself for last. And now he was in the lead, rapidly ascending to the blonde's location. Izuku sprang into action, swirling his right hand in a circle as he saw Akichi shifting his palms together, manifesting his signature space shard into existence. Izuku quickly noted that this blade was far more elongated than the ones Akichi had used before. This one was more akin to a glaive than a regular sword. If I can't get to Kaminari in time, then... Izuku thought as a portal sprang to life before him, closing the distance between him and Kaminari in an instant. The portal was angled above Kaminari's head, giving Izuku a downward view as he reached through to grab him. It was then his eyes went white in shock, a stunned gasp escaping his lips as he watched Akichi hurl the translucent glaive directly toward a quivering, unsuspecting Kaminari. No time. Izuku had hardly a second to act. He couldn't yank him up through the portal quick enough. He couldn't risk using a barrier to defend Kaminari, because he didn't know if Akichi's increased proficiency in the mirror dimension made his space shard stronger, and he wasn't about to risk Kaminari's life in order to find out. In that fraction of a second, Izuku did the only thing he could to best protect Kaminari. He shoved him off the rock he was clinging to, and out of the space shard's trajectory. Kaminari yelped as Izuku's palm shoved against his backside. He whirled around in midair as he fell, eyes whitening with terror as the rippling glaive skimmed right past his chest and face. Time seemed to slow as he trailed his eyes upward, following the glaive as it soared past him. He eventually locked onto Izuku, peering at him through his portal above. Kaminari felt his gut wrench in horror as the glaive sliced straight through Izuku's outstretched arm, watching helplessly as his friend's face contorted in what must have been an unbelievable pain. The blade drew no blood as it cut through Izuku's arm. It was almost as if it phased through harmlessly, like it wasn't even real, though Izuku's reaction was evidence to the contrary. Midoriya. Kaminari screamed, reaching out for his classmate as the portal closed, the last thing he saw through the passageway being the tortuous look on Izuku's face, as he gripped his now limp arm. He turned back around as he fell, and immediately wished he hadn't. The zealot that knew Izuku personally was rapidly approaching, a twisted smirk plastered all over his face. A surge of indignance arose in Kaminari's chest, and he glared at the zealot through a wall of budding tears, as he plummeted toward him. Midoriya allowed himself to get hurt in order to save me. What kind of hero needs saving? Kaminari bitterly thought as he prepared to meet an inevitable skewering with a voltaic draft. At least this way he wouldn't die being totally useless and helpless. Kaminari became aware of a sudden wrapping sensation around his waist, prompting him to think twice before letting loose with his electricity. Jiro had snagged him with her earphone jacks, tugging him toward her and out of Akichi's path with a jerk of her neck. "Stay down." Jiro barked at him as he landed on the rock she was teetering on. Her jacks released Kaminari and slithered down to her boots, plugging themselves in and blasting Akichi with a torrent of heartbeats as he approached. Several boulders shot out of the maelstrom with a flick of his wrists, levitating between Akichi and the deluge of destructive sounds. The sound waves predictably punched straight through the stone, shattering them into rubble, but what Jiro hadn't been expecting was to see Akichi's entire face covered in a thick white plating, including his ears, rendering her attack inert. "What the hell is that bone?" Jiro thought, bewildered. He covered his ears with bone to defend against my attack. But bone shouldn't outright nullify my sound waves. And I thought his quirk was manipulating space. "What a frighteningly unique quirk," Akichi taunted her with a boorish grin, as the bone plating popped off his head. "I sometimes forget to factor in an enemy's quirk because of my usual fighting style. Too bad you're just a bad matchup for me, girl. It's a shame. Under normal circumstances, your quirk could be quite the devastating threat to me." "Bad matchup how?" Jiro asked suspiciously. "Bone is a crucial means by which sound travels through our ears. You should have dropped quicker than any of those goons of yours that I blasted down below." "You would have been correct if the only ability I could use were this," Akichi said coyly. "But how?" Jiro demanded, clearly exasperated. "Midoriya said your quirk was space manipulation." "No," Akichi countered. "He said my powers allowed me to manipulate space." In his panic, he neglected to inform you that he tapped the bone growing out of his head again. "Is the quirk I developed naturally?" "Bone spurs. So my heartbeat fuzz didn't affect you. Sound travels through bone, correct?" Akichi interrupted. "But before that, it travels through air. And before that, it travels through space. I may not be able to freely manipulate air the same way I can physical matter, but the space the air occupies. That's a different story altogether. Oscillations so rapid and so small in the space between us, that those powerful sound waves never had a chance of reaching my ears at max strength. Or any strength, really. And this." He rolled a thumb over the newly sprouted bone plating. "I call this overkill. You never stood a chance, girl." Yujiro muttered, a scary thought traipsing into her head. "Do you have two quirks?" Akichi burst with laughter. An unenlightened human would assume that, wouldn't they? Is there even a way of saying this without offending your precious sensibilities? Everything you see around you is a product of my magic. Magic again? What, are you a sorcerer like Izuku is? Jiro asked. She'd long since lost her sword in the upheaval, but she caught a glimpse of Yaoi Rozu grappling from rock to rock behind the villain. The least she could was stall for some time. "Hit the nail right on the head," Akichi said. "Surprised to know your classmate's just a phony, a second-rate magician trying to fake his way to the top of the hero board. Because I'm not." "You done?" Jiro asked, her jacks jamming back into her boots. Akichi reflexively activated his quirk, ready to cover his face and ears again if need be. "Yeah, maybe that guy is a phony and a dork, but he sure as hell isn't trying to fake his way to the top. I've only been familiar with the guy for a few days, and I already feel like I know more about him than you do." Jiro tilted her leg up, aiming a concussive blast of her heartbeat to the rock circling above Akichi's head. Akichi saw the move a mile away though, and had his hands outstretched above his head to spatially sift the rubble apart before it fell, letting it all fall harmlessly to the ground in small orb-like clumps. Yaoi Rozu sprang out from behind another nearby floating crevice, aiming a grappling device she'd spawned with her creation quirk directly at Akichi, hoping to capitalize on Jiro's distraction by quickly ensnaring the villain. Akichi was quick to retaliate. He drew one of his arms toward Yaoi Rozu after rendering the falling rubble harmless to him, and gave a tight squeeze of his hand. The grapple line, ostensibly made of some kind of steel, suddenly went limp like a noodle, along with the four-pronged claw at the end. The device drooped out of her hand pathetically, and Yaoi Rozu was forced to pull herself back with a second rope she created as a backup, landing back on a rocky platform, before the second rope also unraveled itself into oblivion from Akichi's magic. Jiro grimaced. Yaoi Rozu could create any non-living material that she had an understanding of with her quirk, while Akichi could spatially manipulate any non-living material within his, as of yet unknown range. Was there anything she could create that could pose a threat to this villain? "What pests?" Akichi thought cautiously as he glanced between the three students that had joined Izuku to the mountainside zone. He noted that they, well, just the girls were being just as cautious in observing him. The girl with the creation quirk in particular was eyeing him like a hawk, and a bit of unease began to stir within his mind. Akichi recognized her as a true wild card, one not to be underestimated for this fight. Now that she'd seen and dodged his powers so thoroughly, how difficult would dealing with her be with Izuku still in the fight? Speaking of which, Akichi. Izuku yelled as he soared into sight, green cloak billowing behind him as his right hand dangled limply. "I only need one hand to cast this spell." 5 crimson threads shot out from his left hand, sizzling and bright, as they coiled around Akichi's arms and waist. Sharpened bone fragments immediately erupted along the zealot's forearms, grinding against the sparkling lash. Kaminari. Jiro. Help me out for a sec. Izuku yelled as he landed beside them, motioning for the two to grab hold of the flaming lasso along with him. They both looked hesitant, reaching out with just one hand, flinching upon first contact, as if they expected to be burned by the leash's sizzling embers. Upon realizing whatever energy Izuku had conjured posed no harm to them, they readily grabbed hold of the whip with both hands. Alright. Kaminari yelled, feeling some semblance of confidence returning to him. Now what? Hold on. Izuku yelled as his cloak unfurled itself completely and nudged them all over the edge. They fell into the center of the rocky spiral, as the cloak directed them toward the ground, slowing their descent enough for it to be a less than comfortable glide to the bottom. Nevertheless, Jiro and Kaminari screamed and held onto Izuku's whip for dear life, the controlled descent doing little to assuage their panic. Akichi's hands were preparing to mold the arena once more with a single flex of his digits, but the sudden fall his opponents took caught him off guard, sending him hurtling toward the ground along with them, yelling defiantly all the while. I know I'm asking a lot out of you both, but now I need you to spin with me. Izuku said loudly, hoping his voice would pierce through their screams. He and his cloak of levitation began the motions as they flew downward, rotating slowly at first, but gradually picking up speed. Are you insane? Jiro screamed, turning on Izuku as if he sprouted a second head. Midoriya, I swear, if we live through this, I am going to strangle you. Regardless, she complied, along with an equally reluctant and petrified Kaminari, and they both added what strength they could to Izuku's swing. The three would-be heroes glided straight down toward the ground in the eye of the maelstrom, the whip extending outward as Akichi struggled in vain to free himself from his bounds as the ceaseless spinning disoriented him. The dizzied zealot let out a string of pained shouts as he was spun directly into the spiraling path of the earth he uplifted, crashing headfirst into boulder after boulder. He instinctively activated his ivory aegis to dampen the blows, but the pain from the constant collisions was ever present. Do you think to bash me into unconsciousness, Izuku? Akichi thought bitterly at the futility of such a plan. Don't insult me. Akichi closed his eyes as he spun and crashed into rocks anew, forcibly cutting himself off from the constant throb of pain, jolting through his body. He need only concentrate for a moment. Every floating rock in his path rippled down the middle, a veritable spatial fissure opening up and allowing him to pass through unharmed, allowing him to become more compassed as the pain and dizziness lessened. Izuku, on the other hand, had no intention to give him any such respite. 3, 2, 1. Release. Izuku and his peers let go of the whip with one last mighty swing, sending Akichi flying straight out of the cyclone of earth he created. Both ends of the flaming whip cracked the air itself as they wrapped around Akichi's body, entangling him even further as he flew straight over the USJ's second mountain peak and disappeared from view. Good, we sent him flying. Izuku grinned as he saw Akichi vanish out of sight. He can't levitate like I can, he needs a physical foothold levitating underneath to keep him in the air. He'll be back, but I've hopefully bought us all a few minutes to prepare for. Back. Izuku uttered a strangled cry for help as Jiro's earphone jacks coiled around his neck, thrashing him back and forth. I told you I'd strangle you. An indignant Jiro yelled as they finally reached what remained of the Ren Plateau. We haven't survived this yet. Izuku choked out. Gay Jiro, calm down. He's our best bet at keeping that crazy psycho at bay. Kaminari interjected, trying to reinstate a semblance of peace and calm. I am calm. Jiro retorted none too convincingly. Also, Midoriya, spells. That's what you call all those crazy powers you can do. But they are spells. Izuku countered. Kaminari's right, Yaoi Rose's voice sounded from above. Izuku and the others glanced up to see 1A's vice rappelling down to join them. With what we've seen of this Akichi's fighting style, it can be safe to surmise that one sorcerer would be needed to keep an enemy sorcerer at bay. Izuku will be the crux of whatever strategy we use going forward. All three of them looked surprised at Yaoi Rose's calmly delivered contemplation. Jiro's earphone jacks uncoiled from Izuku's throat, allowing him to gasp for breath. He sent a look of gratitude Momo's way. Let me make it clear, I am not saying by any definitive means that I necessarily believe Izuku to be a practitioner of magic, Yaoi Rose clarified. For now, I need to remain hypothetical, you understand, Midoriya. Izuku gave a nod in the affirmative. Honestly, he was just glad to have someone else giving him the benefit of the doubt, and luckily for him, his own vice rep was willing to fill that role. I'm sorry for acting without your input, Yaoi Rose, Izuku said ruefully. I had to act quickly, and decided you'd be able to follow us down no problem. Well, we put a fair bit of distance between us and him. Not to worry, Midoriya, Yaoi Rose said with a small smile. You gave me more than enough time to scrounge together a possible strategy for surviving Akichi's next attack. Hold up, hold it right there. Kaminari cried out. Strategy for surviving. Shouldn't the best strategy be running the hell away from here before that maniac finds us again? It's not that simple, Izuku huffed out. This might be difficult to believe, but Akichi dragged us into another realm called the mirror dimension. Think of us as being in a mirror of the USJ, but separated from our normal reality. Not only that, but he's more powerful here for reasons I don't fully understand yet. Izuku's companions were dead silent after that little exposition dump, causing Izuku to fidget uncomfortably. At least Yaoi Rozu was pondering this new information. Great. Just great, Jiro said dejectedly, her jack sagging. I'm going to die in another dimension that's merely a mirror of our own. Fantastic. So let me get this straight, Kaminari stuttered after processing that info. You're saying that we're not actually in the real world and that Miss Villain said one of our classmates managed to get away to alert all the pros at the school so when they return they won't even be able to reach us. A considerable pallor of dread descended upon all four of them, even Yaoi Rozu's strategizing mind seemed jolted by the revelation. They were alone. They were truly alone, with no feasible way out, except through defeating Akichi. And on the one day I misplaced my summoning card for my sensei, Izuku mentally kicked himself. And I'm not nearly skilled enough with my portals to traverse between dimensions, mirror one or not. I'm in for an earful if I actually get out of this alive. We survived 2 of his onslaughts, Izuku said, trying to instill more confidence in his friends. We're slowly but surely working out the limits of his powers, drastically increased that they may be. I concur, Yaoi Rozu said in agreement, stifling whatever dissension was about to come spewing out of Jiro and Kaminari. They both whirled on her, silently demanding an explanation. I told you, didn't I? She smiled again. I scrounged a possible strategy together while you 3 kept him preoccupied. And my quirk's been slowly assembling all the necessary pieces together. Your body is currently making something to help us fight him, Jiro asked. But he can manipulate non-living, solid matter, you heard Midoriya. Is there anything you can make that could counter him in any way? No, but I don't need it to directly counter him, Yaoi Rozu explained as her backside suddenly bulged, shining with an aurora's light. I just needed to stall him long enough for our 2 main fighters to land a finishing blow. The bulging light burst, revealing the items she'd been steadily concocting on her way down. 3 green cloaks identical to Izuku's in all but function. Do you see where I'm going with this, Midoriya? Yaoi Rozu asked knowingly as she cradled the cloaks. I don't fully understand the nature of your cloak, but I recognized early on that its flying capabilities gave you something of an advantage over him. You weren't restricted to the ground like the rest of us, so you weren't nearly as vulnerable to his attacks. And with all of us sporting a green cloak, he wouldn't be able to immediately tell which is which, Izuku said, putting the pieces together. In his confusion, he wouldn't know for sure which one of you to attack right off the bat. But how do you know he won't just assume you still have the real cloak? Jiro asked skeptically. Akichi is too cautious to think a switcheroo hasn't been pulled, Izuku said. Besides, you 3 are his first targets, not me. Izuku lowered his head. He wants to kill you all first. And he wants me to see him do it, too. His initial suspicions will be on you 3. My right hand is still limp and unusable, but I should hopefully still have more than enough time to strike him with a crippling blow. Not just you, Yaoi Rozu corrected him. I picked up on another weakness of Akichi's. He seems particularly susceptible to energy-based attacks, especially electric ones, which his bone armor seems insufficient in protecting him from. That's why I mentioned our 2 main fighters. She trailed off and glanced just past Izuku, who also turned to face the only other member of their party she could have been referring to. Kaminari blankly kicked some dirt from where he stood, a sea of anxiety, droning out what the others were saying. He was focused on hopefully doing nothing but merely living to see another day. Steadily, though, he became aware of 3 pairs of eyes staring in his direction. He blinked, turning around to see if they weren't simply staring at something behind him. Why are you all staring at me like I have some important role to play? Kaminari asked with trepidation. Time for you to man up, guy. Jiro yelled, slapping Kaminari on the backside. We'll be counting on you. Yaoi Rozu said with a knowing grin. Me and you, Kaminari. Izuku said with an energetic grin. This is perfect. I suspected the villains might not have known what your quirks were when we were separated. You're the only other one here who could possibly get through Kichi's defenses. Kaminari puckered his lips. Were they really asking him to? No, oh no, no, no. Kaminari said fearfully. You can't ask me to do any fighting with my quirk. I can't control the trajectory like Midoriya can. You'll all just get caught up in the shock if you're too close. He has a good point, Izuku thought as Jiro berated Kaminari for perceived cowardice. Yaoi Rozu, he said, coming to a quick solution as he turned toward his vice. Do you still have enough energy for your quirk? If so, there's another item I need you to replicate. Author notes, and DSJR chugs right along. This chapter offered a few new insights, particularly that of Todoroki. It's been made clear since UA began that something is rather off about him, and he addressed the voice in his head as Fayumi. Is he really talking to his sister? Is there a darker force at play here? Speaking of darker forces, Shigaraki mentioned some otherworldly origins of the monstrous Nomu. A fun peek into how this story will delve into All for One's twisted creations later on down the line. Next chapter. We are here. Yaoi Rozu and Izuku's plan is hatched, and we will see the conclusion of the mirror dimension duel. Until next time. Plus Ultra.